am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Dylan.
I actually used to manage a parts department for a car dealership, and we would get stuff from Rock Auto if I couldn't get it from my dealership suppliers. You pick the year, you go through all the drop-down menus, and it just makes it really easy to navigate and see what you want. Like a wheel bearing, for instance, for a Corvair that I have. Rock Auto's catalog made it really easy to find that specific one that I was looking for.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The best Giants talk in the Bay is on 95.7 The Game. Reaction to every pitch.
Miller throws. He got him with the fastball. Miller's pointing at all the Reds.
Every home run.
High drive! Left field!
You're listening to 95.7 The Game and every big play.
A little slow roller. Chapman.
It's your fix for Giants baseball.
It is a dream come true, but it's a very recent dream.
The Orange and Black Weekend Wrap.
Woo! Hello there, and good morning to everybody out there on this fabulous Saturday, August 1st. Oh, first of the month. I got to pay my rent. Ugh, that's not going to be fun. Well, that's a great way to start my Saturday off on a sad note. But hey, we're going to talk Giants baseball as well. Sam Loveman coming at you here again. It is the Orange and Black weekend wrap. Giants lose 7-0 to the Padres last night. But if it's on a service that nobody has, does it really count? Because it was on Apple TV last night, and who actually watches these Apple TV games?
In the woods.
There you go. And so that voice right there that you just heard is my co-host today, Dan Devone, joining me again after doing some double duty this week. Dan, you had to go on with Guru yesterday. You had to take on Willard and Dibbs again in the crossover. I want to talk about that in just a moment. But yeah, how you doing this morning, Dan?
I'm doing well. You know, I mentioned this with Guru yesterday at the start of the show that initially I really wanted to be the number one because of coming from a television background. One being where you are, the driver.
The A-chair, yeah.
But I'm so comfortable here at the number two. Like, I think I'm in my happy place right now.
I like to take credit for that.
You do you. And yeah, exactly. And I just sort of get in, throw my little jaw. I'll stay here in the dunker spot. And I'm so happy to be where I'm at today. I enjoyed every moment, obviously, with Guru, but I'm in my happy place right now.
There you go. Well, I mean, that if we want to, go behind the scenes here a little bit in terms of some radio jargon, A-chair, the host, the driver of the show, setting everything up in and out of segments versus you, the B-chair, you're just kind of playing off of what I throw at you. And, you and I, we've both done both positions here, Dan. And for me this year, this has been, I drove this show last year.
You're a natural number one.
Well, I drove this show last year, but this year has been the first year they've been letting me drive the morning roast. For those who don't know, obviously I produced the morning roast. I'm the building block of that show, as some might say. But driving a show it's a lot harder than being the B chair because you really do have to be thinking the entire time where you're going to be steering a show, what's going to be coming next, playing the times right, all that kind of stuff. Whereas, the other day on Thursday, I walk into the station here and we get a text from Shasky, guys, I'm not feeling well. I think it's been going through his house lately. That happens when you have a toddler. Yeah. So hopefully, Shasky, you're feeling well. But so he wasn't feeling sick, which does happen. And so an hour before the show, I'm like, well, I guess I'm not producing today. But Spinelli was in, I sat in the B chair, and it's easier to fill in on a moment's notice in the B chair because you're just basically responding to whatever your A chair throws at you. I do think it's harder to slide into the A-chair role last minute when you weren't expecting it because it's harder to kind of formulate a plan in that situation.
Well, even if you have time, I just find, because initially I always wanted to be in the driver's chair or the one or the host, but I find that, it takes a while before you sort of find your lane and your niche. I think that your personality, you're more conducive to sitting in that chair. Like you're somebody who is an obvious one.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, that's fun. I learned from the best. I did shows with you. You were one, and you just fits on you like a glove.
Sports Talk Radio was very different to me. It was very new. It was just something on my bucket list that I wanted to do. But now go ahead, Sam. You drive this puppy and just cue me when you're ready.
I'll be cueing you all morning, Dan. That's how we do it here on the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. Though I do want to start off with for the second week in a row, Dan. I got to start off with a smidge of some breaking Niners news. Everybody's okay. No one got any accidents this time on the Niners. No one on the Niners got any accidents. We will get into the accident that did take place over the last week in a little bit.
I get a Giants analogy with that, but go ahead.
Okay, but Parag Marat is heading out of the Niners. He is going to Leeds United. This is per Adam Schefter, broke just about 20 minutes or so. 35 minutes before the show. Per Adam Schefter, after 25 years with the 49ers, Parag Marat is departing the organization to focus full-time on Leeds United and Rangers FC, as well as other sports efforts. League sources told ESPN the move was in the works for a little while, but is being formalized today, per sources. For those who don't know, Parag Marat is the, I don't really know what I would describe his official title as, but he is the 49ers salary cap guy. So whenever you hear about the 49ers restructuring contracts and figuring out ways to get under the cap and give Nick Bosa and George Kittle all this money that may not count, that may count, NFL CBA is all a bunch of fake words to me, if you ask me. That is Parag Marat's doing.
He's been good.
Yes, he has been very good with the salary cap. In an era where the Niners have had so many high-priced players, he has done a great job at really helping the Niners keep the band together.
Exactly.
So over the last few years. So, and of course, the first text we get from Shasky on that is good, overrated. Which,
really? Okay.
He's not a Parag guy, but Shasky's got very strong opinions on the Niners, rightfully so. He lives for that team. So, yeah, I do want to break that news, though, a little bit. Parag Marat leaving the 49ers for Leeds United, which for those who don't know, I believe Jay York has an ownership stake in Leeds United, so not a shock that that's where he's going there. So that's how our show starting off is with more 49ers breaking news. Giants, however, that is what this show is about. Let's get into it. Giants lose 7-0 yesterday. And again, Dan, it was on Apple TV, and I don't have Apple TV, so I didn't really get a chance to watch it. Was following along on my phone, though, doing what I could to keep up what was going on. And Carson Whisenhunt got knocked around a little bit last night, about 3 1/3 innings.
Yeah, he got tagged.
Yeah, gives up 5-6 runs. Just did not go well there. And the reason why it's kind of an important start to see Carson Whisenhunt out there is because, Dan, we are going to see this pitching rotation change a little bit over the next couple days. Robbie Ray probably going to get traded. He had a great final start on Thursday night. Tyler Mahle, even, who's the starting pitcher today for the Giants, he could even be on the trading block. He could be on the move in the next couple of days here. So Carson Whisenhunt is going to get a lot of run in this rotation.
Yeah.
And so he's going to have up nights like he did the other last weekend against the Angels, where he had a pretty solid outing on that Friday night. Then you're going to have outings like last night where he's going to get roughed up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's disappointing because you need one of these young arms to pop, right? You need somebody, and obviously there's a maturation process and you have to exert some level of patience, but you just hope whether it's him or one of the kids that's yo-yoing back and forth just for the sake of the Giants and their future. And you thought that maybe Whisenhunt, and it's not to say he's not on course to potentially be that guy, but that was a major setback yesterday. And I guess, and I obviously defer to people who know these sort of things, but I guess his changeup is obviously his out pitch, but apparently he doesn't have anything to supplement that with.
No, he's a two-pitch guy right now. He's a fastball changeup guy, and the changeup is good, but the problem with the fastball is when it comes into the low 90s and you don't have that ability to truly locate it, you're going to be a vulnerable pitcher.
Yeah, so that's interesting. And I think just getting back to Mahle and just talking about the trade deadline, I think there's no doubt that he's out the door. And the fact that he's been pitching well of late only bodes well for San Francisco. And obviously Robbie Ray doing what it is that Robbie Ray's been doing and lowering that ERA. Although I was reading this article where it's like obviously a team that's going to trade for Robbie Ray will do this. They'll vet him and they'll go through this as far as looking at his numbers. His walks are a little bit, and his strikeout ratio isn't necessarily where you'd want it to be. So while he's going to fetch you a bag, I think it's a little deceptive when you look at sort of his numbers and his ERA that jump out to you. And obviously he's been so effective of late. But nevertheless, I think Mahle and you would just like to see that Carson Whisenhunt now getting an opportunity would do much better than he did last night. Not a good sign.
Yeah, focusing on Robbie Ray, the walks thing, this is something I remember bringing up last year when Ray got off to that great start, that all-star caliber start. I mean, he did earn that all-star nod last year, and that was great to see. But something I kind of pointed out last year, unfortunately, was that walk rate that you mentioned there, Dan. And there's a lot of situations last year where, guys were getting on base via the walk, and he was really good at getting out of trouble there. You can't just consistently play with fire like that, though, and not get burned. And towards the second half, he got burned a little bit. Again, not like into disastrous levels, but that is a very valid hole in his game, Dan. And we've seen we've seen outings this year where Robbie's cruising along for 2, 3, 4 innings, and then all of a sudden that fifth inning comes along. He walks the first 2 guys, and an inning starts to go sideways there. It is a flaw in his game, and it is why he is probably a 2 or a 3 starter at best. But he's still a left-handed starter who can strike guys out, who can get guys out in other ways. That carries value at this trade deadline because pitching is always at a premium, and that's why Tyler Mahle is being floated around. I don't think you're going to get a massive return for a guy like a Tyler Mahle, but teams are going to be interested.
Yeah, and just to get back to Robbie Ray, well, the walks are problematic. The thing about him that you have to keep in mind is that he has the guile to get out of it. Now, if it's a younger pitcher that's giving up walks, he could just explode, right? Like it's, oh, man, I got ducks on the pond again, and then he just completely unwinds. He has the wherewithal because he has that veteran sort of, ability to get himself out of those jams. So while it's a concern, I think also the fact that he's been around the corner and back is something that bodes well in terms of his trade value is concerned. Another guy that I'm sure we'll get into, but Harrison Bader was also somebody that I heard Philadelphia was interested in because he had played in Philadelphia.
Really?
He has history with Philadelphia. They could use an outfielder, and they were eyeing Harrison Bader. So, while we can laugh and giggle at the fact that this coconut was on a scooter running into a fire truck down at the Balboa Cafe, there is a sort of a serious overtone that this guy could have actually provided something for you in return on what I see is right now there's no inroads for this guy to play center field. Not with the emergence. We can get into Grant McCray. He's become my new favorite Giant.
Oh, I love Grant McCray. He's a fun guy, too, just to chat with. My first legitimate exchange with him was back in spring training. He saw me wearing my Miami Hurricanes jacket, and he's like, oh, yeah, I grew up in South Florida, and so we talked a little Canes football together for a little bit, and you know me, Dan, if you want to talk Canes football with me, your ace is in my book there. So, but yeah, I like Grant McCray, and I think Risotto had the best line when it come to Grant McCray. If only he could hit.
Well, he is a little bit more.
Yeah.
A little bit. He's going the other way.
I didn't realize he got his first hit just a couple games ago of the season. I didn't realize he had an offer.
No, his first home run.
His first home run. Sorry, his first home run. Okay, that sounds more correct. Yeah.
No, he's actually been going the other way. Hey, listen, man, just give him some reps because, to your point, he's got a little tood. I like that. There's a self-confidence.
He's got some swagger to him.
Yeah, and I like that on my baseball team.
It was funny. After what was it? I guess the 24 season, Steven. Grant said at the end of the year that he was excited about the outfield because it was going to be him, it was going to be Jung-Hoo Lee, and he mentioned someone else, but he didn't mention Elliot Ramos. And our guy Ruderman, it was Yaz. Yeah, he's like Yaz's. So Grant's like, yeah, we got me, we got Yaz, we got Jung-Hoo Lee. We're going to have a great outfield next year. This was in 2024. And our guy Steven Ruderman, who will be calling in at some point in this show.
Ruderman getting a mention in the first hour.
I want to give Ruderman some run today with the trade deadline coming up. I want to hear him, all of his trade deadline takes. He might be the A-chair for a segment today, Dan. But he was just so angry afterwards. How's Grant McCray going to put himself above Elliot Ramos? And I was just like, dude, relax, all right? He probably just mentioned, no, he should have said that Ramos is going to be in there. He's not better than Ramos. And so, I'm curious to see where Ruderman is at on Grant McCray.
So speaking of Elliot Ramos, and this is just reading way too much into it, and because we have a 3-hour show, I may as well go here as fodder. But Ramos got pulled from last night's game. He played.
So did Arias, yeah.
And so Arias had cramping, right?
Yes.
So, I don't know. If you're trying to add things up, is there a trade in the? Did they have conversation? Is Elliot Ramos out the door? And obviously, that's what you do. You're not going to risk injury at this point.
I mean, there are people freaking out about Robbie Ray taking a start on Thursday night, even though he wasn't slotted to be traded anytime soon. It's that time of year. It was 2017, going way back here, when the Giants had Eduardo Nunez. They had acquired him from the Twins the year before. And then the camera cuts to him. This is in 2017. A year later, the camera cuts to him around the same time of year, approaching the trade deadline. And the camera cuts to Nunez just hugging everybody in the dugout. And Hank Schulman, who was on the Giants beat at the time for the Chronicle, he's since retired, does some stuff for MLB.com. He tweets out, Eduardo Nunez, hug watch. Because when guys start hugging guys in the dugout, that's when you know, he's out of there. So it's kind of, those are the things you start to look for nowadays. When a guy comes out, is he hugging everyone in the dugout?
Yeah.
Is he giving high fives, handshakes, stuff like that? But again, it was on Apple TV last night, so we have no idea what Arias did. But again, it was cramped. The Giants were losing 7-0. Probably one of those things. Probably one of those things. Hey, better than no hits.
Yeah.
Shout out Dylan Cease, who couldn't make it happen. But
I think getting back to Elliot Ramos, I just think that the more you read about what's happening, especially in the American League, where as much as, left-handed pitching, as you mentioned, is a premium this time of the year, also are big right-handed bats. A guy at least who has the potential of somebody from the right side of the plate who can do damage. There's a lot of outfields in the American League, which is tightly bunched as far as wild cards and playoff positioning. So there's a lot of value with Elliot Ramos. I'd hate to see him go.
I mean, I'd hate to see him go too. And we talked to Justice De Los Santos of the Bay Area News Group yesterday. We'll hear from him on this during the show. He's got this whole thing that came out in Bay Area News Group, whichever, East Bay Times, Mercury News, whichever one of those you subscribe to. He's got a piece in it. It came out yesterday, so I encourage everyone who has a subscription to go check it out. He basically did the case for and against trading Elliot Ramos, because I think there's good arguments for each one. And he is a young player. He's 26. He's got some pop, very athletic. He's improving on defense. He's a guy that can hit anywhere in your lineup. And he's under team control till 2029.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's a stupid valuable player to have right now So why would the Giants give that up? Well, as you just said, Dan, there's a lot of teams that need outfield help right now. Looking around the league, I look at teams like the White Sox, who are in the mix. They need outfield help. Cleveland, I think, could absolutely use a guy like Elliot Ramos. I think he would be a perfect fit for that team. The Tampa Bay Rays, I don't know if Ramos would want to go there because that catwalk already robbed him of one home run. I don't know if he wants to go back and take another risk of having that call mixed up there. I think the Yankees are in the need for an outfield bat because they don't know what's going on with the health of Aaron Judge right now. Hey, Elliot Ramos, can you go replace Aaron Judge? The Mariners, another team, the Twins, Phillies just need hitters. Like, the Phillies absolutely just need anybody who could swing a bat they need. The Braves, I think, could be a fit. So, like, there is a lot of teams out there that could use an Elliot Ramos. And there are teams out there that probably could have used a Harrison Bader. Unfortunately, that's just not going to happen there. And, oh, my God, getting back into that Bader thing. That's interesting that the Phillies were in on him. Yeah. He hasn't done, really, ever since that grand slam against the A's, he hasn't really done anything. The plantar fasciitis flared up, and that is a frustrating injury, having that happen. But this guy, he was supposed to visit a foot specialist this week.
I can't help but laugh.
And it's just, the first thing I thought of, Dan, when I saw what time it happened at, I think 2:04 is the official time is when it happened. I just thought of, here's your obscure reference of the day, that How I Met Your Mother episode from season 1, nothing good ever happens after 2 a.m.
We're talking about 2:04, yeah, thank you. 2:04 in the morning.
Nothing good ever happens at 2 a.m. I mean, again, I know he's on the injured list, so he's not playing the next day, but at the same time, like, dude, there's a day game the next day. You're out bar hopping at 2 in the morning, drunkenly riding scooters around. Like, this team gave you $20 million spaced over 2 years to play baseball for them. The San Francisco Giants are paying you to play baseball for them. This is straight up on the level of Jeff Kent popping wheelies on his motorcycle during spring training back in 2002. The only difference is Harrison Bader can't say that he was washing his truck this time because there were people there to see it happen. You know, maybe he could say that I was trying to wash the fire truck. No, if you were you weren't washing the fire truck. You can't say that as an excuse. So, like, he did this in college. He did do this those Florida Gators, man. Can't trust them. Bad times in the swamp.
Here's where I want to go with this. So, on the heels of what happened with Kyle Shanahan, where you broke the news, was that last Saturday?
Literally, to start the show, it's like, good morning, everyone. Let's talk Giants baseball. How about that win? Oh, hold on a second. Literally, Dan, as the show open was playing is when I got the Twitter notification from Adam Schefter being like, hey, check out this Nick Wagner story.
And what was the first thing that popped in our heads? Was like, did that happen this morning? Was that last night? And I was like, no.
It was 11 days ago.
It was 11 days ago, which is really odd, which has led to this sort of, why did you sit on it? Was there a cover-up? What are you covering up?
At least this time it wasn't 11 days, yeah.
But it's almost the polar opposite, but that of the San Francisco Giants, who almost unveiled so much information so as to let the public know how much of a bozo this guy is. Granted, it's just the facts, as they say in Dragnet, just the facts, ma'am. But it's interesting how they control sort of the PR vibe in one camp as opposed to the other. San Francisco, and there's a lot of people that still believe, especially at the network level, that there's some sort of a conspiracy here. There's another shoe that's going to drop because why would you sit on something for a week? And here the San Francisco Giants are like, here's everything that happened to our bozo center fielder. So if we move off of this guy, you'll know why. And also maybe to drum up some public sentiment as to some sort of, guns out and knives out and directly pointing at one Harrison Bader. It's interesting how things are handled in one camp as opposed to the other in terms of too much information and not enough information.
Yeah. Again, you bring up the Kyle Shanahan comparison on there, and that is a very good comparison there. And again, the Niners did explain why they waited so long, and this is from the ESPN story on it. According to multiple sources familiar with the Niners thinking, the delay in announcing the crash came because of multiple factors. They considered the timing of the accident to be during a dead period in the NFL news before training camp began, but they also wanted to give Shanahan time to deal with the ongoing concussion symptoms. The team was also hoping to gather more information while allowing the authorities to work out any lingering legal details, the source has said. If that middle line there, they wanted to give Shanahan time to deal with the ongoing concussion symptoms. For your head coach of 9 years going into 10 years, I absolutely do, I understand and sympathize with that reasoning there. That's a guy you want to protect because of how important he is to the organization, how important he has been to the organization, how important he will be to the organization going forward. There are certain allowances that people in that kind of a position get. Maybe it's fair, maybe it's not. It's the world we live in. For Shanahan, it's understandable why you would want to maybe parse some of these details as they come out. Harrison Bader is not on the level of Kyle Shanahan. This is a guy, it's his first year in this area. He does not have the cachet that Kyle Shanahan has. So when he does something knuckleheaded like that, it's all going to come out right away because you haven't earned that protection. Now, there is a question of just this thing happened Sunday morning. I didn't see him at the ballpark on Sunday at all, but that's not unusual. You know, sometimes guys are, you know, the media, we only have so much availability in the clubhouse and around these teams, especially on Sunday. Sunday, it's not as busy as often. I mean, some guys take infield and stuff on Sunday, but, you know, sometimes guys are more behind the scenes on Sunday, whether they're getting treatment or they're in the weight room or they're in some other area that we as media are not allowed to go to. So it's not uncommon for me to not see a guy on any given day. I mean, there's days I don't even see Logan Webb in the clubhouse. That doesn't mean that Logan's off somewhere else, you know, gallivanting somewhere. It just means that he's in a different part of the ballpark. So yeah, I didn't see Bader that day. Talked to some other people. They didn't see Bader that day. I don't know if Bader was around the ballpark on Monday. But yeah, then Tuesday comes along, and that's when it all gets broken. Yeah, it is kind of curious as to why, I don't know, maybe they didn't have the details on Sunday. Maybe they didn't even know on Sunday. Because again, this is at 9, 10 in the morning is when we're all showing up to the ballpark. So 8 hours have passed since first contact with the fire engine. But Monday
sounds ridiculous.
But Monday, I guess we didn't hear about it. Maybe they're just trying to figure out the details of it. I don't know. Listen, I'm just glad it didn't take 11 days to get this story out.
You know, so I got a question for you. So I was talking to Ken Luttrell yesterday, who was producing our show, and Ken, who also has access to we all have access, but he's down in the locker room, maybe not as frequently as you. And he was saying Bader's just not good people. He was just, maybe I'm putting this out there for public consumption, and I shouldn't, but Ken was just like, yeah, you know what? Not necessarily the most popular, or maybe it was a personal thing. He's like, yeah, I don't know. He sort of blew me off and just created an image of he's not the most likable personality. I'm curious as to your sort of interactions.
Again, I haven't really gotten a chance to get to know him as a person this year, so I don't want to speak too much on who he is as a person. I mean, there's other players who I've gotten to know who, you know, I think are great people, like Casey Schmidt, absolute delightful human being to talk to. Matt Gage, this is somebody I brought, like, you know, I'll stand for Matt Gage any day. Why? Because I just think he's a cool guy to chat with. You know, I think I've said it on the show, Dan. You've asked me how I cover this team and stuff like that. Like, when you get to know these players personally, it makes you more of a fan, I think, for me. Like, I become more of a fan because I root for the team, but I also root for these players as well. I never really got a chance, I never got a chance to truly chat with, talk with Bader. Part of that is how available he is, stuff like that. So I can't speak to him as a person, but yeah, no, it's kind of hard for me to speak for him as a person because, again, I just don't know.
All right.
But yeah, I saw him occasionally interact
with the Giants.
I don't think so. It's the fit with the Giants always seem interesting. I have seen him chat. So his locker is in the same corner as Elliot Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Drew Gilbert. I have seen him interacting with Drew Gilbert during the season. You know, veteran player chatting with the younger player, one of those things. I'll say this: I think Bader's a guy who definitely enjoys being around his teammates. It's just my theory of him. I think he likes being around his teammates. I don't think he's a guy who really is like itching to chat with media types, which, you know, he's not the first guy to be like that. I remember actually the first time I met Bader was back in spring training. He had just gotten done with the World Baseball Classic, and he was showing up for his official start of spring training, or he was returning to spring training, and I was, you know, waiting outside the clubhouse because I was there a little bit early. So I was waiting for him to open the clubhouse, and he walks up, and I just went up and I was like, hey, Harrison, nice to meet you. I'm Sam Lum, 95.7 The Game. Oh, hey, nice to meet you, man. And then he just kept on going.
Well, that's Ken's experience.
Yeah. I was like, oh, cool, nice to meet you, man. And I'm not expecting like, oh, wow, Sam Lum, it's so nice to meet you. I wasn't expecting that. But, you know, I figured, yeah, we're probably going to be talking to each other throughout the year. Should probably get to know him now. And then it's like, oh, well, you know what? Maybe he's just not a guy who likes talking to the media.
Well, I think let's just say he was at 100%. I think that in the pecking order, I'd rather see a Drew Gilbert, Grant McCray sort of combination there. I mean, the little we saw of him, and again, in the beginning of the year, nobody was hitting, but he was one of those guys that wasn't making any contact. So,
I mean, I always thought that the fit...
Any chance you outlaw scooters?
Oh, I will know. I won't. Seeing as I use the scooter to get to work, no, please don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter Pence sort of is a guy that I think sort of brought the scooter to San Francisco. But it's just, or maybe you can make an addendum for certain players. Like if you have that history at the collegiate level, maybe there's a clause in the contract. Like
the fact it was probably one of those rent-a-scooters too. Like you gotta get your own scooter. Don't.
Bob Melvin used to ride one.
I know it. You know who else used was Gabe Kapler. I remember one time
that's a perfect fit.
I was walking back to my car when I was parking at Pier 30. I was walking back to my car at Pier 30, and I turned around and see a guy scootering towards me, and it's like, wow, it's kind of a big guy. And then who scoots by me other than one Gabe Kapler?
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, Gabe, what's up? Hello, Sam. This is my scooter. That's not what he said. But back to Bader really quick before you hit the break. It's just the fit with Bader never really made sense to me on this team when you had a lot of younger outfielders coming up already. I mean, when he got to a rough start this season, and there's a lot of, where's Drew Gilbert? Can we see more Drew Gilbert? And since Bader's gone down to plantar fasciitis, I like seeing Drew Gilbert out in center. I like seeing Graham McCray out in center. I like seeing Victor Barracoto out in center. I like seeing Jonah Cox out in center. All four of those guys have potential to contribute to the Giants' future beyond this year and next year.
The future!
Harrison Bader is not a part of that. Harrison Bader is a place filler, and for 1 year, I would have been okay with it. For 2 years, it's just he goes from space filler to space waster at that point from a roster building standpoint. And he could have undone a lot of that by performing better at the plate. But at the same time, when you're rehabbing an injury and then you have something like this happens, what it tells me is just how seriously are you taking it? Now, he's a professional athlete. He's been at this for a long time. My guess is he does take things seriously. But we on the outside looking in, if we're looking at this, the perception we're getting is, do you even care, dude? You're supposed to be getting healthy to get back on the field, and then you do something like this. Do you care? Let's keep this conversation going on the other side. Plus, Giants got some deadline decisions they got to make in the next few days. The guy making them, Buster Posey. How big of a weekend and how big is Monday going to be for Buster? Because, he hasn't played, Dan, since 2021, but he still needs to hit a home run. So hopefully we'll do that. We'll continue on the other side. It is the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. That's Dan Devone. I'm Sam Lubman. We're coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. More Giants talk coming up next. Brought to you by Fairmont Bank, here for you, here for good.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
That's Alina's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Dylan.
I actually used to manage a parts department for a car dealership, and we would get stuff from Rock Auto if I couldn't get it from my dealership suppliers. You pick the year, you go through all the drop-down menus, and it just makes it really easy to navigate and see what you want. Like a wheel bearing, for instance, for a Corvair that I have. Rock Auto's catalog made it really easy to find that specific one that I was looking for.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour. Coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
The Game. Now back to the best Giants talk in the Bay. The Orange and Black Weekend Wrap on 95.7 The Game.
We are 95.7 The Game. We are also the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. Got our new guy, Victor, learning his way on the board. He's getting there. Poor Victor, man. He drew the short straw this week, so my normal board op on the morning roast, Carter Chickering, he is going out on baby leave again. Baby leave part 2 for him.
Oh, they're having another one.
No, he's not having another one. I guess it's just part 2 of caring for the current one.
How does that work?
I have no idea. But unfortunately, poor Victor, he drew the short straw. He's going to have to be filling in on the morning roast with us a couple times this week. It's Victor, I believe you're with us Monday and Friday this week. And then I think, then Ken drew the short straw for the other 3 days. So enjoy the wake up, Victor. You'll never get used to it. He's trying to get on there. Risotto's helping him out.
I'm here.
There you go. There he is.
Yeah, of all the buttons you want to figure out is
it's the one that makes you talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Make that mic go live. Forget about everything else. I'm
putting you on the spot now so we can get this all over with now. So that way when one of the Joes do it next week, you'll be ready to go.
Oh, it's all good. Let's do it.
There we go. Awesome. So that's Victor, our new guy there. He's been picking it up pretty quickly, though. And so Victor, he's one of the guys. We were supposed to do a weekend with the Ballers tomorrow, actually. The morning roast was. unfortunately, that fell apart, just scheduling-wise. Didn't work out. It happens in the radio. And Risotto's going to be a part of it, too. But, yeah, Victor was one of the guys who was going to jump in and be our video people for it. But, unfortunately, it did not come to pass. But way to step up, Victor. That's how you get points here at the station.
I got your back, man.
Anyway, talking Giants here on the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. Sam Lum and Dan Devone. We got a couple of directions we can go here. Because, again, last segment we talked about, some Ramos trade rumors. And, of course, the knucklehead of the week, Harrison Bader, crashing his scooter into a fire truck. I don't know, was the fire truck parked or not?
I don't know, but so he was at the Balboa Cafe.
Yeah, he heard he shut it down.
Intimately familiar with.
I guess it's right around the corner from Carter Chickering's place.
Well, it's right next door to a fire station.
Yeah.
Literally 2 doors down from a fire station. So that thing could have been parked because they're parked all over the street. They usually have them out in the driveway. Yeah. I'm assuming what he did is, I want to say that's Greenwich, I believe. I think he probably peeled out of Greenwich and was going down the sidewalk, and that's usually where they're sort of blocking the sidewalk because they're usually in the quote-unquote driveway is where they have their big fire truck rigs. I have no idea, but...
Risotto, it looked like you had a nugget to add on.
Yeah, according to SFist, the news website.
SFist?
Yes.
Yeah.
They said that it occurred in the Cow Hollow area in the vicinity at Greenwich and Fillmore Streets.
There you go.
And apparently after he crashed into the back of the fire engine, the wheel rolled over his foot. So he got run over by the fire truck.
Come on, man.
Wait a minute. Well, let's just break this down. First of all,
this is the part of me that's trying to figure out. So, was the fire truck moving or not?
So they are the only publication to report this, but apparently the wheel rolled over his foot. I don't know what that means.
So it had to have been moving.
He got transported via ambulance. He was on it the next day. He had a scheduled appointment in Indianapolis for his plantar.
Oh, was that Sunday he was supposed to be there?
Yeah, for his plantar.
I thought it was supposed to take place during the week. I know it was supposed to be that Sunday.
The next day he was supposed to be for his plantar fasciitis, and he ended up making the flight and still getting to Indianapolis.
Yeah, he was going to his flight, essentially.
So that explains why I didn't see him in the ballpark then those last couple days. All right, now the mystery's coming together. All right.
Well, not really.
No, not quite. But
I mean, how do you get run over?
Well, I know why I didn't see him the next day then. I guess that part
So
of the
are you
mystery
telling me he got run over by a fire truck? Is that essentially how this breaks down?
He's on the phone right now. But yeah, that is what it sounds like. You know what I'm shocked about, Dan, in this world where everyone has a camera on their person?
Yeah.
How has that video not come out?
Well,
so at some point we got to maybe get that. But Harrison, just so disappointing. So disappointing there.
It's par for the course if you think about this season.
I mean, really is. It really is. And what's frustrating about this, Dan, is it's another list. It's another item on the list of all these reasons why the Giants this season have it's almost, they've taken a credibility hit, so to speak. And this was an organization that you would look at, even through the ups and down times, they still operated like a credible baseball organization. They still operated, it comported themselves as a team with respect.
It was the model for a while.
It was, and this season, you're seeing that just not happen at all. It's with Bader, with this whole accident here, and it creates an image of just are you taking this seriously or not? There's the Rafael Devers, finger wag at Tony Vitello, and there's been times when Rafi's just not run out ground balls. Our boss, Matt Nahigian, loves posting videos of Rafi not running hard to first base on balls.
By the way, did you see that? He had a little fister to right field right in front of Tatis 2 nights ago, and he did not leave the box.
No, he didn't.
Tatis had
That's the one that Matt Nahigian, he took a video of and posted. It's right? How is he not running it out? And there's another one against the White Sox. There was a pop-up in the infield. He just kind of, trotting down the first base line. The ball ends up dropping because the infielders lost it in the sun, and he almost got thrown out on it. A ball that was up in the air for a good, 10 seconds, it felt like, and Rafi beat it by a step. And so it's moments like that reflect poorly on this organization. And then that gets into the guy with the largest contract this team has ever given out in its entire history, and that is Willy Adames. And the frustrations with Willie have been very well chronicled over the last year and a half. And I have tried to be a big defender of Willy Adames, as I said that the beginning part of the season, Dan, I'm going down the ship with Willy Adames. I'm dressed up like gentlemen. We're going to go down with this Willy Adames ship. That's not the quote. It's dressed in our Sunday best and prepared to go down the ship like gentlemen. That's the line. That's really hard to do these days because there's, again, the Gatorade celebrations we've all gotten tired of. There's the moment where we forgot the outs against the Dodgers. There's a moment a few weeks earlier when you get a little too friendly with the Rays players on the bases. And then that gets us into what happened last night on the broadcast where, again, I ended up seeing the replay, but word got out, and let me get the actual quote here so we have it right here. But word got out basically that Willy Adames has not really been working with Ron Washington on defensive drills. And the quote that was said on the broadcast last night, Wash says it's been a little bit harder for Adames to commit to the work day in and day out. That's when talking about doing the defensive drills that Ron Washington does before games. Now, he usually does these drills, Dan, before a lot of fans show up so they don't see them, but I've posted videos of them on Instagram. I got videos on my phone. Basically, he does these quick, 5, 10, 15-minute long exercises with his infielders to, just basically get them warmed up. Little drills that hone their defensive skills, play hops, stuff like that. I see Bryce Eldridge out there every day working with them. You've seen the results out there. I've seen Luis Arias working with him every day. We've all, of course, seen those results. Casey Schmidt is a frequenter of working with Wash before games. Jonah Cox has even been taking a lot of time. I love watching Jonah Cox work with Ron Washington because Cox just seems so excited to be, getting trained up to be an infielder.
Not bad at third base. No,
they've thrown him in at second base a couple times too, Coxie. I mean,
that's where I think he's going to end up.
He wants to be that super utility guy. Justice De Los Santos was on this yesterday. He said as much that Cox wants to be that guy. So you see a lot of guys with an enthusiasm on this team, a lot of guys on this team with an enthusiasm to work with Ron Washington. I want to get Risotto's take on this too, because Risotto's been to a few games that I haven't been at. I've seen Willy Adames working with Wash maybe a handful of times this year. Risotto, how often do you see Willy working with Wash?
It's occasionally. I mean, it's not as much as, let's say, Casey Schmidt or Bryce Eldridge, especially Bryce Eldridge. Bryce has been great at first base, and I think it's a testament to his work with Wash, but he's not there very often, to your point.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the bigger question I have, and the name that you guys have left out, is Matt Chapman doing it as well. And the reason why I ask, is this something that's more sort of dedicated and aimed at the younger players who need the work? The veterans don't necessarily take it as seriously.
No, I've seen Chapman working with Wash too. Now, again, Chapman, I think, gets to the ballpark before a lot of other people.
Every day he's working, Chapman.
Yeah.
He is, okay.
Oh, yeah. I've seen him taking the most infield work before games as well. If I were to list the guys on this team who's I do not question your work ethic for 1 second, that list is Luis Arias, it's Logan Webb is on that list, and Matt Chapman is on that list.
Isn't Eliot Ramos up there?
Ramos is up there too. I mean, he's putting a lot of great work in, I think, not with Wash because obviously Ramos isn't an infielder, but Ramos is up there. Jung-Hoo Lee, I think, has an incredibly high work ethic, which you've seen with the work he's put in right field. To your point, Matt Chapman, I do not question his work ethic at all whatsoever. But Dan,
it's not the work ethic. I guess I'm asking specifically: is he doing work with Wash?
I believe so. Again, it just might be at a time when I'm not seeing it, but I have seen him working with Wash. But I see Chapman doing so much work before games that.
So then Adames is the only guy who's not doing it on the same sort of consistent basis.
And Rafi, I see Rafi about as often with Wash as well. Though Rafi, from what we expected him to be at first base last year to what he is at now,
not bad.
It's hard for me to really shake a stick at the results. You know what, Rafi, if you're not working with Wash every day, but I'm still seeing you play passable defense at first base, that's fine. With Willy Adames, though, it's not just the fact that, he's not putting in this work as much with Ron Washington. Again, he's putting in some of the work, maybe not all of the work, though. But then he goes out and just some of the errors he's had this year he had that flip play on Thursday night in the 9th inning where he tried to do a flip to Basabe at second. No, it was Wednesday. Wednesday, he does that flip to Basabe at second.
A punt.
Yeah, it was just 10 feet above him, or Bryce Eldridge would have had trouble bringing that flip down. When you see defensive gaffes like that, Dan, it's just, again, We asked the question in the last thing about Bader. When you crash your scooter, it makes me wonder how seriously you're taking this. That's for a 2-year, $20 million player. This is the highest contract that this team has ever given out. And these are the reports that we're hearing about him. Like that is not good, Dan. That is not good at all.
No. That's not what you want to hear. The other thing about him in terms of his offense, and I think his defense has always been sort of, it's not suspect, but he's always been sort of mediocre.
He's not going to be winning any Gold Gloves.
And that's the way he was with Milwaukee. But then again, you think about Arise, who was not even mediocre. I think he was considered as sort of a liability in the field. And then he's worked at his game and obviously worked with Washington, has got much better. So you could say that it could have been the same for Adames had he put in the work with Ron Washington. But I guess the point that I would make out when it comes to him and his offense is like he's such a Deadpool guy. Like at some point, obviously, people are going away, right? Like they'll just pitch him away knowing that he has no plate discipline with that pitch. And if he could just learn to hit oppo, go to right field or go to right center field, like you wouldn't, as young as Eldridge is, you couldn't pitch him away because he has great power and he likes to go.
He had a great opposite field hit on Thursday night.
But Adames, you just wonder, like, where's the discipline? Where's the ability to adjust to where it is that they're pitching you? And do you have no ability to want to go to right field? Are you just simply one of those guys who're just like, yeah, I'm dead pull. That's what I do.
It seems like half the time, Dan, when he steps into the batter's box, his goal is, I'm going to plant one in the seats. That's just what it seems like half the time when he gets in there. And that's either, generously speaking, you're trying to play hero ball. You're trying to put the team on your back maybe a little bit too much. You're, a little too much try hard, as Tony Vitello likes to say. Or if you want to look at it in a negative fashion, you're just trying to pad your stats. And if it helps the team, great. But you're just trying to pad your own numbers because you want your numbers at the end of the year to match up with all the other numbers on your baseball card. And yes, Willy Adames did snap the 30 home run drought last year. In the last day of the year, they put him in leadoff spots. They want to give him a chance to do it. And it was important for Willie to snap that drought. He wanted to end this whole nonsense of the Giants not having a 30 home run hitter.
Well, since Bonds.
Yes, not having a 30 home run hitter since Bonds. And that was really awesome that he ended that. But how he did it, though, he had a big home run push in September during a time when the Giants just weren't in it. And so when a lot of your numbers come in a time when it does not matter, sure, the numbers look cool at the end of the day, but what are those numbers doing to serve the team right now? And when your numbers are more seen to be serving yourself than the team, then yeah, you're going to get the side-eye treatment a little bit. And then when you're not working with one of the best infield coaches in the game today, again, it's just all these things stack up to where, like, Willie, you're expected to be a big figure and a big player in this clubhouse, and these actions don't suit that.
What are the chances that Adames, Chapman, and now that we're here, now that it's D-Day, what are the chances of one of these guys moving in the next 48 hours?
Absolutely zero. I hate to depress Giants fans on that one.
And that's because there's no takers?
I don't think there's any takers on it. I think one of them, I think it was Rosenthal yesterday, sent out it was someone from CBS Sports. I'm spacing on the name right now, but someone from CBS Sports put it out yesterday, basically that, yeah, the Giants are getting no interest on that. And
even for Chapman?
Well, I mean, if Chapman was healthy right now, I think it's easier to move him.
Well, he's going to be back. I mean, it's not as though he's out for the season like Casey Schmidt.
But I mean, I think
when is he? I thought he was coming back
potentially this weekend.
It was supposed to be last weekend. So
I mean, I don't know. I've also heard they want to do him on I've heard so many conflicting reports on this. And Risotto, I think maybe Thursday night before the game, Tony said something about Chapman's health. If you want to go back and find that pregame scrum and see if we can get some updates there.
Get on it, please.
Making our guy do some producing here on the fly. But I've heard last weekend it was, he's going to be out longer than people want. Justice was on yesterday. He said there's an outside chance he could be playing today or tomorrow even. So I don't know what's going on with Matt Chapman, but I think if he was healthy, it would have been a lot easier for him to get dealt.
I don't know if the health should factor into it if he's going to be back, and it's just the abductor, and it's not as though we're talking about an ACL and Achilles heel tear. So I don't know.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but my guess is that's going to drive a lot of suitors away.
Yeah, that's tough.
With Devers, again, it's just that, and that's the thing, like these kind of contracts that these three guys have rarely get moved in season. That's why, it's the Giants, I say, they rescued the Red Sox last year when they took this deal, and no one's coming to save the Giants for two reasons. Reason number one being what I just said, these kind of contracts do rarely get moved in season.
Yeah.
Teams right now, if they're adding at the deadline, they're adding a guy who's either going to be a free agent after this season or maybe there's another year of control after that. You very rarely see teams in contention gunning for a playoff spot adding a guy with 5 more years of control like that.
9.
Yeah, because Adames has 5 more years. This isn't the same as
talking about Rafi.
Oh, Rafi, yeah. I'm talking Adames, Rafi, whoever. Like, there's a difference between adding a guy like Ramos who's got 3 years of team control but on the cheap versus a guy like a Devers or Adames who's got more than 3 years for more than cheap. Like, it's not cheap. It's more expensive than cheap. I don't think those words really work together.
Yeah, I think, boy, it's tough because it becomes an albatross at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I really think so.
The Giants got 3 of those now.
Yeah.
And then reason number 2 why I'm not very optimistic these guys are getting moved is there's a lockout coming. And we have no idea how long that lockout's going to be. I'm bracing for the worst. Ruderman, when he gets on at some point, he'll say that I believe there will be baseball next year. I don't know how many games. But we also don't know what the salary structure is going to look like. And so taking on a fat chunk of money at a time when how money is utilized in Major League Baseball is going to be changed a lot. A lot of teams I can't see wanting to jump on massive contracts like that for players who, this isn't so much for Rafi, but for William Chapman, aren't playing up to what those contract figures say.
So when we think about the trade deadline, obviously Arise, Robbie Ray, maybe Elliot Ramos. I mean, the potential of Jung Hoo Lee's been bandied about. I don't see that. But so we're talking about those guys, and I think anybody in that bullpen, and I mean anybody, could go. The thing about trading pitchers is that you need to replace them with somebody, right? So you can't just get rid of that entire bullpen. You need somebody to come in and close games. You got to fill out a roster. So I'm just sort of curious as we sort of prognosticate as to what's going to happen here in the next 48 hours. Because while they say nobody's safe, I mean, realistically, it's going to be a couple of guys for certain. And then I think just about everybody in that bullpen. Do you see any surprises that we're not talking about at this point?
The one that would probably surprise me the most would be a Jung Hoo Lee trade, actually. That's one that would kind of surprise me. Just because, what his value is to the team now or what his value is elsewhere. I think the Giants are very intent on keeping him. But if a team did come in and swoop in and be like, yeah, we want Jung Hoo Lee, that would kind of surprise me here. What
do you have to give the San Francisco Giants to turn their head for Jung Hoo Lee?
Oh, starting pitching or bullpen help. Like any team that comes to you with starting pitching and bullpen help, you have to take what they're offering seriously. I think so there. As far as the rest of the team, obviously Robbie Ray, gone there. Tyler Mahle could be a guy. You look in that bullpen, Caleb Killian's a name that could pop up.
Those dudes are all gone. Like if you can get somebody for any one of this, there's not one person that has any security in that bullpen.
The only guy in that bullpen that I would keep right now amongst the healthy ones, actually, okay, there's 2 guys. Dylan Smith and Eric Miller. I would hold on to Eric Miller because I do believe that Eric Miller can be a very, very good setup man. I think he can be a good spot time closer. I've seen it from Eric Miller. I'm probably higher on Eric Miller than most. But, don't clutch Eric Miller, with a death grip. If the team wants Eric Miller. Listen, a lefty reliever that could close, that has the ability to close games, that has a lot of value on the trade market.
I read it.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
So the 49ers keep interrupting.
Oh, more Niner news.
Sam.
The red and gold weekend wrap.
It's all you, Sam.
Yes, this is just coming in from multiple sources here. This is from Adam Schefter regarding Ricky Pearsall. After lengthy discussions with doctors, 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall is expected to go season-ending surgery on the nagging PCL injury that dates back to last season and will be out for the year, John Lynch told reporters. Pearsall is expected to make a full recovery in time for the 2027 season. The injuries just keep coming, Dan.
Well, Ricky Pearsall, didn't we sort of anticipate that?
Well, I think when Deebo Samuel showed up yesterday or Thursday, that kind of was the writing on the wall there with the future of Ricky Pearsall. You know, it's unfortunate, Dan, and so it's not a great look for the Niners right now that he spent all offseason rehabbing this thing and it didn't get anywhere. But yeah, it's Dejon Stribling. No pressure, but just needs you to be wide receiver 2 this year.
Well,
he could be.
I like younger players. I'm all about rookies, man. So I'm excited about that.
So that is, again, I think expected news there. Ricky Pearsall, season-ending surgery there. Is this it for Ricky? I mean, they got one more year on him. Are you closing the book on Ricky? Are you putting the dreaded B word bust on him?
No, I mean, you can do that. I mean, it's no issues with it, but no, you're not. When you say, is this the end of it, meaning you're going to release him? No.
No, I guess do you have any faith that...
No, well, the faith, all that crap is out the door, but he's going to come back to camp. He's going to be 100%, and let's see what you got, and can you win yourself a job?
I suppose so. I mean, that's his 4th year will be next year, and they'll have a decision whether or not to pick up an option for him or not. For a first-round pick, it's a disappointing return.
Yeah, no, it really is. I called him because somebody referred to me as a delicate flower, this guy who swims like he's a beast, and I always feign these injuries. And he looked at me one day and says, Dan, you're a delicate flower. And I'm like, that's sort of applicable to our man Ricky Pearsall. I mean, not that anybody who's taken a bullet in the chest should be a delicate flower, but some people just don't have... They're just not wired that way physically to play football at this level.
Well, what's interesting about Ricky, and we're going to break here in just a moment, but with Ricky, I mean, all these injuries started popping up when he got to the Niners. You know, Dan, you look at what he went through in Arizona State and Florida. He had a foot bruise that he sustained in practice one year in August of 2022 when he was at a preseason camp with the Gators, missed a couple of days of practice, never missed a game, was never on an injury report once in college. Then he comes to the Niners. Again, the gunshot wound aside, that's a beyond football circumstance, so I won't, hold anything there to him on that one. But yeah, the stuff with the knee, I believe it was that Jaguars game last year is when that injury first popped up. I mean, it is just, ever since he arrived, he has just struggled to stay healthy, and that's something that he's not really had to deal with in his football career.
One name that you have to keep in the back of your head as to why you got to give this guy an opportunity is Steph Curry, because there's people that start their career for the first 5 years with an ankle injury, and before you give up on the guy, you just got to, you never know, I guess, is at the end of the day.
That might be the cleanest way you can compare Stephen Curry to Ricky Pearsall right there. Dan, it's a good point, though. It is a good point. Speaking of injuries, there was a lot of them for the Giants this week. Giants are testing the 49ers to see who is more injured. The Giants don't even have a power station to help them out in that regard. We want to talk about a really crappy injury, a couple crappy injuries that happened this week, but also Buster Posey. You were on the clock. We'll get into that conversation on the other side. And this is all brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Turn your sports knowledge into strategy. On Webull's prediction markets, your opinions become tradable positions. Buy yes or no contracts on game outcomes and adjust your position throughout. Watch the market move in real time and even join the conversation in Webull's community as the clock runs down. Beat the final whistle and download the Webull app today to explore prediction markets and get started with less than $1. That's WEBULL on your app store today. Event contract trading involves significant risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Sports-related event contracts are restricted in Nevada and Maryland. Webull Futures LLC is a CFTC registered FCM and NFA member. Event contract accounts are not SIPC protected. Review risks and disclosures before trading. Webull.com/disclosure.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap on 95.7 The Game.
1 hour down, 2 more hours to go. It is the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. And what are we going to get into next? Probably get some calls next. And we just had some breaking news here. Yeah, we got to talk injuries. Just had some breaking news. Ricky Parasol will be undergoing season-ending surgery to repair a troublesome PCL in his left knee, the same knee that he injured last year. And yep, season's already started, and the Niners got a very long injury list. Giants also got a very long injury list. That said, the Giants also have a bit of a head start in accumulating their injuries. And there's 3 notable injuries that happened for the Giants this week. One, of course, was the one we spent a lot of time talking about already. Harrison Bader
on the scooter versus the fire truck. Spoiler alert, the fire truck won. And so Bader's season is over, and the Giants announced last night that as punishment, they are going to suspend payment of his contract until he returns to the field for the team, which, considering as I don't think he's going to be playing again for the rest of the season, I assume that just means he's done getting paid this year.
Makes sense.
And I do believe, and I think John Shea wrote this in the Standard, we're trying to get the details of it, but it is possible, Dan, that the Giants could use this as a way to potentially void the contract. Potentially, I don't know what the details are on that. Again, we're fishing for those details right now. We will get them as soon as we can. Another injury that happened this week, Trevor McDonald. I think we all kind of saw this coming. He exits that game against Kansas City the week prior to this one. He talked about how he had to grip the ball a little bit harder on the slider because of how hot it was and how sweaty he was. And, when you grip the ball a little bit harder, does more pressure on the tendons and the elbow. Bada bing, bada boom. Now you got to get Tommy John surgery. That really sucks. Trevor McDonald, we won't be seeing him probably until 2028 at the earliest. So that's a bummer there. And the injury that really sucked this week, Casey Schmidt. I believe this was Monday night, rounding first base, puts on a hard stop with the brakes, and tears the meniscus in his, I believe it was his right knee on this one. I'm trying to think. Or was it? It's 50-50 chance I'm right on that one. But yeah, his season, they're saying 6 to 8 weeks with him. I think there's about 8 or 9 weeks left in the season.
He's done.
I think that Casey Schmidt is done. Dave Fleming joined us on the Morning Roast earlier this week to talk about it. Here's what Flem had to say about that injury.
If you want to be a little optimistic, the injury was way better than it could have been. Meniscus is a lot better than tearing an ACL, all those injuries now are better than they were 20 years ago. But Casey's still got a chance to come back this year. We'll see how serious the tear is and what they have to do to repair it. But all things considered, I actually thought that was pretty good news.
So yeah, could have been a lot worse. He will be back next year, but that one sucked, Dan, because just in a season that had so few things to be positive about, like Bryce Eldridge, Luis Arias, who were about to lose, and Casey Schmidt. That was like the trifecta of joy for the Giants this year. And come Monday at 3:01, the Giants could be down to just one of those three pillars of happiness that we've had this year. And yeah, that one really sucks, seeing Casey go down.
I agree, but I think all in all, they've been pretty fortunate when it comes to injuries, which is really bad when you think about it, because
you kind of...
Like it's not
in a season like this, you would want them to be hurt.
Well, no,
not want them, but
typically at least the New York Mets, as bad as they were in the beginning of the season, they could point to injuries to key players, including Soto and company. The Giants don't have that excuse. They've been healthy for the most part. Now look at injuries.
And they were without Logan Webb for a month at one point.
And Chapman's been on up, but you know what I mean. If you were to look at all 32 teams, everybody has.
The Niners might have a worse injury report than the Giants right now.
Yeah, and the season hasn't even started. So the San Francisco Giants have been able to avoid, for the most part, serious injuries, despite the fact that they've been so bad.
Yeah. Well, at least not like crippling ones, because again, Ramos did miss some time. As well.
Yeah, but that's going to happen. But there hasn't been anybody who's been on
this is the most noticeable, substantial time missing injury.
And listen, this stuff, it happens in Major League Baseball. So it's not, I don't think that this is, it sucks that it's obviously Casey Schmidt, but I think for the most part, they've been pretty fortunate to be able to dodge this bullet of losing key guys to injuries this year. Especially when it comes to pitchers. Pitchers every single year on every single team.
Yeah.
Starters are going to go down at some point.
Yeah, if it was an ACL, you're looking at him coming back middle of next season. Then he's got to get talking about Schmidt. Yeah. Then he's got to get ramped up. Then he's behind the 8 ball and getting ramped up. It's you hear from players all the time when they don't get their proper spring training, it throws them off timing wise. Big time. Look at Rafi Devers. Rafi was kind of hobbled with a hamstring injury in spring training. He wasn't able to have the spring that he wanted. It took him a month and a half to start becoming Rafi Devers. So, it's, yes, very fortunate that...
what about Arias? Would you bubble wrap him? Because, his hammy, his lower extremities are getting a little cranky. You cannot risk that guy getting dinged in the next 2 games. He becomes your trade commodity at this point. We all agree on that. Is there any chance that you would just sit him and just saying, look, we got to put you in that inflatable sumo suit?
Again, after he exited the game yesterday with cramps, maybe there is something to be said about that. They did throw Robbie Ray out there the other day, and there are some hand-wringing about that. These guys are ball players, though. You know, like their job is to go out and play this game. I see that logic. I'm not really all that worried. I say that, you know, famous last words. I'm not worried about this guy getting hurt. But I understand that logic there, especially again, if you're kind of shaken up by all the injuries that have happened this year, especially when you're hearing reports that, you know, the Luis Arias market might not be, you know, as robust as the Giants might hope, which I was kind of worried about that happening. But we'll see there. But yeah, this Casey Schmidt injury, just the breakout year that he was having and what he could mean to this team. I mean, here's Fleming again, and just on how the Giants view Casey Schmidt going forward.
I think they should view him, my guess will be, is that they're going to view him as the everyday second baseman. As much as we absolutely love Luis Arias, and it's kind of hard to talk about because nobody wants this around the Giants. Nobody wants to be trading Luis Arias away. He is everything they could have possibly asked for in the clubhouse, on the field, leadership by example, hard work, excellent performance. But that's the reality of this season as a pending free agent. And when so many of your young prospects are concentrated at the second base, shortstop, third base positions, it's just really hard to imagine. Arias deserves a multi-year contract. He deserves to be treated like one of the better players in the game. And it's hard to imagine the Giants feeling like that's the best move for the long-term future of the franchise. Add all that up, and it means that Luis Arias is probably in his last few days in a Giants uniform. That stinks. Nobody likes that, but that's the reality. So that said, I think the Giants will view Casey as the everyday second baseman next year. And then, you know, as the young players start to get closer and closer, and they're making progress, but as those guys get closer, then Casey's ability to move around and versatility and all that stuff comes back into play.
So luckily, again, he will be available to be their starting second baseman next year. But damn, man, that was something we were kind of waiting for is with this Arias trade, we were going to see Casey Schmidt playing every day at just one position, that position being second base, and we're unfortunately robbed of that now.
So, well, Koss looks like he'll go over to second base.
Koss will be there. We've seen Basabe there for a bit.
Let me get back to Arias.
Yeah.
I asked you about Jung Hoo Lee. What do you want in return, ideally?
For Arias?
For Arias.
Again, it's everyone is going to be starting pitching. I don't know. Again, the thing with Arias,
but you're not going to get. See, I want picks. I'm not picks. I'm sorry. I want young capital. I want those younger players. I want prospects. I want to continue to
get pitching prospects. I mean, Dan,
so you're talking about starting or pitching prospects. Is that
starting pitch. Like they need big league ready starting pitching. Like guys who are in the minor leagues right now, ready to make that jump. Guys who, you know, in that the Tugboat Wilkinson category. Guys who are ready to make that jump, you know, either right away or, you know, as soon as next year. Because, Dan, they're hitting prospects right now. They're pretty good. Their top four prospects are the four shortstops of the apocalypse, as I like to call them. You know, they got hitting coming up. You know, they got Bo Davidson, Dakota Jordan, Parks Harbor. Like, they got guys who we can look to and see, all right, we'll see them in the lineup eventually someday soon.
It's in good position, comparatively speaking, when you're talking about the minor leagues.
Yes. The future! The position player is good there. The starting pitching, though, Dan, I mean, you look at their starting pitching depth chart right now. Just first off, guys who are on the 40-man. Blade Tidwell, Carson Seymour, Carson Wisdom, who we saw last night. But those are their young starting pitchers that are on their 40-man who we could see the rest of the season. But after that, though, I mean, again, you got Tugboat Wilkinson. The pitching starts to dry up really quickly after that, though. And so they need, again, you do have Jackson Flora, but no, in any of these guys, like starting pitching or bullpen help is your return.
To me, I kind of like what it is that Farhan and company would do when it came to starting pitching is that's where they would spend money. They went out and got Gausman. They went out and got Rodon. They weren't necessarily playing the game of let's get a prospect. They went out and got proven talent. That's what I think the Giants need to do. Now, it just becomes a matter of finances, right? But that's what they need to focus on is to get your next Gausman, Rodon. They actually went and spent money on Snell.
See what you're kind of get the best.
It's
almost like the draft where you want to get the best player available and then use that player to flip them for something that can help you later on.
Exactly.
I get that logic.
But I also want, I think having prospects, get as many as you can. I don't care if you're overloaded at one position. Look at the Los Angeles. You know the Dodgers are going to get 3 Skubal.
Oh,
right?
I'm aware. I've already started to mentally prepare myself for that.
Because there's a need there. We talked about Snell. He's on the shelf over there. Glass now isn't good to go. And Shohei is going to get shut down for the remainder of the season. Do you know, and Pasta, are you out there? Listen to this. This is really, I just read this, and you might know this, Pasta, and you might be aware of this as well, Sam. Do you know who it is that they're going to give up to get Skubal? It's going to be your guy, Tibbs, right?
Of course. No, I've been saying that for all year.
It's going to be Tibbs, but so the Tigers, if you're going to give up, you need somebody, and when it comes to pitching, you need somebody to replace somebody in the rotation. So they're going to get this other guy that they got from, I want to say it was Cincinnati. So essentially what it is, it's going to be every prospect they got in the trade with Dustin May going to the Boston Red Sox and Gavin Lux going to Cincinnati. All of those picks
are going to get them Skubal.
All of those prospects are going to get them Skubal. If I was to tell you a year ago, would you trade Skubal for Gavin Lux and Dustin May? What would you say to me?
That would not be a trade that you would make.
No one would
and yet
make.
Somehow, and this is where
that's what I mean. You got to get picked. Accumulate as much prospect capital as you can. The Dodgers are ahead of the curve when it comes to this sort of thing.
Well, the Dodgers have also had a top 10 farm system since 2008, so they do have a bit of a head start here. The Giants farm system, and farm system rankings are farm system rankings, as Farhan Saidi so
much
famously
now,
said
though.
once time. The Giants farm system's in a great spot right now. And Dave Fleming said as much when he joined us on the roast earlier this week.
You should absolutely be very positive about that. The Giants farm system has had a great year with a capital G. The Giants farm system has been awesome. It's not just winning games down there or whatever. It's true player development. Like if you look at the hitting side in the Giants minor leagues, almost every single notable young player who is a hitter has had a good year and has made improvements on what they've done in the past. Like that is something really good is happening right now in the Giants offensive development pipeline. And whoever gets credit for that, whether it's Randy Wynn or it's the hitting coordinators or the individual hitting coaches, I think the Giants believe they have good people down there, or it's just the Giants have accumulated a lot of good talent. Those things are real.
So again, and Risotto got my ear about this, and Bados Bleacher Report has the Giants ranked as the 6th best farm system, and this was right after the draft. MLB.com, their most recent farm system rankings are before the season, and the Giants are ranked 19th in the MLB preseason rankings. They will usually re-release an updated farm system rankings after the trade deadline when a bunch of prospects have traded hands. So the farm system is moving in a positive direction, which is going to bring us into our bigger conversation of the day. 888-957-9570 is the number you can call us. You can also text us as well, or fire off your answer in the YouTube chat. Maybe I'll actually check it. What does this trade deadline mean for Buster Posey? What kind of a deadline does Buster need to have? Because it's no secret, Dan, Buster Posey's pissed Giants fans off this year. Not just for the off-field stuff, which that's not going to be a part of this conversation, though it is a very real thing that hangs over us. The whole how he handled Pride Night, the not wanting to answer more questions on it, and the whole debacle that was. That is something that sits in the minds of Giants fans when they are evaluating Buster Posey. That's separate from what's going to happen this weekend. That's a whole other arc that you have to go on in terms of dealing with that. But in terms of the baseball side of things, though, Dan, how badly does Buster need to essentially hit a home run on this trade deadline?
Pretty bad. And at some point, we got to talk about Tony Vitello. I know you're a Tony Vitello guy, but that's also sort of...
It's part of the process, yeah.
They're connected. But I think that he's... But the thing is if you're going to get prospects, you won't know, right? So it's not as though, oh, wow, okay, you traded a Rise for a couple of prospects. Good job. You're not going to know for a couple of years or maybe a year at the soonest. So I don't know if you're necessarily going to get that player back where it's a plug and play and good job, Buster. There's not a Rafi Devers coming here where we can make that immediate evaluation, right? So a lot of this is going to be sort of it's going to require some patience when it comes to some of the younger picks. But I think with that being said, if he can move off of, again, as much as daunting as it might be, if he can move off of some of these big contracts, I think that goes a long way in terms of getting on the right side of the Giants fan base.
Even if he doesn't upgrade, even doesn't get off one of those 3 contracts now, which I don't think he does, I still think he can have a successful trade deadline because we more or less saw him do it last year. Dan, let's review what he did last year. Moved Tyler Rogers. In return, he got Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell. Gilbert was the 11th rated prospect for the Mets. Tidwell was the 16th rated prospect. You also got Jose Butto, who, if he hadn't gotten injured this year, I think this Giants bullpen would have been a lot better. I like Butto a lot. You move Camilo Doval. You got starting pitcher Tristan Vreeling back. He was the 19th ranked pitcher in the Yankee system.
Where's he now?
He is, I think he's outside of the Giants' top 30 right now, but he's still within the Giants farm system. I think he's in Double-A right now. So you got him. You got Jesus Rodriguez, who we've seen a lot of this year. Carlos De La Rosa, who was, I believe, a top 30 prospect for the Yankees at the time he was traded. He is 26th right now in the Giants rankings. And you also got Parks Harbor, who I believe MLB.com has him as the 10th rated prospect.
He's a third baseman, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Third baseman, outfielder, hybrid kind of thing.
Kid, yeah.
Saw him a little bit in spring training. I'm intrigued to see what he brings.
He's a little older, I want to say, too.
He
like 24,
is,
maybe?
Parks Harbor is, let me look through my notes here. He is 24 years old, yes. So projected arrival date next year, he is at the AAA level right now.
Hitting 370.
Hitting 370. Yeah. Okay, we might see him sooner rather than later, or maybe not. Actually, Dave Fleming said something really depressing on that note. And then they traded Yaz to the Royals for Junior Marte, who was the 20th rated prospect for the Royals at the time. He is right now 24th in the Giants system. He's at the Double-A level right now. He's 6-5 with a 4.12 ERA and 91 innings pitched. So last year, Buster traded 3 players last year, none of which I would say are A-tier players. And he got 4 top 30 prospects, a couple of interesting hitting prospects, and a big league ready reliever. And we've seen what Drew Gilbert's out there. Cuckoo Gilbert, as you so love to call him. He's been a shot of energy. Blade Tidwell, we'll probably get to see a lot more of him last 2 months of the season. So Buster Posey shipped off 3, decent pieces last year and still got a very, very good haul. With a Robbie Ray this year, with a Luis Arias this year, with a Ramos this year, just those 3, you should be able to bring back a better haul than what you had last year. And last year you did pretty damn good.
Well, I would just, Gilbert's been a good player, but I still think that, all those rankings don't really mean anything at the end of the day if they can't play at this level. So again, it's sort of a wait and see.
Yes.
I know a lot of these guys are regarded as potentially being impact players, but that doesn't mean anything at the end. We have to exert a little.
Well, you'd rather get guys who are, when you get them, it's like that guy could help you out rather than the guy where you get him. It's like, well, we'll see what this is. Like, they're going to trade Tyler Mahle potentially. The guy they get back for Tyler Mahle he might be something, but he might not. Like, the Tyler Mahle return will be similar to when the Giants traded Andrew McCutchen for Abdel Avellino. And the most interesting thing about him was when he did the splits in the on-deck circle. Like, those are basically lottery tickets. Guys like a Drew Gilbert, a Blade Tidwell, a Tristan Vreeling, those are guys who are just like, we have expectations for you. If you can bring in prospects that create expectations, if you're Buster Posey, that is a win right there. Let's go out to the lines. Bosco, I saw you dropped off, then you came back on. Thank you for doing that. Sorry I left you on hold for so long. Let's go to Bosco in San Jose. Bosco, what do you got for us today, man? You're on the wrap.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good morning. Real quick. If you're going to put Smith at second base again, you got to think twice. You're going to put him at second base with that injured knee being exposed in a double play or trying to turn double play at second base. You may have a collision. It may have a collision, and that's not good. So I would put him at third base and put him in the outfield.
So you're talking about when he comes back next year, you're worried about a collision there? Because I don't think he's playing again this year, Bosco.
No, next year.
Okay.
If you put him at second base, that's more trouble. He's exposing that injured knee.
That's a fair concern.
Makes sense?
I hear you on that.
Buster Posey and his new hiring manager, GM is the most important position in the game. And I don't know if you're going to hire an inexperienced GM with no experience, and then he turns around and hires a manager with no experience. Come on, what are we asking for? Now, I know Dusty and Bruce Bochy are on the payroll. I see no reflection of those 2 masterminds on the field. So is Buster listening to getting some advice or getting help from Dusty and Bruce Bochy, because Dusty wouldn't allow Devers to behave the way he did. Bruce Bochy would not have allowed Devers to behave the way he did, and some of the things we're seeing from our shortstop. So it's really, it doesn't look good when you hire two inexperienced people in very important positions. Your thoughts?
I hear you on that one, Bosco. And I think the Giants knew that there would be a bit of a growing process when it came to Tony Vitello. And I do think, with Tony's inexperience is unfortunately an Achilles heel that he has to deal with this year. And I think players have at times pressed him on that. I think part of the reason, my guess, I'm reckless speculation here, Willy Adames not doing his infield work to Ron Washington's likeness. That kind of comes off as a disrespectful move to this young coaching staff that Tony Vitello has. I do think there is a level of, Tony's got to go through some growing pains in game and in the clubhouse of just, he's got to win certain veteran guys over. That's harder in some circumstances than others. I think the Giants anticipated that. Did they anticipate the growing pains being this bumpy? I don't believe so, but I do believe the Giants knew that there would be some push and pull, give and take that they would have to endure to get through this.
You and I go back and forth on this, and let's continue talking about this after the break. I would just say that, and I've maintained this, that this is not a place where you learn at the major league level. Mm-hmm. And if it's the San Francisco Giants and you're always considered a team that potentially could get to the playoffs and you spend this much money on Devers, this much money on Chapman and Willy Adames, this isn't a place where you hire a manager and say, okay, well, we know you're going to make your mistakes and we'll put the training wheels on you. This is not the minor leagues. It's not AAA. This is not a place where you come and make your mistakes and then, you'll be good in a year or two. It's the Giants. You need somebody who plug and play, whether it's a veteran or a young bench coach, somebody who can step in there and be an impactful player that knows how the ins and outs and all the nuances work at the major league level. You just don't have time for somebody to sort of learn that and sort of be accepted.
Yeah. And I understand that does make sense. But I think the Giants are just reeling themselves at a place where it's just, they're just throwing that to the wind. Like, you know what? We're gonna zig when everyone else zags, and maybe it's an overcorrection in that regard because they want someone who, as Bob Melvin was not bringing the energy, they want someone who could counter that, and maybe did an overcorrection there. But to your point, Dan, you could say that this is not a place to learn. Unfortunately, that's how the Giants are treating it as. And going into next year, you just got to hope that the lessons you learn this year stick and that things come better next year. Otherwise,
so you're giving him another shot.
Right now, I am.
Okay.
We'll see if Giants ownership agrees with me. Hey, baseball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. What does Buster Posey need to do to have a successful trade deadline? Want to hear your thoughts on that. We'll keep this going on the other side. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here, now through August 3rd. Get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, giant opportunity. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Brew, and between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour. Coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now back to the best Giants talk in the Bay. The Orange and Black Weekend Wrap on 95.7 The Game.
Rolling along here on the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. Sam Lum alongside Dan Devone. Steam Risotto in the back there. Victor, what's your last name again?
Harris.
There you go. That's what I thought. Victor Harris. Anyway, he's killing it there, pressing all the buttons. We'll be putting him through the blender this week when he joins us on the Morning Roast. I'm just kidding. We'll make it easy for you, Victor.
One more thing on
Yeah, because I want to throw some at Risotto really quick, but we'll do your thing first.
Actually, I think it's Vitello related, so why don't we go?
Because Risotto, you were very animated during the break. Something that Bosco in San Jose said really triggered you, and not so much about him, but just what the take he had about Tony Vitello. Why don't you explain yourself a little bit here?
Yeah, just real quick. I'll make it quick.
No, it takes much time.
It's nothing about Bosco at all, but just kind of what he said about the Giants having Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy on payroll, which is true. They do. They are special assistants to Buster Posey and special assistants and ambassadors, and they show up to all the Giants organizational events, and they show up and watch the minor leagues, and Dusty's in Sacramento, and I've seen Bochy personally at a San Jose Giants game. So they're kind of all over the map in terms of the organization. But the idea that they need to be held accountable for Tony Vitello and babysitting him and showing him the ropes outside of a spring training conversation or two, they didn't sign up for that. Tony Vitello didn't sign up for that. It just seems like babysitting to me. And I there's a caller that called in a few months ago about a suggestion about how Vitello should meet with Dusty and Bruce Bochy after each game. Maybe it was on this show.
I believe it was.
And that is such a load of BS that, first of all, they, again, like I said, they did not sign up for this. They are there to help the organization in other ways. Tony Vitello is making enough money to where he could have left Tennessee, making a lot of money at Tennessee. So the Giants took care of him on that end. He should not need adult supervision. I disagree with that concept. And if he does need that, then whether he's a college manager or not, he should not be managing at this level with this organization if he needs a talking to every homestand by Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker. So that's just my point.
I agree with you on that, Risotto. I mean, there is a little bit of a level of you got to let him be his own man out there. And there were conversations that Tony did. I remember there was one day when I was there at spring training, I saw, Bruce Bochy and Tony having a good long 20, 30-minute conversation in the dugout about stuff. I didn't obviously eavesdrop, but what I thought was really funny about that is, Bochy was sitting towards the end of the bench, but not the very end of the bench. But he wouldn't move over, so Tony had to sit on the railing of the bench while talking to Boch. Just like, hey, Boch, you want to scoot over? Let me sit. No, you're not going to scoot over because who's going to tell Bruce Bochy to scoot over? Which I just thought this kind of showed the reverence that Tony does have for Boch. I know he has picked their brains a lot, but there was a comment that Bosco said, and then Bosco, we're not trying to put you through the blender or anything like that. You bring up the take. We're just going to examine it a little bit that there's no reflection of Bochy or Dusty in what Tony does. And I guess my question is just what would that look like? What would a moment look like that Tony does something? Everyone's like, oh, that's a Bochy move right there. I don't think it's a move so much as just picking their brain and having them as somebody that someone to learn from. Yeah, and I'm with Pasta. I just think at the end of the day, that's just sort of a symbolic move. I don't think there's any sort of impact in what Vitello's doing could be attributed to either two of those gentlemen. Yeah. This is where I want to go with Vitello. And I know you know him intimately better than I do. You like the guy, and I think he has an affable personality, which really sort of means something at the end of the day. I think that sort of thing is important because I do think he's a bit of a player's manager. Yeah, and that's important. You got to create and cultivate the right culture. But the culture right now is losing. Right now, he's synonymous with losing. And we don't know how it got there, but that's what he's hitched his wagon to. He is thought of as a loser as a manager of the San Francisco Giants. And that's sort of where we're at with him. And I can't justify bringing that back. Now, again, is it his fault when it comes to the bullpen? No. But for whatever reason, the players and him and this entire energy circle is one that is synonymous with losing games and losing games at almost an epic rate. And so while we can't necessarily, and this oftentimes is why you move off of managers. What's the old line? It's just you're going down the freeway, you roll down the window, and you just get a breath of fresh air. It's not because you don't do one thing, particularly you're not very good in terms of handling the bullpen or the players or personnel. It's just we've cultivated a adverse atmosphere that is synonymous with losing, and I have to change that. And you're at the eye of that storm.
And whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's a lack of respect, whether it's the fact that players now are expecting to lose, I can't necessarily pinpoint it, but I do know that it's real. And for that reason, I need to go in another direction.
It's not just, I think, a culture of losing, Dan, that we're seeing. It's also a culture of chaos. That's, I think, the more concerning thing for me because, winning can fix a lot of things, but chaos is kind of harder to control here. And I think what you saw happen this year, because again, coming out of spring training, everyone felt really good about this team. They had a very good spring training. I remember being around that team in spring training. Everyone seemed very excited to start the season. Like there was a lot of excitement and confidence in that clubhouse this past spring training. Now, maybe every clubhouse is like that, though. I mean, I don't, I'm not sure. The Royals were going into this season with all that sort of confidence, or the Angels, or were going in with all that much confidence, or the Rockies. But the Giants, they were coming into this season with a lot of confidence that they could do good things this year. And I think what happened is out the gate, they got their teeth kicked in that first weekend by the New York teams. And they just, the old Mike Tyson line, everyone has a plan so you get hit in the mouth. Giants got hit in the mouth that first week, and it's like their plan went out the door. And this is where I think the difference between a manager with experience and a manager with no experience comes into play here. I think it's easier for an experienced manager to stabilize the ship when it stumbles out of the gate like that, like the Giants did, whereas Tony Vitello was trying to put the blame on himself, saying, hey, I just did too much fire and brimstone. I apologize for that. And Risotto, you had a whole spiel about how Tony did nothing wrong. Robbie Ray pushed back on the fire and brimstone thing, and we thought that, is that a tension-building thing? No, I think it was just a case of it got to a rocky start, and you had a manager that just had not really been in that situation. And Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker can sit there all the livelong day and tell Tony Vitello what it's like to stabilize a shaky ship coming out the gates of a Major League Baseball season. It's another thing to actually do it. That's the thing in baseball. You got to get out there and do it and get the game reps. Remember we were bitching and moaning, get Bryce Eldridge in the lineup? It's kind of a similar thing for Tony Vitello. He's got to get out there, take his licks, get his growing pains. Maybe you don't like to see it, a manager have to go through that at the Major League level. It's probably why no Major League team has done this before. But if Tony could take the lessons from this season and now learn how to control that chaos that maybe he didn't get his arms around it this year, but he has every ability to get his arms around it going into next year. But you got to be able to build off what you learned from this season. Again, that's not what Giants fans want to hear. What Giants fans want to hear is, man, it's awesome how many wins the Giants have gotten under Tony Vitello this year. It's not the world we live in, so you gotta play off the world that we have right now.
You can be a player's manager, but you have to be a disciplinarian at some point.
Yes, and that's where Tony's lacked. I agree.
And you can be somebody that gets along with the players, but at some point there has to be a fine line in the sand. I always use Pat Murphy as a perfect example. Like there has to be that balance where I get along, I'm young enough where these players can relate to me, but at the same time, when I say no, I mean no. And I don't think he's been able to establish that. And so to your point, is that something that you can acquire between this season and next? I mean, that's challenging.
Again, there's, the fresh start you always have when you do come into spring training next year. And again, we'll see. The big one is going to be the relationship between Rafi, Willie, and Tony. The manager and his two highest paid players.
Which is another reason.
If I want to take things at face value, I'll believe that Tony and Rafi have a good relationship. And the way Tony talked about Rafi after that whole ordeal in Miami, especially talked about how great Rafi is with his dad and stuff like that, seems like there's a good personal relationship there. Does it translate to a professional relationship? That remains to be seen. The Willie the Willie Tony relationship, I don't know enough about that one. Maybe that's something we'll learn more about over the next few weeks here. That's the one that I think you need to be feeling good about going into next year if you want this thing to build off of the chaos of this year. And when I say build off it, I mean learn, build, grow, get better.
And I think sort of to your point where he works better with the younger players, I think you've always maintained that. It's another ulterior reason as to why you should get off of those big three. Because if there's some reason you get those guys out the door, that's a clean slate for Vitello. Exactly. He can work with a bunch of kids and younger players where I think he he's a little bit more effective.
And this is where, again, we're going to bring up the Willy Adames thing again. It got out last night. It was said on the broadcast that Willy Adames has not been, going all in on Ron Washington's defensive drills before games. And this is a rumor, I'll be honest, I've kind of heard circulating around for a couple months now.
Is it Ron Washington or is he lazy? What are we saying here?
Oh, I think this is not a Ron Washington thing.
Okay.
I can say for a fact, we heard the conversation I'd had with him a few weeks ago. Ron Washington's very much a guy, if you're going to show up and put the work in, he's going to give you his respect. If you don't, it's like, okay. Like, Wash has been doing this forever. He is not a guy who's going to go chasing you down. You're a grown-ass man who's getting paid over $180 million to play a baseball game.
And you're not a very good defender.
You should not have to be chased down by... Ron Washington should not have to come up to you and say, hey, Willie, you want to do some work today? That's not how Wash operates. And, Willie, you got to go to Wash in this situation here. And so that's something that, they're going to have to address. But when you're the highest paid contract ever given out, because obviously Rafi's contract was bigger, that was acquired. And, I've played this quote a couple times, I won't play it now, but Larry Bear, when we had him on this station, he called Willie a culture carrier. You can't have your culture carrier guy, a team leader who has one of the lockers at the front of the room where the team leaders have their lockers. If he's the guy who's blowing off a coach as respected as Ron Washington, that's not a guy you want carrying your culture. That's just the reality. I'm sorry, I got to be harsh on Willie on this one here. The reality is that you cannot be the guy that the Giants pegged you as in Willy Adames to be that, top of the franchise guy. But you're also, now there's reports of you're blowing off one of the most respected coaches in the game. That's no bueno.
So this is what I've suggested. And again, I have to defer to people like you because I'm not there. But even someone like yourself, as much access as you have to the players, you still don't have the sort of access behind the scenes.
No,
You're
that's
not on a plane.
I don't have the intel that Susan Slusser and Andrew Bagley might have, because they're around so much more than I, or even, a Justice De Los Santos or a Shana Rubin, too, they're newer on the beat, but they're around the team more. They definitely know more than I do.
But as much as Slusser or any of those people that you just mentioned, as much access as they might have, they still don't know. They're still not at dinners. They're still not, on... they're not on threads. They don't know what's happening in the inner workings of a baseball team. And I always just suggest this when you look at a team that's sort of a head scratch, because I look at Chapman and I think that's a good baseball player. Like, it's a proven baseball player. It's not a prospect. He's a proven all-star. Willy Adames, we know what he did in Milwaukee. Rise is having an amazing season. Rafi Devers, obviously one of the best hitters in baseball, coming over from the Boston Red Sox. And an outfield of Elliot Ramos and Joey. And then the emergence of Casey Schmidt, somebody I didn't even factor in. I'm like, why is this team so bad? Not just 500, but why are they bad? And you look at the roster, more often than not, there's something amiss within the chemistry of the team, meaning that, to your point, there's something with Willy Adames that's creating division, or there's something with Rafi Devers that none of us have access to. But more often than not, just my experience of being around these sort of things, that's usually the culprit at the end of the day. We may not find out next year or maybe 5 years in someone's memoirs or somebody's biography.
But there's smoke, so you're assuming that there's fire.
Yeah, because it doesn't really add up, that there's something. And so when I hear stories about Adames, I'm like, to me,
it paints the picture.
That captivates my interest, because that, more than anything else, could explain a lot.
We'll probably find out sometime in September. That's when a lot of the hit pieces, as we call them, will come out. Andrew Bagley, again, he does a great job covering this team. And, Bags he's not afraid to call this team out when they screw up.
Well,
and
usually when somebody's traded, like if a Harrison Bader gets traded or somebody like that, and they sit down with a reporter and like, well, how was it in San Francisco? You want to know what's going on with that team? That's usually sort of where you get, and then it snowballs from there.
Again, just the reason I bring up Andrew Bagley is because he had the story a few years ago about Jock Peterson and Pasoy game. And this was something that we all in the clubhouse saw them playing all year long.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until the end of the year when that came out. That's usually just how these things work. So my guess is sometime in September, Andrew Bagley, who again does a great job, as a scribe for this team, covering this team and seeing what's going on. He has the sources behind the scenes. Like, my guess is he will have a story that has a lot of quotes that are going to make us say, oh boy, that's not good. So we will, at some point, be keeping an eye out for that. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. The question you're asking, simply put, the trade deadline's on Monday. What does Buster Posey need to do to have a successful trade deadline? I asked Justice De Los Santos this yesterday when he joined us on the Morning Roast. Here's what he had to say.
I think if you're able to get, as far as the major league level, I think if you're able to get at least like one, like kind of in that kind of Blade Tidwell range of a starter where it's like, you know, someone that's either like on the cusp, like a young starter that can potentially impact this rotation in 2027, maybe get some burn the remainder of the season, and another reliever as well. And then you kind of throw in some guys that could help at the lower levels of the farm system as well. I don't think it needs to be like this big splash necessarily, but I think you do need to get some guys into the building, especially on the pitching staff side, because, you know, if the Giants aren't going to trade Logan Webb and they're going to kind of have this core going into 2027, I think that they have seen that, you know, their acquisitions during this past offseason on the pitching side just weren't enough. Tyler Mahle is probably going to be traded. Adrian Hauser, you know, is in the bullpen right now, and they're going to need more pitching. And I think that in conjunction with what happens this offseason, I think if they're able to, you know, kind of set the tone for the offseason right now and get some pitching in the building, I think that'd be a success.
So, again, that was Justice yesterday. Again, doesn't need a big splash, but you definitely want to beef up the pitching side. I'll say this, if you could come away with one team's a top 10 prospect, top 10 pitching prospect from any of these teams, I'll consider that a win.
Yeah, I was reading something interesting about the Giants bullpen that, I forget who it was, but they felt as though just about every one of those guys potentially could get traded. And the reason why there's value for them, collectively, the way the Giants are using them, you would say, like, who would want these guys? But if you're a good baseball team and you can specialize, meaning like, I want Miller or I want Killian specifically to face these hitters or specifically for this inning, then it fits. But with the San Francisco Giants, who have no structure with that bullpen because they don't have anybody on the back end, they don't have anybody in the middle to set it up, and they don't have anybody in terms of middle relief, it's absolutely blind leading the blind. But Killian and a lot of these guys actually have value for good baseball teams in limited roles.
Yes. No, absolutely. I mean, it's, you know, I look at a guy like a JT Brubaker. He can't be one of your most dependable arms in a bullpen, which is what he's kind of become for the Giants this year. But if he's like your fourth or fifth best reliever or most dependable reliever, that's what you really want him to be. You know, like Eric Miller, I think he's a very good reliever. He can't be the best reliever in your bullpen. You know, he cannot be that guy, as Steve Kerr likes to say. But if Eric Miller is your setup guy, or if he is your go-to 6th or 7th inning guy, that means you probably have a bullpen that is better suited to win you baseball games. So yeah, exactly, Dan, you hit the nail on the head. That is how some of these relievers could get moved here. And also just bullpen helps always at a premium. I brought it up, I think, last week. Trevor Rosenthal was traded away by the Giants last year for a lottery ticket prospect, a guy that we'll probably never hear from again. And Trevor Rosenthal never even threw a pitch last year. That just goes to show how valuable bullpen help can be. Let's get to some of our calls here. Let's go to one of our favorites. It's going out to Queens. Talk to our guy, Richie. Richie, what's going on, man? You're on the wrap. What kind of a deadline does Buster need to have?
Yeah, well, Sam, Dan, good talking to you. Yeah, just on one point you made, Sam, is that, yeah, they got off to a bad start, but that's, to me, irrelevant. I mean, Milwaukee got off to an 0-9 start last year. And obviously what Washington did 4 or 5 years ago when they were 13 games below, you just got the talent. You overcome that. If you're going to say in a 162-game season that you get off to a bad start that's going to affect you the rest of the way, it's just a bad team. And you guys just touched on the relief pitching. There's no structure. There's no closer. You know, there's a record where the good teams win 78% of their games with leads going from the 7th inning to the 9th inning. And we've lost about 57% of those games. And we've lost so many games, and, you know, because we don't have a closer. And obviously, when you think about our pitching, Hauser and Millie being such disasters, I don't know, you know, and I've been saying it, what are we going to do? I mean, it's going to be it's going to be a shot in the dark, guys. I mean, you know, prospects, only 13% of them make it. You look at Tidwell, you look at Gilbert, Acuna, those were real big picks for the Mets 3 years ago. And Gilbert, is he, you know, he's like 2 for 40 against lefties. Is he a major leaguer? He's a backup. So it's really tough that your whole season or your projection for your future is going to be getting prospects and obviously going out on the open market. Real quick with Tony. Here's my issue with Tony. Tony did not have a resume. His resume was working with young kids and being tough when he had to. He comes into the major leagues, you say, wait a minute, you're not going to be working with young kids. You're going to be working with pros, strike one. And number two is you can't talk to these pros like you do to the kids in college. So his whole demeanor, is he capable of switching that to really adapt to the major leagues? I don't know. At this point in time, it's not a positive at this point. So I think they put him in a real compromising position. So do I think, again, what we have to do, I'm here in Devers, New York is really New York radio, which I'm on a lot. They're really pushing to get Devers. And when you think about it, does Devers stay with us, and does it stop the progress of Eldridge? What happens there? As far as Adames, guys, just to end it, I just dislike him. He's one of the worst picks we've ever made. I don't like anything about his demeanor, and the fact that he's going at Washington was such a staple in the major leagues. He should just, as a leader, and you touched on it, I can't deal with the smiling, can't deal with coming into the dugout and rapping it like he's the number one guy, throwing the ice cooler on people. Can't stand when he runs up to other guys at third base the other day when they were playing, where I forget who it was. It seems like he's more interested in just interlocking with other players versus being the guy on the Giants. So I know I sound negative, and I'm not normally that way, but I don't know how you guys feel, but do you really feel like in the next 2 or 3 years we're going to be a contender?
I hear you there, Richie, and thanks for the call. I don't think you're being too negative. I think you're just being honest. Listen, Richie, I'll say this. If you had asked me at the end of the 2007 season when I believe this Giants team will be good again, I would have said, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years from now. And they had a parade down market 3 years later. These things can flip so fast. The White Sox lost 121 games 2 years ago. They're buyers at this deadline. So
102 last year.
Yeah, so it's very possible. Now it's tougher because you have the big blue team down south with their, greedy gambler leading the way, allegedly. That makes things a little bit tougher. Padres look like they're slipping up right now, though. Oh, they won last night. Yeah, that was one game. But the Padres, you want to talk about saddle with contracts.
Yep.
The Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts deals, those are starting get into the regrettable phase of those deals there. They still got Tatis Jr., but, Padres, they're not a set in stone team for the next few years. Diamondbacks are not a set in stone team for the next few years. The Rockies are the Rockies.
But you don't have to win. Don't worry about the division.
No, but I'm saying
the postseason when it comes to baseball.
This is all to say, it's very possible that the Giants, again, they got to execute on these moves. They got to make the right trades. They got to develop these players. They got to do their own things correctly. But if the Giants can, baseball correctly over the next year or two, I absolutely think they can be right in, the thick of the playoff chase and come 2028, 2029. It is very possible that we could see that happen.
Sooner than that. I think they could be in it next year.
Let's hope that there's no season next year, though. But
and really quick before we go to the break, because to me it's not about the physical players on the field. There's something internal that's wrong. Fix that, and you'll be right back where you need to be.
Yep, we'll wrap the show. Not wrap the show. We got one more hour coming up next. Gary, I see you. Burnsy, can't wait to have you on, Burns and Fremont. We will talk with both you guys on the other side. Plus, could this deadline be defining for Buster Posey? It's very possible. Jeremy Affeldt was on the Splash Hits podcast or the Giants Splash podcast with Susan Slusser. He had some thoughts on that, so we'll hear from them on the other side as well. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. How does Buster Posey have a successful trade deadline? We want to hear from you, Giants fans. One more hour to go on the Orange Black Weekend Wrap, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
Or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to the best Giants talk in the Bay. The Orange and Black Weekend Wrap on 95.7 The Game.
It is the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. But for the second week in a row, we got to take a minute or two to give off some red and gold weekend wrap vibes here. As the 49ers are back at training camp, and they are making news. The big first bit of news that came out today, Parag Marathe, the Niners salary cap guru, he is leaving the team. He'll be taking a position with Leeds United, the other soccer team that Jed Yorks owns. So Parag Marathe, no longer part of the 49ers front office. Also breaking this morning, Ricky Pearsall, done for the year. He will get surgery on that left PCL that was bothering him last year. Rehab this offseason did not go as the 49ers had wanted. As a result, Ricky getting the surgery now after experiencing some swelling this week. His season is now done. So, all right, well, it's time for more Dejon Stribling, right, Dan? That's the next man up in that situation. Well, hey, I got more bad news. This is from Adam Schefter. It broke in within the last half hour. 49ers rookie receiver Dejon Stribling is not practicing today due to what the team is calling hamstring tightness. So stop me if you heard this before, but
it goes on.
It's another day that ends in Y. So it's don't say that.
Let me ask you a question about Parag Marathe.
Don't go there, Victor. I am so tired of the substation theories.
Oh no,
I am so tired of the fact that we are letting that thing hang, like just that stupid cockamamie theory hang around for as long as it is. It's not the reason. All right, the reason is the Niners training staff sucks.
Yeah, I don't even think that's
year after year, that training staff gets panned. Their facilities get panned. They spend $9 million to add some hot tubs and saunas this offseason. I don't know. Clearly, that might not be enough. The Niners are terrible at keeping their players healthy.
Yeah,
it's not because of some power station.
I said this yesterday. I don't know that there's a culp. I know we want to point a finger. I just think it's football at the end of the day. It's just, I come from New York, and again, they think they're more snake bit than anybody. And Aaron Rodgers in the first play, he goes down and tears his Achilles. I just think sometimes it's just you're snake bit. Like there's really.
Well, again, look at the Giants. The Giants are a walking wounded right now. The baseball Giants are a walking wounded right now, and there is not a single substation anywhere near around Oracle Park. So again, look, we look for things to blame. I get that. That's what we do in society. Can we stop? Putting our tinfoil hats on and standing on the street corner saying the substation is near. Like, that's what it sounds like there.
I have a question about Parag Marathe. How do you find the next Parag Marathe? Like, what's the resume? Who are those guys that apply for those jobs? Like, where do they come from?
I have no idea.
Obviously, other NFL teams, but how do you get a job at another NFL team? Like, what's the pedigree?
I'm not sure how you get to that point.
Finance, I'm assuming there's got to be some... Maybe a little hedge fund experience.
I assume, maybe they have someone working underneath Parag who's been following along underneath him. I guess.
But you're a numbers guy, like you're a finance guy,
yeah,
right?
Probably. Yeah, I don't know. Are you basically saying, like, what do you study in college to get there?
Like, who are these people?
Yeah.
Like, what is it that you need to do to be
someone, someone who's nerdy and loves numbers. That's... Maybe Farhan Zaidi can help him out or something like that.
I gotta get the guy from the Rams, because the Rams every year sign, like, how do you fit that on your contract? Well, we defer it. We got this guy that just crunches numbers, and like they get
which LA team are you talking about here?
About the Rams.
The Rams. But if they're not the only, they're gonna ruin baseball on Monday, Dan. They really are. Yeah, it's gonna happen. And that's
when Scooble goes there, is that the tipping point?
I just telling it's just, and I did this with Shohei Ohtani, Dan. Going into that 2023 baseball season, I was like, Giants fans. We all know how this is going to end. Start mentally, go through your 5 stages now. And, Dan, I'm here we are 2.5 years into Shohei being in LA with the Dodgers, and I'm almost at that acceptance phase. Almost there. I still can't believe he did all that.
But if you're a Dodger fan, wouldn't you do the same?
I don't care what Dodger fans think. Dodger fans are lucky they're even allowed to vote in this country.
Remember they said he was going to the Blue Jays and then they mistaken the plane for the Shark Tank guy?
Oh, that's who was on it?
Robert Herjavec's plane?
If only. There was a brief moment during that whole plane debacle where I'm thinking to myself, maybe I was wrong. Maybe we don't live in the worst timeline. And then, unfortunately, that's not the life that they live. But Shohei's having knee problems, so... I guess his career's over. He's cooked. Might as well just hang it up now. What a shame.
A lot of stuff coming out. about his interpreter.
Did you hear any of the 30 for 30 podcast?
I haven't heard it, but I heard it teased.
So I went and listened to it, and the woman who did it,
she's really good.
I'm spacing on what her name was. Steven, do you remember what her name was? The woman who broke the Shohei story? He's locked in. He'll get me the name in a moment.
What was that?
Who was the name of the woman who did the Shohei story? I'm spacing on her name.
I'm spacing on it too. The 30 for 30 podcast.
Yeah, if you want to pull that up for me in a minute.
She had amazing access to that guy.
She did an so she replayed the interview that she did with Ipe, and her question was incredible. Like, investigative journalists, man, they know how to get to the bottom of things. And basically, my whole takeaway, I think there's a couple more episodes still need to come out on this. My takeaway on the whole thing was, I mean, I do think Shohei was involved in this. He sent money to Matt Boyer, which you are not allowed to do as a Major League Baseball player.
Tisha Thompson, thank you.
I don't think he did it maliciously. I don't think he was maliciously betting on baseball games. This strikes me more as a, spirit of the rule versus letter of the law type deal. In the letter of the law, did he, a baseball player, give money to Matt Boyer, a bookie? Yes. You are not allowed to do that. End of story. Case closed. Banned from baseball. Everybody is, sad or happy depending on what color jersey you wear. Spirit of the rule, though, like, if Pete Rose got banned from betting on baseball, I'm not saying that what Shohei did is the same as what Pete Rose did. And I say that as a grade A Shohei hater. Like, I don't think that he was sitting up at night looking at point spreads of baseball games and making bets there. He technically broke a rule, is how I look at that as.
Yeah, I think when you listen to some of the tapes.
God, I hate saying that.
Of eBay, though, it's sort of. He was the culprit.
But here's the thing, though.
Did you hear she actually has the tapes of him calling Bank of America and having the money transferred.
See, I wonder if that's going to come in one of the later episodes because we've only heard the interview so far. But the thing is, though, when he calls back the next day and says, actually, I lied about everything, well, now everything's up in the air. And now I think, you know what, maybe Shohei was actually throwing bets down on games. Like, that's the problem when he lies, is now everything is up in the air. Also, I got to imagine.
My takeaway was all Ipe. I had the door open a little. It was ajar that potentially Shohei, but after.
Well, here's the thing, though, and this is, I'm going to get conspiratorial here. Let's say you're Major League Baseball. You're Rob Manfred. You finally got your golden boy on your golden team in L.A., the real L.A. team that you want him to be on. Baseball's popularity is rising. You got your biggest star on your biggest team. All of a sudden, this pops on your desk. Hey, Shohei might have been gambling on baseball games and might need to be banned for life for it. You're presented with two options. Option number one is basically death. Shohei's banned for life. Massive black eye scandal for baseball. Manfred's legacy is shot. He's stepping down. People are angry. Baseball loses viewers.
Well, he's not stepping down. It's not on him.
If that I think it's absolutely he's stepping down if that happens. If the biggest star in the game gets caught in a gambling scandal, his legacy is in tatters.
His legacy is in tatters, but not his job.
He might. Well, I'm sure people would be calling for him to step down if he allowed the biggest star in baseball to be caught up in this.
Well, how's he supposed to know, though?
Well, he's the commissioner.
Yeah, but
the buck's got to stop somewhere.
Right before the CBA?
Exactly. Right when you got massive CBA negotiations coming up. You got people not watching the game, no new stadium for the A's, no new stadium for the Rays. So actually, I don't know, maybe this would have worked out. We'd still have the A's in Oakland. And everybody's sad, basically, and baseball loses popularity. So that's one option. Option number two is let's sweep this under the rug and the last 2.5 years play out the way they do. If you're Rob Manfred, you're faced with those two options. Which one are you doing there?
No, I hear
you got to do the right thing there, Dan? You got to do what they ended up doing.
Well, that's why you love the Pablo Torres of the world and Tisha, whatever.
And that's why nothing's ever going to be done about it. It's why this all thing got wrapped up as quickly as they did. It would have been devastating to this game if Shohei got banned for life for gambling on baseball. That's how I take it away. But
well, I mean, Tisha Thompson, if there's something there, she'll uncover it,
and we'll see if it amounts to anything.
I mean, to your point, it's taking place in the NBA, and you talk about a cover-up. Like, I listen to Pablo Torre on a daily basis, and what's gone on with Kawhi Leonard is, like, right in front of us that is being swept under the rug.
Yeah, I mean, this would be like if, one of the rising stars, like if Victor Wembanyama, after signing this deal with the Spurs, got pinched for gambling on games. I mean, that's how massive that is there. So, anyway, that was my takeaway from it. I hate admitting that Shohei maybe wasn't guilty, but he was guilty. Ban him anyway. We'll deal with the consequences. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. How does Buster Posey have a successful trade deadline? Jeremy Affelt was part of the Giant Splash podcast with Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. Here's what he had to say about what this deadline means for his former teammate.
what does this mean for Buster Posey? Like for me, what is this? What is he looking at? Because to me, it's almost like a defining moment for Buster. I mean, last year I felt like he won the trade deadline. He got some good players in the mix. Some of them now have gotten hurt. Kind of stinks. Can't control. Those are not controllables for me. You know, what I got, the kind of players I've got, what I had to give up made a lot of sense. And I know it's not just Buster. They got a GM involved. They've got scouts involved. But it is kind of a defining moment, Scott, for Buster, because now you're looking at, do I maximize? How do I look at this? You know, I got to trade away expiring contracts. How do I maximize that value? How do I, like Susan said the other day, she made a good point. Do you run it out and do you do a qualifying offer trying to get draft picks? Do you hold on to them to do that, or do you trade? And you've got guys, you've got Robbie Ray, you got Luis, you know, all these different things. And the way he's hitting right now Luis's contract, now his value just went way up. Now he's leading baseball in hitting. So there's a lot on the plate.
So I do agree with Jeremy on this one. I do think this is a defining deadline for Buster Posey, and he has a chance to put a lot of negative headlines about him in the past and create more reason to be excited about this team. He had a terrific deadline last year when he traded away two different relievers in Mike Yastrzemski and got back a pretty solid haul of players that you are very intrigued with. He has, I believe, more valuable trade chips to work with this year, Dan, and Robbie Ray when starting pitching as a premium. Once Tarek Skubal is off the board, Robbie Ray is number one on the pitching board of guys you want to get as a left-handed starter. Elliot Ramos can offer great value to a lot of teams that need an extra outfield bat right now. Luis Arias, I can't imagine what team that needs help at second base, whether it's the Texas Rangers, whether it's the Tampa Bay Rays. Luis Arias could help either one of those teams, and they should command a good haul. Those three guys should bring back a bigger haul than what Buster brought back last year. And if he does that, Dan, and beefs up this farm system more, it creates excitement for what this team could do in the next few years. It creates the opportunity for, as you mentioned earlier, acquiring prospects that you can then flip around into major league talent, later on down the road. Buster Posey very much has a chance to move this organization forward in a very positive way on Monday. He's set to do it. And based on what he did the deadline last year, Dan, I'm confident. I think he can repeat what he did last year and have another successful deadline on Monday.
I agree, because this is sort of in his kitchen. He's proven that he's been able to do this and do this effectively. The issues with Buster is when it comes to free agency, Willy Adames, when it comes to trade, Rafael Devers, and when it comes to re-signing guys, Matt Chapman. But as far as deadline, and we only have the 1 year in terms of experience, but he's proven that he can do this. He's equipped to do this. It's the other stuff that he needs to work on. But this to me, I'm with you. I'm fully confident that he's going to be able to get a haul and get the right players.
Yeah, very well said. I want to go to the lines in just a minute. Really quick, though, a little bit of breaking news. A trade has happened, not involving the Giants, but involving a former Giant. Per Passan, Pittsburgh Pirates are acquiring right-handed reliever Camilo Doval. Hey, we remember that name. From the New York Yankees for 2 prospects, sources tell ESPN. Camilo Doval just went for 2 prospects. We'll see what those prospects are, but Doval is not a top-tier reliever, and he just brought 2 prospects in. This is why you think that someone in the Giants bullpen can get moved for a couple names. So, again, prospects are being moved for middle-tier relievers. That's what the Giants have. Buster Posey, again, we mentioned the 3 names already, Robbie, Luis, Ramos. He's got the bullpen pieces he can move to. This all goes to say, I'm with you, Dan. I believe that Buster can bring in a haul that, from a baseball sense, should excite us about what he can do in this job. And yeah, you got to clean up all the other things. I've left these guys on hold for far too long. I apologize. Gary and San Ramon, 32 minutes on hold is way too long. My apologies. Let's get you on the wrap here. Gary, what do you got?
No problem. Hey, it's an entertaining show. I enjoy the feedback. Trying to follow Richie from Queens, though, that's a difficult task because he basically extrapolated a lot of my points. But my big point with Buster is that, he was part of the architect of those 3 chips, with right behind the plate for pitching and defense. And my goodness, that's our biggest glaring needs is pitching and defense. Now, if you move Ray, what do you got? You got Logan and a bunch of prospects, and Landon Roost's done well. So to me, that's the big issue. And then hiring an amateur manager in the big leagues to control a bunch of veterans, that's another issue. And then he's got all these contracts that are blocking prospects. He's blocking Eldridge. He's got Chapman at third, and Damas at short. They're all blocking future prospects. So what do you do with that? So, but I'm agree with you. I hope that he can define the needs of the team at the trade deadline, and we'll see what happens. But, it's just been one disaster after another this year for Buster, and let's hope the future is better.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gary. Good call there. I agree. Yeah, hopefully Buster can turn things around and get the future going better, too. We got our guy on the line, though, so I got to get off Gary so quickly. Let's go to the Ruderman replay. He's there. Ruderman. Let's get our guy, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. It's our favorite guest of the week, one Steven Ruderman, freshly out of bed. Had a birthday earlier this week. Happy birthday, Steven.
Yeah, Ruderman, can we start right there? What's with the sleeping in on Saturdays? I mean, God bless you if you can do it.
Sometimes, when I'm not covering games, and I've had some obligations throughout the week, so and I had to get up early for all those obligations. So when I get a chance to sleep in, I am fully taking advantage of it, kids. I have fully taken advantage of that.
I do not blame you there, Steven. I try to take advantage of what little sleep I can get to. Let's get into this deadline, though. We've been talking about, how can Buster have a successful trade deadline? I think he could bring in a better haul this year than what he brought in last year, and he brought in a pretty damn good haul last year. What's your answer to that? How does Buster have a successful trade deadline?
Well, the guy we've talked about who I would trade. Of course, last weekend we talked about Elliot Ramos, and Susan Schlosser then said this week that she would be surprised if he wasn't traded. So it will be interesting to see what happens. I think, as I mentioned to you guys last week, the Giants could get a real haul of some top-notch prospects with four guys like Luis Arias. I don't know if Elliot Ramos is going to bring in a top-notch prospect, but I really think Luis Arias can. The guy that I am targeting for a potential deal is Anthony Ianson, the young right-handed pitcher in the Red Sox organization. The Giants already had a great draft bringing in Jackson Flora. If you could just really add to that pitching and keep in mind what won the Giants 3 titles in 5 years was pitching. And if you can get a crop of really talented young pitchers like the Giants had in the late 2000s, early 2010s, they could make a very similar run. And I'm hoping the Giants could find a way to get Anthony Ianson from the Red Sox.
It's not a bad one there. I mean, I look at teams like the Rays, too, who also need a middle infielder, a Brody Hopkins or a Michael Forret. Those are 2 guys who are in the top 10 of the Rays prospect rankings right now. What about Robbie Ray, though? When you're looking at Robbie Ray, what are the teams that you think need Robbie the most?
I think there are a lot of teams that need Robbie the most. I would say the Dodgers could use him. But,
no, the teams that we actually care about, though.
There are a lot of teams. The Yankees could use a starting pitcher. I think any team could use a starting pitcher right now. So Robbie Ray, I think, could be I think Robbie Ray is actually someone who could demand a lot of prospects in return. I think the Red Sox could use a starting pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
American League East team.
Yeah. Steven, let's complain about some of the players that are on this team. Harrison Bader riding a scooter around at 2 a.m. I know you are not a fan of hearing that news.
You know what's so funny about that? This happens the same week that Jeff Kent is inducted into the Hall of Fame. That just makes such perfect sense.
There is some symmetry there. You're right.
If any of you kids out there don't remember, Jeff Kent got injured on a motorcycle in spring training in 2002 and originally claimed that he was washing his truck. And then when that came out, it exactly wasn't pretty when that happened. But Harrison Bader, so he was riding his scooter when he was already hurt, which you don't want to do, and then he crashes it into the back of a fire truck. Was he drinking?
Well, if he was out at 2 a.m. and closed down the Balboa Cafe bar out there in the marina, probably.
Can you get a DUI for something like that?
That is a good question. I do not know. We'll have to get our legal scholars on that, Risotto.
The answer is yes. I've seen guys get a DUI for riding a bicycle.
Actually, I think that happened to a friend of mine, so yeah, very well he could.
I've heard of people getting DUIs for just sitting in the driver's seat of their car being drunk. But, it's interesting. But the Giants are suspending payment to Harrison Bader. I mean, you don't see that happen every day. Well, this is and Bader is signed through next year. How are the Giants? I wonder if they'll end up just releasing him in the offseason or something like that. But yikes!
Well, really quick, actually, I had Steven Risotto do a dive. He found this piece from John Shea in the SF Standard. Says that Bader will surely file a grievance through the Players Union. The Giants believe they have sufficient evidence that Bader violated his contract based on language in the collective bargaining agreement. The Giants can try to terminate Bader's contract, according to the CBA, if they believe he was to fail, refuse, or neglect to conform his personal conduct to the standards of good citizenship and good sportsmanship, or keep himself in first-class physical condition, or to obey the club's training rules. My guess is that they're going to figure out a way to say that what he did fell in violation of that language there.
I hope so, because that's just unacceptable. You can't do that. Whether you're a citizen, whether you're just a normal public citizen, especially if you're someone who represents an institution in your city like the Giants are in San Francisco, you just can't do that.
Hey, Rudy, what do you think of this? I'm sure you follow the 49ers, but the fact that was released with such detail by that of the San Francisco Giants, do you think that there was anything from a marketing or a PR standpoint to get that out there to let everybody know that this dude was a complete bozo, as opposed to Kyle Shanahan, where it was the complete opposite and was a bit of a cover-up?
Well, Shanahan's a lot more respected than Harrison Bader is, so that definitely plays a part in it. But I do appreciate the Giants being open and transparent about this. When something like this happens, when one of your players is out there being an idiot and crashes the scooter into a fire truck, possibly under the influence of something, that is news. And just kudos to the Giants organization. Kudos to all of the reporters who reported on this and got the story out there. That's real journalism.
There you go. And then,
by the way, real quick, it is considered a vehicle, so
there you
could get a DUI.
There you go. It just keeps getting worse. Steven, you and I, we've kicked this rumor around behind the scenes in the past, but it came to light last night on the broadcast. Willie Adames not putting the work in with Ron Washington. Now that news is public, how are you feeling about that?
Angry, because Ron Washington is someone who is, in my opinion, baseball royalty. If you could put someone in the Hall of Fame who's just been around as a coach, there are two people that come to mind, Cookie Rojas and Ron Washington, two men who have dedicated their entire lives, decades, over a half century to this great game. And Ron Washington has been the difference for Luis Arias. And for Willie Adames to just say that, that's just, I lose a lot of respect for him when he says that. And, people who know me know I want to find a way to get rid of all the big three, Adames, Devers, and Chapman. But Willie was the guy of the three who I was kind of like least urgent to trade. After that, Giants need to find a way to get rid of him. This is a guy, you're gonna openly disrespect your coach like that. I have no time for people like that.
Mm-hmm. Ruderman, what are the chances they get rid of any of those guys?
Well, Devers is the guy I'd like to get rid of first. And I do think, as I've mentioned, I think Brian Cashman might be nuts enough to take a deal for Devers. They need a third baseman, short porch at Yankee Stadium. If Buster can eat maybe $100 million off it, I think Cashman might be nuts enough to take it. And plus, they put up with Jazz Chisholm in New York. He's even worse. Chapman and Willie, though, are going to be a lot harder to move off of, especially as they get up in age.
Yeah. One can only hope. You got a replay call you want to do for us, Steven, before we get you out of here?
Ruderman replay. What do you got, buddy?
What kind of call should I make? Harrison Bader here, and the Embarcadero is scooting down the sidewalk here on the Embarcadero. He's acting a little bit wobbly, and oh my God, he just crashed into a fire truck.
And there you have it.
Oh, my God, that has got to hurt. And he crashed going a good 20 miles an hour. Looks like he jammed his foot in there. Didn't he already hurt his foot?
20 miles? I don't think he was going that fast.
No, he's conflating the Kyle Shanahan was going 20 miles an hour.
Steven, appreciate you calling in, Steven. I'll see you next week.
See you next week. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, buddy. Love you. That was our guy, Steven Ruderman.
We tease
his stuff on
sports.
I'm going to get him down here. Yeah, we'll get him in studio next week. One of these next 2 weekends, I'll make him come down in studio. So that was Steven Ruderman. See his stuff on sports radio service where he covers the Giants and River Cats for Burns. I'm going to get you on the other side. I promise. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn Solarworks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back. that we put back into the neighborhood donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/Inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
For families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, birthdays are a reminder the clock is ticking. For too long, Duchenne muscular dystrophy has shortened lives. Cure Duchenne is changing that. Visit acurecan'twait.org.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market, an official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour. Coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bryce Eldred, the future, the present.
Now back to the best Giants talk in the Bay. The Orange and Black Weekend Wrap on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, make sure you're signing up to become a member of Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. It's only like a couple bucks a month. It's a pretty good deal there. Yeah, we don't need to laugh at that.
Who's that?
I think it's a Shasky laugh, isn't it? Yeah. That's one of those. I clip those and throw them in the system so you can then, disturb the Joes in the morning. And here I am, my medicine thrown right back in my own face.
Does Spadoni wear lenses, or does he have?
I think he has. What do you mean lenses?
Like contacts?
Yeah, I think he has contacts. Yeah,
but are they colored, or does he have really green eyes? That's the closest I've been to him. And
I don't know. I can't say I've ever looked deeply into Spadoni's eyes before.
Well, they're green, which just sort of stands out. I'm like, wow,
my eyes are green too. So.
First time you met him?
No, but being that close to him, his eyes are very piercing. I was curious as to whether or not they were contacts.
Dan on weekdays is such a treat.
He really was. Well, yeah, fun. You and Goo yesterday. That's a fun combo right there.
Yeah, Steiny.
You got your comeuppance against Willard, too. A little bit. Actually, I want to get into that in a second. But first, I made a promise. I'm going to honor that promise. Burnsy, Fremont, said I would go to you first. What do you got for us today on the Giants, Burns? You're on the wrap.
Saturday, Sam, the Giants man, and Fast Times. What's up, fellas? Was dropping off my daughter today at work, and it's early morning, and I turn on the radio, and you guys are taking baseball, and all realness, man. Baseball's, I've kind of been down on it the last few years, but when I'm listening to you guys, and it's sunny out, it's beautiful California, it kind of gets me back into it, right? And
it's good to hear.
You guys start hitting up the culture. Yeah, really, man. I mean, you guys definitely, man. And you guys are doing a great job. Sam, the knowledge on, the players and stuff, that's sick, bro. I love it, man.
Thank you.
And Fast Times, dude, you flying in and out across the country. I love your perspective, bro, because these 95 guys kind of sometimes like to smell their own farts occasionally, and you come in and set it straight. So I love it, dude. It does help it out. It does help me out a little bit. But, hey, man, I was he's listening too, dude. Hey, so you guys are talking about culture, Giants culture, and I'll put it on the board, man. Rat on the table, dude. I'm somewhat born again Giants fan that my A's left, but I just can't understand the Giants amnesia, right? Because I grew up in the Bay, bro, and prior to all the championships, the Giants were more likely the lovable losers of the West Coast. That's what they were, man. They were a great time. You go get drunk out there, partying. And I only know back, I was young, man, but one of my best friends' dad used to take us to Giants games all the time. And back then, man, my favorite player was Johnny Disaster LeMaster, all right? So,
old Mr.
Giants
Boo.
fans, I mean, heck yeah, man. And so, that's the thing. I've heard even my boy Richie from Queens talk about this is the worst Giants team. He said, no way, Richie. Come on, bro. I know you've seen some worse Giants team than this, man. I know that for a fact, doggy. So, that's the whole thing, dude. It's just Giants fans, we need to relax a little bit. Enjoy that the Giants are still in the freaking Bay, because that happens a lot. A's, right? And be happy that the Giants play in probably one of the top stadiums in the country, dude. And I know that people are going to go like, oh, that's a big deal. That is a big deal, people. All right? Just enjoy it, man. The Giants are going to be back, dude. It's going to take a little bit. Lay off them a little bit. That's all I got to say, dude. And, last thing I got to say, screw the Dodgers.
Hell yeah. With the walk-off. Love that. Burnsy and Fremont, one of our best right there.
I've never heard Burnsy.
He's kind of like the unofficial, official arch nemesis of Joe Shasky right now in the morning roast. So,
Who's Fast Times?
I think that was his nickname for you. I don't know. I thought there was a reference. I don't know.
Richmond High?
It's a good movie, Fast Times at Richmond High. You had a little comeuppance against Mark Willard yesterday to set the stage here.
No, we don't
Before
need
the
to do
NBA
that.
Finals, you declared in sound body and mind that you thought the Knicks were going to win, and there were three hosts in this room, Matt Steinmetz, Mark Willard, and Dan Dibley, and two of those hosts, Willard and Dibley, took out their knives, sharpened them, and tried to feast on you, Dan, for having the gall to say the Knicks would win the championship. They called you a madman, Dan.
Yeah.
And then yesterday you got to face Willard for the first time since then. How did that conversation go?
All entertainment. Just Willard's good people, but
he is. There we go. There he goes. Dan Devone, not one to take a victory lap when he deserves them. That's why we love him. Maybe that's why you're Fast Times. Maybe that's part of
Fast Times. I kind of like it. I'll go with it.
888-957-9570. How does Buster Posey have a successful deadline? And you want to have a conversation also about Tony Vitello, Dan. And before we do that, we did ask Dave Fleming about Tony Vitello when he joined us on the roast earlier this week. Pretty much, we asked Dave, how has Tony been improving throughout the year? Because his improvement is very important.
Well, I think he's definitely learned how managing a big league roster is different than managing a college season or a college roster. I think we've seen that in terms of workload of relievers, in terms of getting some veterans out of games, giving some more regular rest. He's done that more and more as the year has gone on. And I think that's a really positive thing. I think those are important things. And Tony's actually been one thing about Tony is he is really honest, and he'll say out loud the stuff that he's learning. And he's discussed like players coming into his office and telling him, hey, we need some blowout games. Like a couple veterans need to be coming out of those games and just get us off our feet. And Tony's listened to all that stuff. And, that's the kind of stuff that you probably don't do as a head coach in college. So I think that's been a real growth area for him.
So I guess, again, in these last couple months of the season, again, Tony's going to be under evaluation as much as any player that's on the field. I'm curious to see what this team looks like when they take the field Monday evening, when they take on the Texas Rangers down in Arlington. Robbie Ray probably won't be there. Luis Arias probably won't be there. Elliot Ramos probably won't be there. It'll be a younger team. Your big three will still be there. But I guess, Dan, what do you need to see from Tony Vitello in the last couple months for you to look at him as more than just a pretty face in the dugout?
I don't think you can change at this point. I think he's pretty much who he is, because it's not necessarily, as I've laid out before, his managerial style as much as it is his personality. And I think that there's a lack of communication, there's a lack of discipline, and that's not going to change within the final 2 months of the season. I just think that he is pretty much who he is. And yes, there can be incremental differences in terms of the experience, but either you command the room or you don't command the room. Either you have respect or you don't have respect. I don't know you can necessarily, garner that in the final days of the season. But I think you touched on a key word there, and that's evaluation, because I think that is the operative word for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, use this to evaluate. Get Grant McCray at bats. Let's just see what we have here. Same with some of these younger pitchers. Same with these fringe players. Let them play. Let's just see whether these are guys that sort of an extended tryout as to whether or not we can rely on them in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get them as many bats and utilize this time in a lost season to find out what it is in terms of our future is concerned with these younger players.
Yeah, I agree with that there. Can he get these guys in, how he utilizes them? I'm curious how the bullpen's going to be utilized depending on what that bullpen looks like. Can he stop leaving guys in too long? I mean, Matt Gage is dealing with an elbow strain right now because he was asked to throw 51 pitches at elevation. That's just you can't allow that to happen if you're a manager. That's just no bueno there. And Gage hasn't thrown a pitch since then, and I think he's set to get an MRI. Either it was this week or last week, or this coming week or last week, he was set to get an MRI and should be set to be throwing soon in his rehab there. So hopefully he'll get back on there soon. But it's the amount of times he's had relievers pitch across innings, which isn't something they're used to doing. I feel like we're seeing that a lot less of late. That's good. And yeah, we have seen guys coming out in blowout games. We saw it last night with Luis Arias coming out of the game and Elliot Ramos coming out of the game. He's utilizing his bench more. Remember at the beginning of the year, Dan, where, it was the same 9 guys in the lineup every day, and Christian Koss got an appearance on the mound before he got an appearance in the batter's box this year. Like, you're not seeing those procedural mistakes as much now as you were earlier in the year. If I'm evaluating Tony the rest of the season, the thing I'm going to be looking for is just control the chaotic moments. We don't have to be a good baseball team, but let's at least not look like a chaotic baseball team.
It's kind of a low bar.
It's a sign of moving forward. These are the growing pains that I think the Giants had to know that they were going to be dealing with here. And so let's see those growing pains start to pay off as lessons learned in these last 2 months. Because again, as I said at the beginning of the year, not banking on a playoff appearance. I just need Tony Vitello on game 162 to be locked in and comfortable managing this team. I didn't think it would take till game 162, but if that's how we're feeling after game 162, it's not an ideal situation, but I'm rolling with it.
In other words, you're bringing him back.
Yes, right now I am bringing him back because I just at some point I think Jim Bowden said this at one point. We had him on a couple weeks ago. Maybe we can find that one there. OX65 there, Victor. If we can get that on the board, please. It is there. I am not.
How do you know the number off the top of your head?
I just know these things. I might be on a different board because I think you guys are looking at a different board there. So we'll get that worked out. That's producer talk right there. We just produced on air.
OX65. OX65.
Talking about, basically Bowden was saying, we'll hear from Bowden in a minute, just why Buster would want to keep Vitello. At some point, you just got to pick a direction and go in it, and you can't keep having all this changing up happening year after year after year. That's how you become the Raiders under Al Davis, and you never want to go full Raiders under Al Davis.
Agreed, but it doesn't mean you want to lean in on the wrong guy.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. This is the Bowden quote that I was telling you about.
Well, I mean, when you put him in this position, you put him in a position to fail to begin with. So why if you put him in this position because you thought he was going to win this year, then I don't understand that decision at all. So I guess that's where I'm at. I'm like, okay, if you're hiring him, then you're hiring him for the long term. You're willing to take the pain and suffering it's going to take to be a rookie manager with no professional experience. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult if you don't bring him back. Then why'd you hire him in the first place? That makes no sense to me. If you're not going to bring him back, why didn't you fire him when it was a mess 2 months ago? That's why I kind of feel like, Buster is dedicated to him. He's going to do everything he can to make him be successful as a big league manager. He's going through the growing pains now to eventually be able to say in 2 or 3 years, you see, I hired the right guy.
Going through the growing pains, it'll pay off a couple years down the line. I'll be honest, Tony, Dan, I almost called you Tony there. If Buster can go back and redo some of the things that he's done, I don't think he would have given the big money deal to Adames. I don't think he would have made the big swing for Devers. I do still think he would go with Tony, though, as his manager.
Wow.
That's I think that Buster, halfway through last year, realized that he might have been he misevaluated where this team was in terms of their contention cycle. I think he thought that they were a couple players away with an experienced manager under Bob Melvin, and that with Adames and then adding the big bat and Rafi Devers, that would be what they needed. And I think he realized at some point last year that he made a mistake, and that's why the Giants traded away Doval, Rodgers, and Yaz. And what I think Buster realized is this was not a team that was a couple players away. This was a team that needed to go through a bit of a rebuild and an overhaul to get to where they needed to go, which is why I think he would still stick with Tony, because Tony is the kind of manager you hire when, again, as I mentioned, with a younger rebuilding team can build up with that team. I think that's what Buster's trying to go with here. He knows that they're doing basically a soft rebuild, which is what they're doing when you have these big three contracts. And so when you're trying to rebuild for the future in a long-term setup here, you're going to bring in a guy who you think you can build up with during that time. It's going to be rough at times, but the ideal is a couple years down the line, when you've gotten through all these bumps and bruises and stuff like that, you emerge as a stronger, hopefully better team and organization.
So help me understand this. So if they were a 500 team at 81-81, well, then wouldn't that mean that Bob Melvin was overachieving? Because if it's a rebuild, you're going to have to explain that to me. So
I think that
instead of being a few players away from getting us over the hump from 500, you're saying that actually this is a team that was a bit of a paper lion, because they weren't as good as the 81-81 record is, which means that Melvin was doing a good job.
I think they were as good as that 81-81 record was. I think that they maxed out that team, as all things considered. Maybe they could have been an 83-84 win team, which gets you a little bit closer to playoff contention, but the Giants' goals should be higher than can we win 85 games and sneak into the back door of the playoffs. That cannot be your goal. You can accomplish that, but if that's what you consider if we can do that, we're aces. No, you need to set your sights higher than that. And I think those teams under Bob Melvin, that was your ceiling. Everything goes right, maybe you win 84 games and sneak into the playoffs. And I think Buster thought that with the team he had, with an injection of youthful energy in the manager, that would propel this team from an 81-win team to something in that upper 80s, lower 90s, area of wins. And I think Buster at some point realized that he was wrong on that one. So I think he realized, you know what? This team was not an 81-81 team looking to take another step forward. This was an 81-81 team that was playing up to about as good as they can be expected to play up to. And he probably should have just started dismantling that team right off the bat rather than trying to. But just
specifically, are you talking about the pitching or the bullpen? Because
I think just the overall collection. I mean, the lineup was solid, but just not good enough. I mean, their situational hitting was absolutely terrible. The bullpen was good, but not perfect. The pitching rotation, I mean, you'd have maybe 2 or 3 guys you can count on, but then the back half of that rotation was a lot of, question marks and concerns there. It was a team that you look at on paper should be pretty good, but then you get out there on the field and the reality is Matt Chapman is not the Matt Chapman that we thought that he was once upon a time when he was in Oakland. He's a declining asset. Willie Adames is not the face of the franchise guy that we thought he was. And Rafi Devers is only going to be only so good in terms of improving this team, not, a guy who can carry a lineup on his own, which really he's never shown himself to be. Rafi's never shown himself to be a guy who can carry a lineup on his own.
You just mentioned 3 guys that Buster has his fingerprints all over.
Yeah, and, those were incorrect decisions there on that one. That's what I'm saying. Adding those guys onto an 81-81 team is not going to be enough to get you to where you want to go. That's why I think he realized last year he needs to start blowing this thing up and going in the other direction. Unfortunately, he did it after 3 deals that he made that he can't go back on. So.
Yeah, I think it's sort of there's such a head scratch because I look at that team and I'm like, God, you should be so much better. Okay, maybe Adames has got holes and Chapman isn't as good, but still, to be this bad, there's just something's off there. And whether it's Vitello, whether there's something behind the scenes, something is still not adding up. I know the bullpen's terrible, and I know the starting pitching suspect, but there's still something that's just a bit weird about this baseball team to be this bad. You're nearly 20 games into 500, crying out loud.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that goes into another thing, which is when you have a year where everything goes off the rails like it did, things just kind of start to snowball there, and what you end up happening is a season that's just so much more disastrous than I think anyone would have anticipated.
What usually happens is the manager gets fired.
And we'll see if the Giants are going to take that route there.
I think to your point,
well, in most of those situations, it's an experienced manager. I don't know if the inexperience then kind of plays in Tony's favor in a sense where it's just like, you know what? You're inexperienced. We anticipated these growing pains. That's why we're going to push through them and come back better next year. If next year we're having the same conversation, Tony's not making it through the season.
It's almost like you might be crappy, but you have to validate just how crappy you are. We'll give you
or maybe you're crappy this year, but maybe you build up and you're better next year. You come back improved, and that's the bet they're taking. And if again midway through the season next year we're in the same position, then you're looking at a even worse kind of situation because now you're looking at a massive franchise-wide overhaul here, and I think no one wants that.
It's important to note whether it was it Buster that handpicked him.
It was Managian who suggested it.
Okay. Well, either way, I think Buster Posey, because he's sort of the face of the franchise, is sort of hitched to Tony Vitello, right? So by releasing Tony Vitello after a year, it's an admission of guilt, right? I think it's like it's almost like Buster Posey saying, I got another one wrong.
If Buster does, I do think that's also a part of it. Buster does fire Tony. There's a level of, well, why should I let you pick another manager?
Yeah, exactly.
And I will say this, and you can cynically look at this. I do think that does play into why Buster would want to stick with Tony, is because he knows that if he does move off of Tony, Buster knows that his own credibility is more or less shot in that situation. So cynically, yes, I do think that is also.
What about Rafi?
Again, I think that's another, like, Buster can admit when he's wrong, but I think you can only admit so many wrongs before it's like, you know what, let's get someone else in here. So let's wrap up the show with one of our favorites, Skills in Vallejo. He says he's got a rap. I cannot wait to hear this, Skills.
Oh, Skills.
Let's see what you got, Skills.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. So I'll get right to it since I know time is running out.
No, we'll blow through the heart out for you, Skills. We'll blow through the heart out for you, Skills. It's all good.
All right, I haven't rehearsed, so I hope I don't botch any lines. So here goes. Can you hear the beat?
There we go. Yeah, I got you. Maybe turn it up a little bit.
26 Giants suck. Watch them play you go yuck. Ignore the bad bullpen, win sacrifice wins to save a few bucks. A move by B. Posey. was to bring in Dean Bochy. But when he tries to advise people roll their eyes, why you got to be nosy. Last year we had Bo Mel. The team didn't grow well. So he pink slipped Bob, gave a newbie the job. Now we in the slow hell. Since we last won a chip, all those players have dipped. We replaced them with trash, gave him copious cash down to sinking ship. Our DH made a scene, acted like he was 13. And on a night of pride, why the forward youth decided to go Nazarene? We had a young superstar, barely of age for the bar. Instead of turning him loose, we said, park your caboose, we'd rather see Gerard. We got Webb online, lost his dog on mine. We fell in love with Sue Sacco when the curtain drew back. He's just another non-fine. Makeouts 1, 2, 3. No runners, just tumbleweeds. Come through in the clutch, we don't do it that much. Come on, Jung-Hoo Lee. There's Harrison Bader. Hit a couple of Grand Slam taters. Then he went and crashed after getting smashed. Now see you later. This team trying to catch, like watching a comedy sketch. They give away outs that had fewer doubts from a dog playing fetch. So I'll close by saying, even if they're playing like a manure sack, still love the orange and black, so I will be praying. Word.
Let's go, Skills. That was the first time singing that there?
First time all the way through without mistakes.
Love it, man. Great stuff, man. What a great way to wrap up the show there. Good stuff there, Skills. Great rap. Appreciate you calling in with that.
Awesome. Good weekend, guys.
All right, you too, Skills. Take care. Really quick, all right, let's go to Sean in Petaluma. Apparently, he's also got some bars. Who needs to hit a heart out? We'll go a whole another hour just listening to raps.
Hey, what's going on? It's Sean. We bring it on. The Giants, they ain't doing wrong. They trying to do right. Yeah, Draymond, he signed. Yeah, I ain't really tripping. Debo, we ride. Yeah, where's Brandon? Somewhere in Washington. I ain't really tripping. Nobody gonna call him son. We gonna ball him, son. We gonna ball it, bruh, from the Bay.
And the walk-off there. Love when people call in a rap. Give me that little Niner mix in there, and that is how we will wrap up the show today. Again, it is the Orange Black Weekend wrap. Couple notes, though. Again, Parag Marate, he is out of the Niners. He's going over to Leeds FC or Leeds United. He's going to be doing soccer stuff from now on. Ricky Pearsall, he's going to be doing more rehab stuff. He's getting surgery on that left PCL. His season is over. That really sucks. More time for Dejon Stribling. Unfortunately, Stribling not practicing today. He is dealing with hamstring tightness. Other than that, though, nothing but good news report out of 49ers training camp today. Dan, thanks so much for doing the show today. Steven, Victor, great job behind the scenes. Thanks to everyone calling in. Steven Ruhrman, love having you on. And even though they're going to just make everyone's lives miserable on Monday, still rings true. Dodgers suck.
Later, dudes. Let it rip. Hang 10.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, FlexCar. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
FlexCar is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. FlexCar. You drive everything.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know. Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
About the situation with the Niners. The news came out earlier today. Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver for the Niners, is going to have surgery on his knee, and his season is done. They're expecting him to make a full recovery and be back for next year. But it's just the latest in a series of events that have gone sideways for the 49ers. And look, you could just specifically pinpoint it to Ricky Pearsall, who had the knee issues last year. He had hamstring issues. And then before that, he was shot getting into his car in broad daylight after leaving an autograph signing because some guy wanted his watch. It's just been an awful start to his 49ers career. Like, it's just not gone well. Health-wise, not great. Just bad luck. And then you start to look at the Niners overall, and you go, man, Brandon Ayuk, nobody knows what to make of that. The guy, it looks like he's crashing out on social media at every turn. He's already cost himself, $26 million, and this was a guy that they were close to trading to the Steelers, and then they ended up giving a long-term deal to, so that whole thing has been a fiasco. You've got the Kyle Shanahan mess. Guy gets into a car accident, a serious one. He's got, reportedly could have lost his eye, almost lost his eye, had to go into plastic surgery, broken bones. He's in an air cast still. And then it takes a week and a half for the story to get reported on. And then they come to find out that there was a clerical error and he wasn't charged and neither was the other driver. But there was a report that she was initially named at fault. And then Kyle Shanahan had to pull media members in to let him know that he was at fault. And it's the same media members that wouldn't report on this for a week and a half. It's just, that whole thing is weird. It's just weird. But no body cam footage is going to be released. None of that's going to happen. It's just odd. Like, it's just a strange offseason. Not to mention the fact that Trent Williams is getting older. George Kittle coming off an injury last year. He's getting older. And you do wonder, at what point has the quote-unquote window closed? Because they went to a couple of Super Bowls. They came up short. They were close. They came up short. And now you start looking around the division and you go, damn, Seattle just won a Super Bowl. The Rams, if it wasn't Seattle, they were probably going to win last year. And the Rams are the favorite to win it this year. Thank God you've got Arizona. Like, thank God for that. At least you know you're not going to go winless. But it begs the question, man, there's a lot of stuff going on with the Niners. A lot. It does not seem to be an ideal situation. You're starting the year in Australia. Nobody wants to do that. The Niners, I don't think, are happy about it. So you're starting the year in Australia. Like, you're practicing next to a nuclear reactor, basically. Like, it's just, like the substation or whatever they're calling it. I call it Chernobyl. You can call it whatever you want. Teach their own. It just seems less than ideal. Which says a lot about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Because Mike Evans took less money to join that than more money to stay with them. Just think about that. Mike Evans was offered more money to stay in Tampa Bay and chose the Niners, who are dealing with all that. And I get it. Maybe he didn't see this in the forecast, and maybe if he did, he might have stayed put. But it does make you wonder, what's going on in Tampa? First, it was Vita Vea. Demands a trade. This is typical, par for the course. Guy has no more guaranteed money left on his contract. He signed an extension. He wants to get paid. There's some hesitation here. Clearly a negotiating tactic. He's just looking to get paid. Got it. And then you got the Baker Mayfield stuff, which had been simmering and brewing all offseason. And everyone just kind of dismissed it and said, well, they'll get a deal done. Deadlines do deals, all this typical jargon you hear. And then it's like, well, he did say once training camp starts, it's over. We're not negotiating anymore. He did say that. Like, he said that. It's like, yeah, no, but listen, they'll figure. And then training camp starts, and he's at a press conference and just lays into the organization. That sucks to be undervalued. I'm a franchise quarterback. If they think it's bad now, it's only going to get worse because I plan on having a good year. They do this to their other players. He named Tristan Wirfs. And like all of these, like, just kind of called out the organization. And then Jeremy Fowler reports the next day, basically, that, here was the contract that he was offered. It was 2 years, $100 million, but he didn't like the guarantee. I'm just starting to take a step back. I mean, the Niners, look, man, that's a problem. But I'm starting to take a step back at Tampa Bay, and I'm also wondering, maybe there's just a thought within the organization, maybe, that I think we kind of peaked. And I know they're the favorite to win the NFC South. That's great. And we were talking about it on the show yesterday. Like if you had to, place wagers on who you like in that division, the Bucs are the favorite. But it just seems like something's off there. Todd Bowles was brought back this year. There were some people that were really surprised by that. They were surprised that he was brought back. Last year was a disaster. Meltdown after meltdown after meltdown. Todd Bowles went out and, got rid of a bunch of coordinators and assistants and then brought in new ones. And it seems like things are trending in the wrong direction. And so the fact that you had Mike Evans look at this and go, I got to get out of here, man. If you think about the Buccaneers, you think Mike Evans. Like he was the face of the franchise. Mike Evans had been there so long. He was there when Jameis Winston was quarterback. He's been there a long time. And kept doing deals. And the thought was he's just going to finish his career there. And they offered him more money, and he said, I'm good. Like, I'm good. I'll go over there. Like, taxes and everything. I'll take that as opposed to that. That's got to say something about where we're headed here. It's got to. Like, I get the appeal, wanting to, play in the Shanahan offense and all, but that's got to say something about where we're going here. And so I just wonder if the hesitation to pay Baker Mayfield, which, by the way, he deserves to get paid. He's 100% correct. Since he's gotten to Tampa Bay, he's been unbelievable. Second most touchdown passes in the league since arriving to Tampa. Third most passing yards in the league since arriving to Tampa. Took over for Tom Brady. And I said it before, that also should be noted. He came in and he was going to have to battle for the job. Remember, it was him versus Kyle Trask. He deserves to get paid. The fact that they're hesitating, the fact that he called out the organization the way that he did, the fact that Vita Vea is demanding a trade, Todd Bowles turned and burned his coaching staff to bring in new ones, that also feels like a team that's heading in the wrong direction. And maybe they have looked at it and said, look, we can't compete against the elites of the NFC. We just can't. We can't. Like, we've seen it. Can we beat the Rams? Probably not. Like, if the Rams are the elite, do we stack up with them? Probably not. And I just wonder if they're looking at this whole thing going, all right, we'll let it go sideways. If that's what happened, that's what happens. If it's in the plan, the NFL gods' plans, that's the way this goes. And we'll just let a bunch of people walk at the end of this year, and we'll just start fresh. New coach, whatever. It just, at the very least, seems like things are going in the wrong direction. And it was really tipped off by the fact that Mike Evans, a legend for the franchise, the face of the franchise, took less money to go elsewhere than stay where he was and stay where he's beloved. Again, who the hell knows? We're all just projecting onto the season. We could do win-loss totals, and we'll pick division winners and all that stuff coming up later on, a couple weeks from now. But at the very least, I think we could all agree from the outside perspective looking in, something seems off in Tampa. At the Jonas Knox on X, at Jonas Knox Show on Instagram, and you can always find us on the iHeartRadio app and on hundreds of affiliates all across the country. All right, it's coming up next here on the show. We are going to tell you about how if you wanted the perfect result for one franchise in the NFL, it's this. I'll tell you what it is right here on FSR.
We don't need to bring Jonas in.
I'm also about to cry.
NFL fans,
To the house.
we are already know you can't wait.
Yes, that's correct.
If it makes you feel any better, we can't wait either.
I'm ready for the season to start.
I can't wait.
I'm sweating bullets. I really need the NFL.
So wait for the NFL with us on Fox Sports Radio.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
High quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family style commitment to care, that's the Heartland difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone a gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. Hand cut and hand picked from the Heartland. Our premium selection includes USDA prime and choice beef, all natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly prepared grill master packages, freezer filler bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com and use promo code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, that's code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99.
Did you know we're on YouTube? Fox Sports Radio. You can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube.
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio. And you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Stu Gatz and Company. Live.
That's so good.
Covino and Rich.
Oh, yeah.
The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube. Wow. By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
So, what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Listen to us. You. You'll hear things you won't hear anywhere else.
Listen, we say a lot of outrageous things over the course of the 24-hour period.
You can agree or disagree with what you hear.
Not all dynasties in sports are fascinating.
This might be the worst take you've ever had.
You know you can trust what we say. Fox Sports Radio.
All right, let's play it out because what you're saying is ridiculous. Go ahead.
Hold up. Yo, man, I don't think they heard. That's the thing about us. We are Fox Sports Radio.
Listen.
FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Celebrate positivity. There's a lot of negative stuff out there. A lot of people that have really mean things to say about, anybody really. That's why you see road rage. That's why you see, people getting in fights at bars. It's why it's just a real angry time. It's like this angst, for everybody. And so what we like to do on this show is celebrate positive commentary and feedback because I feel like that's really going to push us forward into a happier place. Jason writes in, "Hey, Judas, you D-wad." Sean writes in, "Hey, bleep, you and your pack of virgin bleeps go sit outside the IMAX theater in your bleep Spider-Man costumes like the F-Boy Zeros you lifers are." Another guy writes in, whose name I can't read. "Monica Lewinsky Jr., get off the air and stick to what you're good at. Going to the Lube Lounge with Justin Tucker, you creep. The only thing that hurts more than your listeners' ears is the back of your bleep when it's time for your FSR contract to be renewed." Joe writes in, "So San Francisco is as much of an S-hole as L.A. Thanks for the breaking news, F-boy. By the way, Who is the bleep you refer to as some guy? No name? Is it one of those bleep-licking bleeps you work with? You bleep? Aaron writes in, I think Tony Romo will probably be able to get out of his DUI once the judge hears that he was listening to this raggedy-ass podcast, and the only way he could get through it was with 6 road sodas. At the Jonas Knox on X, at Jonas Knox Show on Instagram is where you can find the show and bits and pieces of the show, the podcast, which will be posted on there after we go off the air. By the way, Booby also writes in, and keep in mind this is from Booby. What are you going to do when they figure your media love crush, Tony Romo, or fire him, rather? How excited are you going to be to bleep it out to J.J. Watt this fall? I'll bet that sassy yet stry-throated Isaac Lowenkron is going to have to report you to HR every Sunday afternoon. Hashtag Fox Sports Radio.
What does stry mean?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because none of the people who troll you on social media could ever commit a grammatical error or typo. They run a tight ship.
No, I mean, and listen, I misread the tweet. There was so much going on there. He did call me Jonads as well too, which I haven't heard in a long time. So, but again, at the Jonas Knox on X, at Jonas Knox Show on Instagram is where you can follow along with all the fun stuff here. That we all, put it out there on the iHeartRadio app, and you can stream us wherever you happen to be. Catch us in all of our Fox Sports Radio shows live 24/7 in the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Search Fox Sports Radio in the app to stream us live all day, every day, and be sure to select Fox Sports Radio as one of your presets in the iHeart app, so we'll always pop up at the top of your screen. All right, so one of those tweets, one of those really nice comments that was sent in, somebody alluded to Justin Tucker. And when you think of quarterback comp for Justin Tucker, you think Deshaun Watson. And let me just tell you what would be the most appropriate thing for the Cleveland Browns is if Deshaun Watson was back for more than just this year, but beyond. Because Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, was asked about the potential of that. And he said, hey, I think there's all kinds of possibilities out there. So yes, we've got to get through practice. I think our quarterbacks will play in exhibition games. That's obviously coach's call, and Todd will figure out who's going to start. It would be the most appropriate Browns thing ever if Deshaun Watson, in the final year of what some would say, and are probably accurate in saying, is the worst contract and worst trade / contract in the history of the NFL, finally lives up to that dollar amount, plays his ass off, and the Browns are forced to bring him back for another year. That would be the most appropriate conclusion to this whole thing. This idea that we're talking about a quarterback competition and it's Shedeur versus Deshaun. Let me help you out here. Deshaun Watson's going to be the starting quarterback. Okay? He's going to be the starter. And if he struggles, then they'll look at Shedeur. But Deshaun Watson will be your starting quarterback. That's going to happen. If he goes out and he plays well enough, why would the Browns move on? Like, why would they? Surprisingly enough, he's only 30. He seems like he's been in the NFL for ages. He's only 30 years old. So it's not as if we're talking about some guy in his late 30s or mid-30s that is struggling. No, like Deshaun Watson's still just 30 years old. If he goes out and he plays well enough, it's the most perfect, appropriate Browns conclusion to a story ever. To where finally the guy lives up to all the hype, and then they're going to go out and have to pay him again after they already gave him $230 million guaranteed. Like, there's no more appropriate ending to this whole thing. And now, he brings in Todd Monken. There's optimism there. Kevin Stefanski looks like he was, really up against it. You talk to enough people. I think Brady Quinn has pointed this out. Like, you talk to enough people, like, yeah, listen, Kevin Stefanski's offense, not really, like, the most adequate for a guy like Deshaun Watson and what he does well. And it's not as if Deshaun Watson hasn't played good football before. He has. We've seen it. That's why the Browns gave him the money they did. But if you were looking for any sort of hey, what would be a fun ending here? Because I'll be honest with you, we're not supposed to be rooting in this job. Like, we're not supposed to have rooting interest. I want Deshaun Watson to go out and have an amazing year. Seriously. Like, I want him to be a Pro Bowler, and not like the Pro Bowler that, Shador was last year, where nobody else wanted to do it because they looked at, going into a bounce house at the Moscone Center and calling it the Pro Bowl now, like they did last year. Like, they look at that as kind of, maybe not worth their time. But I want Deshaun Watson to go out there and have the kind of year where the Browns have to seriously consider bringing him back. That's all I want. Is it going to happen? Probably not. But that's all I want. Because it's the only perfect ending to this entire Deshaun Watson Brown saga. That's it. Is he goes out, he plays well, and as Jimmy Haslam said earlier, yeah, there's a possibility he could be back for more next year. At the Jonas Knox on X, at Jonas Knox Show on Instagram. All right, it's coming up next. There's a story in the NFL I'm over. I'm done with it. Done. I've had enough. Moving on. We'll get into that for you right here on FSR. But for all the latest, we turn it over to the one and only, the magnificent Sir Isaac of Saturday.
We've got some strange NFL updates that I think you'll find amusing coming up at the very end. This unusual stuff just seems to happen during the course of your show on a weekly basis. We begin in Major League Baseball, where there was a trade a short time ago. New York Yankees trading reliever Camilo Doval to the Pittsburgh Pirates for 2 prospects. On the field right now in Toronto, the Blue Jays and St. Louis Cardinals scoreless in the top of the second. In the NFL, San Francisco 49ers GM John Lynch announced today that receiver Ricky Pearsall being placed on season-ending injury reserve and will have surgery on the posterior cruciate ligament in his right knee. Buffalo Bills safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson left practice today with a lower right leg injury. GM Brandon Beane telling the Associated Press Gardner-Johnson will have an MRI. Kansas City Chiefs receiver Xavier Worthy left practice today with a shoulder injury. Rookie receiver Cyrus Allen left practice with a lower left leg injury. ESPN just reported in the last few moments that Allen's injury has been diagnosed as a shin bruise and nothing more. Atlanta Falcons guard Matthew Bergeron's agreed to a 4-year, $96 million extension with $60 million guaranteed. Jonas, as you noted earlier, Tennessee Titans receiver Calvin Ridley has recovered from a stomach bug just before training camp that was caused by eating at Chipotle. We now have audio from earlier today of Ridley describing his ordeal.
I ate Chipotle, and sorry Chipotle, I like y'all, but by the time the night hit, it was coming from everywhere. So I got better pretty quick though.
Calvin Ridley breaking it down thoroughly. Finally, Jonas, we have and I'm not making any of this up, we have a Jerry Jones / cricket anatomical update. Moments ago, the outspoken Dallas Cowboys owner was being interviewed on NFL Network when apparently, with no context, he introduced the phrase, and I quote, "I can get lower than a cricket's ass," unquote. Here's the audio. Judge for yourself.
No, I tell you what, I can get lower than a cricket's ass. Okay, so, but I have to get it back up again. Okay.
He's not saying
that. No, seriously. But so I've invented low, but I'm up there with some of the best at getting high.
Here for deep psychological analysis, and there's a lot to unpack in just the 19 seconds we just heard. Jonas, by the way, do you have a middle name? No, never mind. Don't mention it on the radio.
Yeah,
Jonas Knox.
Listen, he also, what was the term he used? A circumcised mosquito years ago. That was a Jerry Jones quote.
I didn't recall that, but apparently you have an encyclopedic recall of his insect anatomical references.
It's I've never heard I could get lower than a cricket's ass. Because here's why I've never actually looked at a cricket's ass, to be honest with you.
And I respect that. So you've never been that bored.
No.
All right.
Oh, I've never looked at a cricket and been like, oh man, look at that back porch. Like never once. Like never once.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. So I just want to clear that up right from the get go. Also, look on the Chipotle thing. Have you ever had food poisoning, Isaac?
I've had food poisoning plenty of times, but never at Chipotle.
Okay.
I've had several infamous instances, though.
So here's, this is where I don't want to come off as arrogant or above it all, but so the Chipotle thing, I've had it before. It's fine. Whatever. If you like it, you like it. I'm
fine with me too. Never had a problem. All right.
But the problem is, the in-laws are Mexican. So I have real Mexican food all the time and have kind of a snobby take on it all, to where once you have the real stuff, it kind of feels like...
Totally agree. Totally agree.
You know what I mean? And that's why I'm always surprised when, God, why would you go there when you've got all these other options? And then you realize, oh, well, they're not in Southern California like we are, where it's everywhere.
Exactly.
Where you close your eyes, spin around 3 times, and it's authentic Mexican food. Because I've had Mexican food in other parts of the country, and it is brutal. All right. I had it in Chicago one time. Ooh. Awful. Ooh. Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay.
Awful.
Yeah.
And people are sitting there eating it my God, this is the best food I've ever had in my life. It's really?
Actually, along those lines. And by the way, again, your listeners don't understand how well you're able to tie everything together. Literally within the last, week, Chipotle opened its first location in Mexico, in Monterrey.
Okay, see? Yeah. And they're going to learn real quick. You got to throw some stuff in there. You got to step this up a notch. Mike, are you with us? Is Mike Gonzalez, our executive producer, with us here on the show? Is he there?
On Chipotle?
Okay. Well, no. I mean, are you... So, I'm assuming... We've never talked about this. What is your heritage? Where are you from?
Yeah. I'm Mexican. I'm Mexican.
So, when it comes to Chipotle... Does your family kind of have a little bit of a... No, I mean, does your family have a little bit of a, ugh, why would you go there?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. My dad, he lets me have it every time I tell him I'm going to Chipotle. He gets really upset. He says it's not authentic and it's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, look, and I'm not trying to say, I've had it before. It's fine. I totally get it, and they've got options, and if it's there, all that's good. But it's a reminder that we're kind of spoiled out here in Southern California. In a lot of ways, it feels like it's more northern Mexico when it comes to restaurant options. You've got little taco stands, taco trucks.
Presidente in Mission Hills.
It's everywhere. Yeah. Literally everywhere you can find it. So it always reminds me that it's not like that other places. Let's go live to our I Have Some Thoughts, because I was born in a little suburb that was 95% Mexican outside of a small town in Detroit. Chris Perfett for the latest. Chris?
Greensboro, actually, but sure.
Okay.
Let me just ask this as a resident gringo around here, realizing how swarmed in I am by both Mike and your family. I understand the judgment is out on Chipotle, but how is there similar judgment about if I'm eating at El Pollo Loco, getting a tostada or a quesadilla over there? Because usually we have no choice but to slam it because it's right next door. Yeah, and for those who don't know LA, El Pollo Loco is kind of like a fast food chain around here. It's like KFC, but it's grilled chicken instead with a lot of Mexican options. But I am curious how, if the same snobbery exists about that.
So my wife loves it. Eats it all the time.
Really?
And I think the problem for us here is I've had to have it so many times working at Fox Sports Radio, because it is the only option, as Chris pointed out.
Literally right across the street.
That is their new tagline. El Pollo Loco. We're the only option.
Because if it's not that, it's Whole Foods, and we work in radio. So
you do the math.
Which one do you think we're going to choose? And it's also, I've never been able to go into El Pollo Loco after what I experienced with Rob Parker in there, which I still can't even believe that it happened. So I was filling in for Chris Broussard at the time. And Rob's like, hey, I'm going to go next to El Pollo Loco before the show starts and get something to eat. Do you want to go with me? I was like, sure, I'll walk over there. So it's literally right around the corner. So we just walk over there. We walk in. And Rob's so he's like, do you want anything? I was like, no, I'm good. So he's just getting stuff. And then he gets like a large Diet Coke. And so she tells him whatever the price was, large Diet Coke. He goes, and he stops. And he looks at this girl. She's like 17, maybe 18, tops. Young girl. Just doing her job. Totally nice. Looks at her and goes, but yesterday it was this price, and today it's this price. Why did it go up 20 cents? She goes, oh, I don't know. I just that's
sound the alarm.
She said, that's just what the price says. And he stops. He looks around and he goes, this is the last time you'll ever see me in this place. Gets his stuff and walks out and looks at me and says, can you believe that? I look at him like, no, actually, I can't, Rob. Did you really just accost this lady over 2 dimes? Like, I have that change in my truck. I'll get you the 2 dimes or the 4 nickels, whatever it takes to make up the difference. And to this day, he's never been to that El Pollo Loco again. And if he wants a soda before he comes in, he goes to 7-Eleven because they do refills for 99 cents.
I think I'm moving to Mexico.
No, not after that, you're not. I was mortified. I couldn't believe it. I was, Rob, really? Like, what? Is that girl's fault? Is it her fault? Like, you got to embarrass her like that in front of everybody?
I am co-signing this is the most Rob Parker story possible. I'm co-signing this as someone who's known him for like 10 years.
I was stunned. Like, oh, my God. Like, really? And he's to this day, and that was 6 or 7, well longer than that, like probably 8 years ago. To this day, he's never been to that El Pollo Loco again. Has never walked in there because they charged him 20 cents more for a Diet Coke than they did the previous day or week whenever he was there before. Like, it's just...
He's a man of principle, at least.
Okay, it's something. He's a man of something, that's for sure. All right, so thank you, Isaac.
I'm a woman!
That'll cover our deep dive into authentic versus non-authentic Mexican food in the world of Southern California. All right, coming up next here, Jonas Knox on Fox Sports Radio. We are going to tell you about a story that I'm officially done with in the NFL. I'm done with it. It's gone on way too long. I'm over it, and it's yours right here on Fox Sports Radio.
The summer is hot.
It's a party everywhere.
And nothing is hotter than getting your sports and entertainment right here.
Why are you talking basketball?
Getting you through the summer days.
Every week, every day.
It's all right here.
Let's get weird a little bit now.
We are Fox Sports Radio.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
We'll get into the first round of the playoffs before we get swept. Like this is all you can hope for if you're the worst. So it's really sad. But the bigger thing now is that he had a chance a couple of years ago and he decided, I want to stay. I want to try to make this work at Golden State. But now it's not happening in Golden State.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. We got what you want.
Your ears are perfect for this.
We got what they want.
Because there's nobody else like them.
We got the goods.
This is no longer a theory. It's a hypothesis. Like we've had it tested multiple times.
Good.
All day.
Go look at the numbers.
Bringing it to the entire nation.
All night.
Every damn night.
We got that good.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Man, let's ride.
We are Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
see that, you can go to my X account at The Jonas Knox. It is at The Jonas Knox. I will also put a link to the podcast in the IG stories portion of the Instagram page for the show. That is at Jonas Knox Show, at Jonas Knox Show on Instagram. That'll all be posted again shortly after we go off the air. But right now, it is time to close up shop with a little something we do called this.
Jonas, you moron. How could you not get to these stories? You moron. These are the scraps.
And for that, we turn it over to our executive producer, Mike Gonzalez, to find out what we've missed so far in the show. Mike?
Yeah, Jonas. So Sean McVay was speaking to the press yesterday, and he had this to say about Aaron Donald and potentially signing him.
Here's what I would tell you. There won't be any news on that front until we get back to Woodland Hills. We have some different things, which, I totally understand. What I don't want to do is there's some conversations that we've had. We've loosely had some different timelines that are kind of temporary. I want to keep those between us, just, if something unforeseen happens, out of respect for him and the situation. But I know this, things are going in the right direction. And if there's an arrow, it's trending upwards.
Yeah, I'm over it. Listen, man, whenever he gets back, he gets back. This is like they've asked Sean McVay about this every single day. Every single day they've asked Sean McVay about this. Like, it's nonstop. And this is, no disrespect to, because Aaron, I think he's going to come back. I think he'll be here. But Sean McVay is clearly telling you, hey, man, we've got nothing yet. When it's announced, it'll be announced. And he's being as nice and polite as possible and being as patient as possible. He's like, hey, man, nothing's going to happen until we get back to Woodland Hills, which, what are they going to do? Like, go meet up at HQ Gastropub or Paoli's across the street and then figure out a contract and get it done? I think he's coming back. I think this is, foregone conclusion at this point. But he's got to give a different answer to show progress. Like, the arrows are pointing up, but it's pointing in this direction that it's going to happen. Like, dude, you want to do something? Hey, why don't you ask him whether or not his wide receiver bit somebody on the back this offseason? Like, what about that? Like, I love it. This was the big storyline that was going on, is that Puka Nacua is in camp, and he doesn't appear like he's going to be holding in because, even though he's, due for a new contract and he's eligible for a new contract. Let's do one thing at a time first, okay? How about, let's just start with this. How about he doesn't try and eat people, first of all, and then we can focus on a contract. Let's take care of that stuff first, and then we can get to the financials afterwards. Enough's enough. What else we got, Mike?
Yeah, so a lot of drama building up in Tampa Bay the last week or so. Last week we had Vita Vea request a trade from the Buccaneers, and now the Baker Mayfield situation with his contract negotiations, saying that he feels disrespected and undervalued.
Yeah, and then you got Todd Bowles, who's asked about it, and he's got no comment on Baker Mayfield's comment. Well, of course he's got no comment. I mean, it's just he doesn't think anything of it. Of course he doesn't. What do you this? What is Todd Bowles going to offer up in the way of some sort of information about Baker Mayfield's contract? This is one of the things with Baker Mayfield that you got to love and appreciate. The fact that he's willing to call out anybody at any time. And he's a red ass. He's always been a red ass. The guy ran from cops and got tackled by police for some reason. Nobody still knows to this day why he ran from cops, but he did. He tried to plant a flag on field turf at Ohio State, which didn't go well. He also didn't like the fact that members of the Kansas football team didn't shake his hand before a game, and he let it be known he wasn't a fan of it, grabbed his crotch, was yelling obscenities. We've seen the stuff, his comments on the Browns. If you watch the Netflix show, you've seen his comments about Steve Wilkes, who cut him, when he was, it's like Baker Mayfield's a red ass. And so he's going to speak publicly about some things that maybe some people wouldn't like. And that's the only thing that I could find as maybe being a knock on Baker Mayfield since he's been to Tampa. Maybe the organization looks at it and goes, there's still some lack of trust in his ability to handle things. Maybe he gets too emotional. Dude, as I said earlier, since he's gotten to Tampa, he's been phenomenal. Second most passing touchdowns in the league, third most passing yards, since he's gotten to Tampa. So the idea that they wouldn't want to pay him after doing all that while taking over for Tom Brady, who won a Super Bowl there, is kind of weird. It's kind of a weird handling of it. But again, maybe this is an organization who realized that they've peaked and they don't want to commit long-term to anything, including their coach, including their quarterback, including Vita Vea, because they're not sure what this season's going to look like. What else we got, Mike?
Yeah, an interesting one. Browns signed 5-time Pro Bowl cornerback Denzel Ward to a 2-year, $62.2 million contract that includes $52.3 million guaranteed, which makes him the highest paid DB in NFL history for the second time in his career.
That's right. Hey, listen, you can say whatever you want about Jimmy Haslam, okay? And there's a lot of people who've said a lot of things about Jimmy Haslam. The Deshaun Watson contract has been a disaster, but the one thing you can say about Haslam, he does know when to reward his own, all right? Now, Baker Mayfield, that was a whole nother story. But he does know when to reward his own. And so Denzel Ward gets paid. Myles Garrett was getting paid a lot, and they finally decided, look, if we're going to get back the draft capital that we've gotten back, it would make some sense to move on. His value is never going to be higher than it's been. But you start to look at the Browns draft classes over the last number of years. Like, Denzel Ward was part of that Baker Mayfield draft class for the Browns. Like, they were both first-round picks. Both of them have hit. Like, maybe you look at Baker's time in Cleveland and you say, well, he wasn't as good as he was in Tampa. But if they stuck it out with him in Cleveland, maybe you do get those results. Everyone based their opinion on Mayfield in Cleveland based on the final year when he was banged up. So Myles Garrett, like you look at the draft class last year, like they've hit on a lot of picks. Now it's just trying to figure out the quarterback position, and maybe Deshaun Watson will finally work out this year, the final year of his 5-year, $230 million deal. This has been a fun one for Mike, for Chris, for Isaac, for everybody who listened, tweeted in, commented. We appreciate it. Keep it here on Fox Sports Radio all weekend long.
Jonas, son of a bitch.
We are Fox Sports.
When life's busy, sleep matters. But sharing a bed with someone who sleeps differently can make that tough. Mattress Firm sleep experts can match you to a customizable sleep solution, like the Tempur-Pedic Split King Sleep System, where each of you can choose your ideal comfort level and adjust to your ideal sleep position for better sleep together. And right now, you can get a $300 instant gift towards a Tempur-Pedic Total Sleep Solution with mattress purchase. They make sleep easy.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health question.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team for all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Bay Area, get ready for the return of AC/DC when they take over Levi's Stadium on August 5th with their Power Up Tour. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com, and for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Another Planet, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Now that's a teammate right there.
Can you think of a better combination?
I can think whatever I want.
That's what I thought. It's two pros and a cup of Joe. Weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. Live sports and live programming. FS1. Big games. Big takes. To find FS1 on your television, visit foxsports.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
In Major League Baseball, the New York Yankees are trading reliever Camilo Doval to the Pittsburgh Pirates for two prospects. The Los Angeles Angels just scratched starting pitcher Jose Soriano from tonight's start against the Milwaukee Brewers due to the approaching trade deadline. In the NFL, San Francisco 49ers general manager John Lynch announced today that receiver Ricky Pearsall is being placed on season-ending injury reserve and will have surgery on the posterior cruciate ligament in his right knee. Buffalo Bills safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson left practice today due to a lower right leg injury. Bills general manager Brandon Beane telling the Associated Press that Gardner-Johnson will have an MRI. Kansas City Chiefs receiver Xavier Worthy left practice today with a shoulder injury. Falcons guard Matthew Bergeron has agreed to a 4-year, $96 million extension with $60 million guaranteed. I'm Isaac Lowenkron.
Fox Sports Saturday is on.
One time we gon' give it to you like this, yeah, like this, yeah, like this.
The plays, the sounds of the game, the interviews, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we'll cover it here. Your Fox Sports Saturday is right now.
Whoa, whoa.
Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Tracy Sandler and Steve Hartman.
Hello, 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 and welcome to Fox Sports Saturday. We are in a very busy time in the world of sports. MLB trade deadline, training camps are happening in the NFL, and maybe most importantly of all, I get to be with Steve Hartman today, and so that's pretty exciting.
Tracy, every single time that Scott reaches out to me and said, are you interested in doing a show with Tracy, I can't get yes out quick enough.
That just makes me so happy because these are very fun shows. I always
These
have
are great
blast.
shows because, I mean, we have a limited amount of time. This is a great time of the year to really cover a lot of bases right now. So I'm very excited, Tracy. I know we're going to have a big show today.
We sure are. And first, I want everybody to know, however, to be sure to just subscribe to the Fox Sports Radio YouTube channel. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube, and you will see our best videos from all of our shows. Hit the thumbs up icon and comment away. Let us know whose takes you agree with, and even those you don't. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe. Steve, a minute ago, you said covering all our bases. And so I'm going to take that and move that into our...
You see how I did that? That segues so perfectly.
Beautiful. And I love a segue. So I honestly,
know.
I feel like maybe, am I rubbing off on you a little bit?
Well, I know this about you, Tracy. All right. So one thing about Tracy is that, obviously she's covered football on a very, I'll use the word intimate basis. Okay. She's been part of the football scene, but I know your passion for baseball.
I love it so much.
Yes.
I love it so very much. And I love the Dodgers so very much. And that really brings us to the MLB trade deadline. And really the first thing we have to talk about are the Tarek Skubal sweepstakes. And that is the big story. It's interesting because Jeff Passan said the other day, I think on Wednesday, he expected something to get done in the next day or two. We are now a few days past that, but he's kind of the darling, I'll call him, of this trade deadline. Before we get into where he may go, I have a question for you. At this moment, the Tigers are 3.5 games out of a playoff spot. So they have an uphill battle. I'm not saying there's a strong chance, but they could do it. So if you were the Detroit Tigers, though, do you still say he's going to be a free agent at the end of the season? We're not going to pay him, which that also is bananas to me, and we can talk about that. So we have to trade him. Or are you going to say, we're not that far off here? What do we do?
Okay. Yes! All right. Okay. Yes! We had this exact same situation just a couple of years ago with the Angels and Shohei Ohtani. And somehow they convinced themselves as they approached their trade deadline, you know what? We're still in it. And literally starting the day after the trade deadline, when they did not make the trade, they went on a 7-game losing streak and ended their season.
I do
and
remember
they saw Shohei Ohtani walk away, and they got nothing for the best player in baseball, nothing. So if you're the Detroit Tigers right now, they're 6 games below 500. I mean, this is a low bar for wild card right now in the American League. The American League on the whole is just not good. So, yeah, you want to convince yourself that somehow we could sneak in with a wild card. Let's say you do. And then you go down the first round of the playoffs, and Skubal walks at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Did you make the right decision? Look, I understand if you are a serious contender to make it to the World Series. The Tigers are not that.
That is true.
And so you need to
Chris
cash in.
disagrees.
Chris, you come on. I mean, seriously.
Evan McGonigal has a 5-WAR season right now. Like, it's not about just doing right by Tarek Skubal. It's about doing right by all the other guys.
All right,
I actually legitimately, whichever way they go, I'm fine with. I will say, however, like whatever the trade value is, it feels very odd for the Raiders to be to the people doing the pillaging and plundering to be like, well, you've got to take the deal on it. The best deal they could have gotten for Skubal was last year, and they didn't do it. I just don't think the return on Skubal is going to be as rich as anyone thinks. But then, you guys will prance around and go like, well, you needed to make a deal, but then you got pennies on it.
Well, again, pennies are better than zero.
If your best chance is to win the World Series right now with what you got,
you're not going to win the World Series.
They're not going to win the World Series.
They're not winning the World Series.
They're not even going to make it to the.
They're 6 games below 500. First of all, they got to leap over about 4 teams already trying to just get the last wild card spot. The Tigers have not shown anything. All right.
Here's what I would say.
I'll tell you what. You go, Chris. Look I love his. He's committed to the Tigers and everything else, but. Sometimes you have to take a step back and take a realistic look at your situation. But he's right about one thing, Tracy, is that the longer you wait, the less you're actually going to get in the Skubal deal. I mean, as teams understand the desperation of your situation, because you could always talk about other teams are involved. Well, you get down to the deadline, which is obviously Monday, and no other deals are on the table. Yeah, your bargaining chips are gone. And so Tigers only have themselves to blame for the situation.
I could not agree more. And I think the microcosm to me of why they need to trade Skubal and probably should have done it that day was his last start that I believe was Wednesday. He left the game with a 7-1 lead and they ended up losing. I'm going to get the number wrong, but it's something along the lines of like 14-12 or something ridiculous like that. And that to me was just, it's almost was like the universe being like, say goodbye. Now, the thing
and then the game after that, I think they lost the Orioles in 12 innings, and that was my backbreaker then. That was like when I, like, it's fine if he leaves.
Well, and the thing is, though, and this is, I guess, a bigger conversation, a different issue is, if you're the Detroit Tigers, why on earth are you not paying Tarik Skubal? Why are you even in this situation?
Well, and again, this comes down to the whole economics of baseball right now. And this is fake. And the franchise that proved it was fake was the San Diego Padres with the late, great Peter Seidler, deemed a small market team. We can't afford to engage in competition for high-end free agents. And he said, actually, we can. And they did. And suddenly an empty Petco Park was packed to the rafters because he wanted to spend the money, and he knew he had limited time. He had already gone through a couple battles of cancer before. He knew his time was limited. I knew Peter. I knew the kind of guy he was. He wasn't talking the talk. He walked the walk. And unfortunately, he passed and it didn't happen. Then unfortunately for him, his family didn't have the same desire to spend the money. And of course, now they've sold the franchise, and we'll see where that goes in the future. But the idea that the Tigers or any other team in baseball doesn't have the money is a flat out lie. There are what we call small market teams. There's no such thing. There's small spending teams. They will use that small market moniker as a reason for them not spending money. But the reality is every team has money.
And to that point, the generational divide is there in Tigers ownership. Mike Ilitch, the mogul who founded Little Caesars and owned both the Tigers and Red Wings, and actually was in the Tigers minor league system before he blew out his knee and started hawking cheap pizza, spent very large 10 years ago. He brought Prince Fielder to Detroit. He bought David Price, Ian Kinsler, whatever. Those 2010s Tigers team, whatever the pocketbook demanded, Mike Ilitch was willing to pay it because he wanted to bring a World Series to Detroit as he had brought Stanley Cups back with the Red Wings. His son, however, it's his trust fund. That's all, which, like, it shouldn't be, because you're almost, with the collapse of the regional sports networks, the Ilitch family's in a position of power where if they want to start a Detroit regional sports net, they can do that. So it's for Tigers fans like me, it is frustrating with all of the and the land that the Ilitches own in Detroit that still sits undeveloped. They have all the power and money to make the Tigers winners and pay Skubal if they want to, but Chris doesn't want to do it.
Well, and that is probably a conversation as we get closer to the lockout. But let's focus now on where Skubal is probably going to go and what it is going to take to get him. Right now, it sounds like the team's in the lead for the Skubal sweepstakes is what I'm calling it, because not only do I love a segue, I love alliteration. So the leads seem to be the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Tampa Bay Rays. Any one of those teams becomes... I mean, the Dodgers can win the World Series with the group they have. That we know. But any one of those teams, I mean, the stock rises dramatically should they get Tarik Skubal.
Well, I will say this about the Dodgers run. And I know you're a diehard Dodger fan, and you know my long support of the Dodgers organization.
Go Dodgers.
Dodgers were 2 outs away from losing that World Series. I mean, if Mickey Rojas doesn't hit a miracle home run 2 outs away from elimination, they lose Game 7. And we could be talking a whole different game right now for the Dodgers in 2026. And when you look at a Dodger rotation, it now includes the likes of Eric Lauer and, Robleski and Sasaki and Emmett Sheen. Not exactly what they were thinking at the heart of the, start of the year was going to be Snell, Glasnow, Yamamoto, Ohtani. All right. And then you find a fifth guy. And then it has him in the case.
Yamamoto's the only one right now that has stood the test of time.
I will say this. If they don't have a healthy, Ohtani in the postseason pitching, if they don't have a healthy, they're not going to win the World Series. Pitching still is the difference maker. We remember the Dodgers a couple of years ago won 111 games and staggered into the playoffs with a broken down rotation and got blown out. So you got to have strong pitching. So they need Skubal. The thing about it is the Rays are just an amazing organization because they develop so well. They have such a sound farm system, and they are loaded with talent on that farm system. So when we know the Dodgers obviously have that kind of clout as well. So, it could still work for the Tigers here because, as you mentioned, there's still 3 teams that all could use Tarik Skubal right now.
Three teams, you mentioned the Rays farm system. All three of those teams have extremely strong farm systems.
Exactly. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're the Tigers right now, lay your cards out. Let's see what you got. I want your top three guys. I mean, you ask for the world. You should be asking for a world for the best left-hander in baseball. Two-time Cy Young Award winner, Tarik Skubal is that. I mean, we're saying, well, is he going to pitch well? He's going to dominate. He'll dominate. So, I think all three of those teams right now, obviously serious World Series contenders, they're going to lay the cards out. My guess right now, Tracy, if I'm a betting man, which I'm not, but if I were a betting man, my bet is he will sign with one of those teams. A trade will be made with one of those teams. But also remember, if you're going to make that trade, you got to be able to immediately sign a long-term deal.
That I feel like takes the Brewers out of it. Unless the Brewers say, we are making this trade because we think we become a World Series contender, like we will be there with Skubal, and if it's a rental, it's a rental, and we're okay with that. Unless they do that, because they're not going to sign him to the contract he wants. That's not what they do, unless they do a change of philosophy, which I would do if I were them. But coming to the Dodgers, he has a very high likelihood of that happening. And then someone said to me the other day, but if he comes to the Dodgers, then there's going to be a lockout. I said, there's going to be a lockout anyway. So if you're the Dodgers and you want to three-peat, get him. Get it done. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be interesting.
Well, also understand this. When there is a lockout, do the players get paid under their current deals? I mean, that's the whole thing. Will the players walk? If they walk, then obviously you're not going to get paid.
Right.
That is your choice to forfeit your salaries, which is always a big test, obviously, for these players. But also keep in mind, you mentioned Tampa Bay and Milwaukee. How many World Series have those two franchises won combined? That would be zero. And so if your selling point to Rays fans or Brewers fans, all right, we're going to roll the dice that we can win a World Series this year with Tarik Skubal, even if he walks, who would sign up for that? I would say 99.999%. We don't care. Just once.
100%.
We want to say we are World Series champions. So I think both those franchises would roll the dice, even if he doesn't sign long-term.
And I do think both of those franchises will be willing to give up more in their farm system than the Dodgers.
Also, I believe on the case of the Brewers, they've basically report from The Athletic is that they are willing to also take on all of Skubal's contract from the Tigers, which is like remaining like $9.4 million.
Okay, well, that's fine. But I mean, if I'm the Brewers, I do it in a heartbeat.
100%.
You know, they did this with CC Sabathia. Remember the same thing where Sabathia had an unbelievable run with the Brewers for half a season. He was top 10 MVP that year. Not just Cy Young, but MVP. And then, of course, he signs with the Yankees as soon as the season was over. But he had a great run for the Brewers. So they've been down this road before.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the Brewers, I make it happen. But we shall see. It's going to be a very, very interesting couple of days. Trade deadline is on Monday. If he ends up a Dodger, the baseball world is just going to have a collective meltdown. But no surprise, I am so here for it.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to ask you right now, Tracy, knowing that your allegiance to the Dodgers knows no bounds.
Zero bounds.
Will you be disappointed if they don't sign him and he signs elsewhere? I mean, if the Tigers just pull him off the table, okay, that's one thing. But if he were to sign with the Brewers or the Rays or somebody else and the Dodgers are like, you know what, we're good, are you okay with that?
Yes. Disappointed, yes, because I think it would be tremendous, and I think it almost guarantees them their third World Series, though a million things can happen, so we'll see. Disappointed, yes. Upset, no. So that, because I do think I can understand from the Dodgers' perspective if they feel like we are getting Snell back, we are going to have Glasnow, we're going to have Yamamoto, Robleski, if Shohei can't pitch, we got Robleski, we have Eric Lauer. If we don't want to trade Eric Lauer, he has been good with the Dodgers.
Lauer has pitched well.
He's really pitched well, that they have options there that I can understand them saying, you know, we are not giving up our two best prospects that we believe so strongly in to get Skubal. So disappointed, yes. Upset, no.
All right.
That's what I'm saying about that.
We'll see how it all works out. It'll be interesting with Snell coming back. He has got to stay healthy. I mean, he was so dynamic during the postseason until he ran out of gas in the World Series. But that's what they're going to need. If the Dodgers want to win another World Series, their starting pitching has to be solid, strong, just like it was last year.
100%. All right, don't go anywhere, because I don't want to shock anybody, but there are already a lot of injuries up in Santa Clara at 49ers training camp. We have that and so much more to talk about. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Need an arm?
They're looking for bullpen.
A bat?
They're going to move some decent names to get those pieces.
Maybe you need a whole new squad. Uh-oh.
Get rid of everyone. They stink, they stink, they stink.
Teams are making moves. Yes! And we're talking about it.
Maybe a shortstop.
It's your MLB trade deadline news on Fox Sports Radio.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
High-quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family-style commitment to care, that's the Heartland difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone the gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. Hand-cut and hand-picked from the Heartland. Our premium selection includes USDA Prime and Choice Beef, all-natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly prepared Grill Master packages, freezer filler bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com and use promo code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, that's code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99.
Did you know we're on YouTube? Fox Sports Radio. You can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube.
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio. And you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Stu Gatz and Company. Live.
That's so good.
Covino and Rich. Oh, yeah. The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show.
Fox Sports Radio.
On YouTube.
Wow.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
So, I mean, hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
It's Stu Gatz.
Yes.
And he Gatz Company.
I love that.
Stu Gatz and Company. Live.
That's what he's doing. Unapologetic.
And they're blending sports.
Listen, kicking's an individual sport.
With whatever they want.
I once went to 11 consecutive dead shows at Madison Square Garden.
Sometimes I like to talk.
What?
It's Stu Gatz and Company live. Listen weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio. We like to give. We give you news.
There is late breaking news.
Has been confirmed.
Multiple outlets have just reported.
We give you videos.
Watch us live on YouTube right now.
We give you a platform.
Go ahead, you're on Fox Sports Radio.
SGA is great as he is. He doesn't have
We give you the best sports talk lineup in the nation. All day, all night. We're giving it to you.
How you do anything is how you do everything, right?
You know you're listening to Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. Now. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Always the solid music from Chris Perfett. Welcome back to Fox Sports Saturday. I am Tracy Sandler, joined by the fantastic Steve Hartman. And I hope everyone is sitting down. NFL training camps are just a few days old.
Oh, man.
And the San Francisco 49ers already have a season-ending injury. John Lynch announcing wide receiver Ricky Pearsall going on season-ending IR. I believe we have the sound of that.
You know, at the culmination of the season, as we had throughout, we consulted with, multiple opinions, experts in the field, over 100 years of NFL experience with the different docs. You probably are very familiar with the names, along with our own doc, Tim McAdams. The decision was made to go with a non-operative deal. I had a PCL myself, second or third year in the league, and that's kind of the way that things go. It's going to be a struggle to get through that year. You get to the offseason, and most resolve themselves without surgery. Unfortunately, Ricky's did not. He did well throughout the offseason. He got to the point where he ramped it up, to the last gear right before camp, and then he came into camp, and the rigors of camp, competition and whatnot, he swole up right away.
So Ricky Pearsall, who has not played very many games, he's dealt with a number of things, and in the last couple of years, this PCL injury that happened last year obviously bled into now. He's going to have surgery, season-ending IR. I know many fans are asking, why did he not just have surgery when he got hurt last year over the offseason? But he didn't. You heard John Lynch's explanation. Christian Kirk also injured for the 49ers. Running back Jordan James is injured. There are a few injuries, not necessarily season-ending, but injuries. So I guess what fans would consider cool news is that Deebo Samuel is back in Santa Clara. And there seems to be so much excitement about this. I covered the team, Deebo Samuel's last year at the 49ers, and exciting is not the word that I would use for any of it, but it could be a good situation for either of them. It's funny. I asked at season close out about Ricky Pearsall and asked what it was he needed to do to stay on the field. and I was given a little bit of a testy response. And so now Ricky Pearsall has Cincinnati injury.
All right, so this is a guy who started his NFL career by getting shot.
Yes.
Okay, obviously not his fault,
No.
and made a miracle recovery. You
Yes.
get shot in the chest.
I mean, truly incredible.
And you come back and actually get your NFL career underway, and then you have this. I mean, he showed promise,
He did.
although, am I right? He didn't get in the end zone.
No, he did not. He did show promise. You know, before he was shot in his rookie offseason programs, OTAs, mini camp, even training camp, he was barely there due to a shoulder injury.
Right.
And then he had another knee injury, and then he got shot, which obviously was a whole other thing. He comes back. But yes, he's shown promise, but he's never thus far got up to the potential, and now he's going to have another season of not playing.
Well, again, and this is what happens when you're a first-round pick, as Pearsall was. This is a reflection on John Lynch. I mean, he's the general manager. You know, it's always weird for me to talk about John Lynch because I told you, I've known John Lynch since he was a student at Stanford. That's how long his father literally created the radio station that launched my career and the careers of so many in this industry. So I have a long history with John Lynch, and he's just a great, great person.
He is a
Great guy.
fantastic person.
And so, but I understand the frustration because, you know, you're a believer in your ability to cite talent. Pearsall, he believes, has that kind of talent. And now you have to sort of wage that battle of, do we cut our losses? Or do we hang in there in hopes that he will be the player that eventually he's going to be? I always said this about the New England Patriots organization, how they had that sustained success during those 20 years under Bill Belichick, is that they knew when they had made a mistake. And they would cut their losses. It didn't matter if they were a high draft pick or a free agent they had spent a lot of money on. If they felt like this is not going to happen, they would cut their losses immediately. And that's tough to do because you've made a commitment. You really believe in that individual. You know, I imagine Pearsall's the kind of kid that you root for. You know,
Absolutely.
He overcame so much after being shot and everything else that you want to give this kid every opportunity. So that's commendable and understandable. But, you know, just for some reason, whatever it is, star-crossed, the football guys are not working with him. I just hope that at some point that he can stay healthy and that it does work out for him. I'm always rooting for guys like that. But it really has put the 49ers in a precarious situation.
And he's fun to cover. He is a good guy. I hope it works out for him too. But at some point, you got to cut your losses. And very different situation, but they should have cut their losses with Brandon Ayuk and not signed him to that contract. The writing was on the wall.
What is the latest with Ayuk? I mean, this is the social media is blowing up.
It's basically an Instagram story every other day about something. He said something really in poor taste yesterday about Kyle Shanahan, made like these comments, not mentioning Kyle's name, but sometimes you got to crash out. So, I mean, just there's something wrong. He is certainly not well. And I hope whatever happens.
When you say not well, that's amazing. It really is. I mean,
because he's definitely not well.
I mean, you mentioned Deebo Samuel, and you know, I mean, when you really look at Deebo Samuel's career, he was a one-year wonder.
Yes, he was.
Mike McDaniel, devised that offense where he was this hybrid running back receiver, and he had an incredible year. That's it.
That's what he had.
He had one unbelievable year.
As did Brandon Ayuk. He had one unbelievable year, and then I think the writing was on the wall there. And so cutting their losses may be something that they really have to focus on. But you know what? I would never cut my losses when it comes to Isaac Lowenkron.
Wow. Wow.
What a segue.
Thank you.
Tracy.
Thank you.
I didn't understand that you were on the chopping block where she would even have to defend.
I'm just saying I'm here.
My default location is on the chopping block. And by the way, Hardman, you could learn a thing or two from that introduction. I'm just saying.
I don't get to introduce you very often. You understand that,
Thank
right?
goodness. I mean, yeah.
But we do share a lot of time together when you allow me to.
It's less allowing than the fact that my studio doesn't have a lock on it.
I'm not going to say anything else.
Tracy, you have to understand that insults are our love language between me and
There's
Hardman.
a lot of love.
I have heard that.
You know what's amazing, though? He still does not follow me on X.
Oh, rude.
I have followed him for years and years and years and years. He is one of the very few people that I follow that does not follow me back.
And I specifically do it just to annoy you. Now, as much as I would like to continue with the ways that I annoy Hartman, and there's actually one more coming up, there is some activity today in Major League Baseball off the field because Tracy and Steve, the New York Yankees, trading reliever Camilo Doval to the Pittsburgh Pirates for 2 prospects. The Los Angeles Angels a short time ago scratched starting pitcher Jose Soriano from tonight's start against the Milwaukee Brewers because of the approaching trade deadline. Soriano leading all Halo pitchers this year with 9 victories. On the field right now, the Toronto Blue Jays, a 2-0 lead over the St. Louis Cardinals at the bottom of the 5th. NFL, as the two of you have been discussing, 49ers GM John Lynch announcing today receiver Ricky Pearsall being placed on season-ending injury reserve. He'll have surgery on the posterior cruciate ligament in his right knee. Bills safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson left practice today due to a lower right leg injury. Bills GM Brandon Beane telling the Associated Press Gardner-Johnson will have an MRI. Kansas City Chiefs receiver Xavier Worthy left practice today with a shoulder injury. Atlanta Falcons guard Matthew Bergeron's agreed to a 4-year, $96 million extension with $60 million guaranteed. Finally, Tennessee Titans receiver Calvin Ridley has recovered from a stomach bug prior to training camp that caused him to lose 15 pounds. After practice today, he detailed the circumstances in memorable fashion. Listen.
I ate Chipotle. And sorry, Chipotle. I like y'all. But by the time the night hit, it was coming from everywhere. So I got better pretty quick, though.
Calvin Ridley, in true Hartman fashion, leaving no detail out. Tracy and Steve, back to you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. We apologize to Chipotle. Well, we just talked a lot of 49ers football, and lucky for everybody, our next guest, Tim Kawakami of San Francisco Standard, is boots on the ground in Santa Clara. Tim, welcome to the show. You've got me and Steve Hartman.
How you doing, guys? Hartman, Jesus Christ, how long has it been since I talked to you?
You know, Tim, I was thinking about this. I mean, I go back with Tim like early 90s when you were covering the Rams. Am I right, Tim? I mean,
was there leather helmets back then?
I mean, obviously you were there when my beloved Bruins won a championship in 95. So, yeah, Tracy, Tim and I, yeah, we go back way back
to early days of our own careers, and we've both been working in this business for thousands of years.
And we're still around. See, that's the miracle of the whole thing, Tim, is that we're still kicking and they just can't get rid of us.
Long enough to both have worked with me.
Exactly.
That might be the end of it right there. But, Trace, how you doing?
I am good, Tim. I am good. I do miss seeing you every day. But I don't miss the drama, and there sure has been a lot of it in Santa Clara. Can you just kind of set the scene for me a little bit? Like, what's the vibe check right now? Because a lot has happened to this team in the last
week. A lot's happening. It's you go look back, it's happened various other times in 49ers history. They tend to be a dramatic team. Obviously, the Kyle Shanahan accident happening weeks ago. He is making progress. You can just tell physically because he was out on the field. I was not there today. I was there yesterday. He was out there for a long time. He was out there by the large speakers. Tracy, you know how loud those speakers are.
Oh, God, those are so loud.
And he was standing right underneath one as AC/DC was playing. So word that he spoke to the team today, that's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Speaking to the team is his thing. He had not done it. There's progress. Obviously, it might not be linear with the concussion. But I think the signs are that he's progressing. Obviously, it's a big deal for a team to deal with. When it's Kyle Shanahan, as Tracy fully well knows, he's the whole thing there. Mm-hmm. He's the whole deal. Every decision that happens with the football team goes across his desk. In fact, he's probably initiating most of this. He's been out and on the film reviews, so that's a very important thing. Again, that's a big thing to deal with. They undetermined when this is going to be. He's taken over the whole thing when he's talking to the media, when he's talking to all that stuff, but maybe headed the right way. That's a big thing. But then now, obviously, Ricky Pearsall, continued issues with his PCL. Now they announced that he will be undergoing surgery. That's a 9-month thing. He is out for the season. This is a player that they were counting on, at least at some point, to be a starter, to be a productive player. As I pointed out, They drafted in 2024 essentially to replace Deebo Samuel. It wasn't a one-for-one. Deebo was still on the team, but they were looking ahead for that. And now that he's out for the season, is only going to play spot time in 3 seasons since he's been a 49er, they re-signed Deebo Samuel. They replaced Deebo Samuel with a guy who replaced Deebo Samuel. It's just, it happens in football. Guys get hurt. There are issues like this. You have to deal with it. They are dealing with it again. There are other injuries, as there always are in training camp. I do wonder how this all happens if Kyle Shanahan isn't totally his hands on the steering wheel, but I think they mostly are. Debo's his guy.
Mm-hmm.
You got to understand that this is a good relationship, so Kyle Shanahan clearly was in on that. We know the veterans have been in on all this, that it's as steady as it can be. Now, if they suffer 3 more injuries, 5 more injuries, which they surely could, if they're rough ones, that could rock the boat again, but this is what you go through. This isn't standard operating procedure for the 49ers, at least. Maybe not every team. And they kind of roll with it. It's definitely a different whole vibe if Kyle Shanahan isn't completely in charge, and he certainly hasn't been. But, moving in that direction, I assume he's been in all these decisions. And Tracy, what we really miss, too, is Chris Foerster's the sort of interim coach. He can't talk about depth chart stuff on defense, right? He's not going to talk about depth chart things anywhere but offensive line, which is what he coaches. And you just can't get the feel. It's not like Shanahan told us exactly what's happening one way or the other, but he'd give you indications of this injury is hurting this person's chances, or this person shouldn't have done that, and this person's rising. And then if Kyle Shanahan says it means something. Haven't had that publicly. It's a big thing they're missing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get too much into this, but it's really daunting me. This is one of the things that I think froze them after the accident. Is the person who was going to speak to the media about it most clearly was going to be Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
He's not able to do that, or he did it briefly. Did it to the beats in a much more casual situation in his office. That they're not set up for anyone else to really do that, and it's hard to explain that to people who are accusing them of conspiracies and accusing me, frankly. I shouldn't have even got this because it's on my mind as I see other people continue to go on this. I get skepticism. I understand this is a big deal. NFL head coach got in an accident and hurt himself pretty seriously, and could have obviously hurt the other driver, and incredibly lucky that he didn't. But this is not surprising the way they handle this. They're not like, hey, let's just tell you everything, team. They barely tell you when practice is going to be the next day.
Not untrue. Can't confirm.
Yeah, this is. I can say this with Tracy sitting there. It's what they do. It's not in a sinister way. It's just this is kind of the way they operate. It's through Kyle Shanahan's desk. Everything, statements, releases, whatever. And if he's injured, they're going to freeze a little bit. And I think that's what happened there. And I'm sorry for bringing it up. I don't mean to sidetrack everything, but it's just been on my mind.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad people have heard that.
Well, it's interesting when you mentioned Kyle, Tim. So I'm going to go back in time. So 1988, I'm the media relations guy for the Raiders as we introduced his father as our new head coach. Mm-hmm. And I was introduced to 8-year-old Kyle Shanahan on that day. So, it's interesting to me right now. I'm trying to get a little feel of like where the 49ers are right now. And in your opinion, Tim, when you look at the Seahawks defending Super Bowl champions and the Rams right now, favorites to win the Super Bowl this year, in your opinion, in terms of talent, in terms of looking forward to this 2026 season, what is the distance between where the 49ers are as opposed to the Seahawks and the Rams?
Yeah, I mean, in their minds, and I don't disagree with them entirely, is they're right there with them. They beat both those teams on the road last season. Doesn't mean that they would do it again. And this was a banged-up 49ers team. I think they're presuming that they will be healthier than they were last season when they lost Bosa, Warner for the season. They lost Purdy for half the season. Kittle obviously was hurt in the first playoff game, did not play the second playoff game. You could go down the list. It's ridiculous how many injuries they have. But, teams get injuries. Doesn't mean you won't have the same amount or more the next season, but I think they feel like they can play with those guys. I think Kyle Shanahan feels like he can play, he can coach a team against Sean McVay's team every single time and would feel good about it. That's just the way he feels. Doesn't mean they're going to win every game, and they certainly haven't. He just feels like when you got Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Brock Purdy, on down. Mike Evans now is a huge part of what they're thinking this season. they think they can play with those teams. I don't disagree with them. I don't think they're better than them. I don't think they're quite, but you never know on a week-to-week basis. You never know what injuries the other teams might face. They don't like saying, okay, it's the Seahawks and the Rams. They like saying, okay, how are we feeling about ourselves? And I think they feel pretty good. I think Mike Evans is a huge deal. If Mike Evans gets hurt, I think I wrote about this today, they have no other options to be their top receiver. That would be a major problem. If George Kittle isn't healing up and looking like he's going to be back at least by like week 2 or 3, that would be a major problem. Don't know, but they like where they are. This is kind of like they tore down last offseason, not this previous one, but before that, understanding that they probably weren't going to be a championship-level team last season. And then guys get hurt, and I think they surprised themselves to go 12-5 and to beat the Eagles in Philadelphia in a playoff game, and obviously just didn't have the firepower to match up with the Seahawks in that playoff game when the injuries finally really told at the end. I think they thought this year was going to be a rev-up year, maybe not like the total all-in thing, but close. And I think they like what they've got. Now, they've got older players. We know that almost all of them are over 30 or way over 30. They've got potential injury issues, as every team does, but they have guys coming off of injury, which means they could easily get re-aggravated or whatever else. They've already gone through some injuries. This is pretty fragile, and, what 49ers writers who are being accused of being on the, just say the company line, we're the ones saying more than anybody, they don't have any young players, right? They don't have young stars. And the 49ers don't like that we say that. So this is part of my wonderful feelings about people ripping us for being, won't criticize the 49ers. 49ers hate when they say that. It's true. We'll see if they get some of these guys. Is Mykal Williams going to be healthy enough? Last year's first-round pick. Can he get a couple sacks, which he didn't do last season? They've got some other guys. Deshaun Stribling has looked fantastic in camp. You just look at him and you go, this guy's one of their best receivers. In a way you never said about Pierce Hall. I just have to say it. Even when Pierce Hall was doing stuff in games, he never went to practice and go, oh, my God, who's that guy? I never did, at least. And a lot of that, I'm sure, was because of the injury stuff. Stribling, you go, whoa, okay, this guy could be something. They need a lot more than that. And they're confident that they've got it. I don't always agree with their confidence. And sometimes I've said I think they're over-optimistic about injury recoveries and staying away from injuries, since there's just a history now that they're going to have injuries, as happens to almost every team. But they like themselves in a matchup with those teams. That doesn't mean they're better than those teams over an entire season. But if they can get through into the tournament and maybe get a home field advantage, at least in one playoff game, which they didn't have last year, they like the way they're set up. Could be over-optimism, but if you go along with their thinking and they don't have all those injuries, again, if they like their matchups against anybody, and I think, winning that game in Philadelphia with as many players that had to be subtracted from that depth chart, gutting through it with their quarterback missing half the season, and then being able to win that game, I think gave them a lot of confidence about who they are. It gave them confidence about what they could do when people are healthy, assuming they are this season. Again, it takes some amount of optimistic thinking to do that, and maybe over-optimistic thinking. But I get what they're saying, and I get that, the talent is there at the top end.
Tim, unfortunately, we have to let you go, but I know we'll be talking to you again throughout the season because the 49ers are always a story. Thank you so much for coming on today.
Good to catch up, Tim.
See you.
Bye. We will be back with our do's and don'ts. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Everything football, right? Non-stop whistles and grunts. Hitting drills and huddles. 1-0-3, 1-2-3. Bods drenched in sweat. Thank God, NFL training camp is here. This is Fox Sports Radio.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, They're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-511-3535, 800-511-3535, or biglou.com.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market, official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
The piece.
I will say this about him. He sounds like Nick Saban.
He's a Signetti from Pittsburgh. He's a Pittsburgh Italian is what he is. And he has that gumption about him. He's got that swag about him. And it's so authentic.
Two pros, LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and a cup of Joe, Jonas Knox. 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. We are all over the place. Not only are we on your radio right now, we're streaming on the iHeartRadio app. Fox Sports Radio. We have social clips all over social media platforms.
I'm going to guess that the audience probably feels it's pretty cool.
And we have videos. So many videos. Countless videos. Too many to count videos on our YouTube channel.
What a wonderful world we're living in. Isn't it great?
Like I said, we're all over the place. Fox Sports Radio. We are Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Hello and welcome back to Fox Sports Radio, being brought in again with the stellar tunes. I am Tracy Sandler here with Steve Hartman. Want to tell you something before we get to our do's and the don'ts, and that is with the iHeart app, you can stream us wherever you are. Catch us in all of our Fox Sports Radio shows live 24/7 in the new and improved iHeart app. Just search Fox Sports Radio in the app to stream us live all day, every day. And be sure to select Fox Sports Radio as one of your presets in the iHeart app so it always pops up at the top of your screen. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio in the iHeart app. And with that, it is time for our do's and our don'ts.
Highlighting the do's.
Ooh, I love that.
And putting a spotlight on the don'ts.
The subject brings me no joy.
Don't do that.
That's insane.
It's time for the do's and the don'ts in sports.
Steve, I am going to let you go first.
Well, I have a don't.
Okay.
Don't be so quick to write an obituary for the WNBA. And I'll explain why.
I like this.
It's not that the WNBA is a must-watch on my list, but the fact of the matter is ratings are up significantly this year from even where they were a year ago. The All-Star Game got monster ratings for the women. So all this negative publicity with Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham, a lot of people are saying this league still loses a lot of money. They do, but not as much as they did. And they are turning the corner. It's not just about Caitlin Clark. You can watch the TV, see a lot of WNBA stars now doing commercials. So, you know, staying in the news, even if it's a negative or deemed a negative or a reason for the critics to take off on the WNBA, yeah, don't be so quick to write that obituary. The WNBA is doing just fine.
And them being in the news, bad or good, means that people are paying attention and people care. So I absolutely love your don't, and I'm going to turn it into a do. Do watch the WNBA and do pay attention. So there you go.
Really?
Yes, I'm taking your don't and making it a do.
Well, are you watching the WNBA?
I do sometimes. I'm not watching every single game, but I watch.
I mean, for a lot of people, I think it's more a curiosity thing, but the numbers don't lie.
No, they don't.
We're not talking like 1 or 2%. I've seen rating increases anywhere from 10 to 20% just year to year.
Okay.
So that means that at least from a curiosity factor, more people are watching the WNBA than ever before.
I would agree with that. I have a very, very quick don't. Do not drive under the influence. Tony Romo gets arrested this week. Driving under the influence. It is absolutely inexcusable in this day and age. Well, it's inexcusable anyways. Call an Uber, call a Lyft, call anybody. Except don't call anybody right now because you got to stay here. We will be back with another hour. Tracy Sandler, Steve Hartman on Fox Sports Radio.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey, it's Willard for Sierra Nevada. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Come find them during Outside Lands at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here, now through August 3rd. Get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, giant opportunity. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Hey, working on your cardio and your physicalities and getting shredded, that's not going to hurt, so props to him.
Covino and Rich, weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. It's Ben Maller.
It's the gas bag on the radio who is tossing verbal raspberries at you.
Your late night getaway. The big dog.
Big.
Got it?
I disagree.
Good.
So I have abstract art, Fisher-Price, and the mighty Zoltar.
What the hell did he just say? It's the Ben Maller Show.
What kind of acid was someone on when they cooked this up?
Listen on the overnights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
Here's what you need to know.
A few trades ahead of Tuesday's trade deadline in Major League Baseball. The New York Yankees trading reliever Camilo Doval to the Pittsburgh Pirates for 2 prospects. The Angels scratch starting pitcher Jose Siriano from tonight's start against Milwaukee due to the approaching trade deadline. Games in action right now. Top of the 3rd inning, Mariners with a 3-0 lead on the Twins. You can see that one on FS1. Top of the 2nd inning, the Marlins have a 3-0 lead over the Mets. Scoreless between the White Sox and the Rays in the 4th. And then top of the 7th, the Blue Jays have a 2-1 lead over the Cardinals. In the NFL, the San Francisco 49ers general manager John Lynch says wide receiver Ricky Pearsall being placed on season-ending injury reserve. He'll have surgery on his PCL ligament in his right knee. Bills safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson left practice with a lower right leg injury. Brandon Beane saying C.J. will have a MRI. And Xavier Worthy, Kansas Chiefs wide receiver, he left practice with a shoulder injury. I'm Martin Weiss.
Fox Sports Saturday is on.
One time we gon' get
give it to you like this, yeah, like this, yeah, like this.
The plays, the sounds of the game, the interviews, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we'll cover it here. Your Fox Sports Saturday is right now. Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Tracy Sandler and Steve Hartman.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Fox Sports Saturday. I am Tracy Sandler with the spectacular Steve Hartman. It has already been a very, very fun show and much more to discuss.
I mean, you blink and it's gone.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like,
it's
I always look forward to the opportunity to hang out with Tracy, and then we get here and then we're gone. It's like, what happened?
It flies by. You know, the first radio show I ever hosted, my first time up in the Bay, was a 4-hour, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. morning show. It was literally my first foray into hosting. And after you host a 4-hour show from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., you can do anything.
You can. And I remind people, I used to do a 5-hour morning show before there was internet.
Oh, goodness.
So in the early 90s, the old 690, my partner Chet Forty and I, the late great Chet Forty and I, we did 6 to 11 a.m. There was no internet, didn't exist in those days. So there was no computers, there was nothing. You had a wire service, but you had a lot of time to fill.
A lot of time to fill. My goodness. My show was in the age of the internet. Thank goodness.
I know. People always say, well, how did you guys do it? And it's like, well, it wasn't like there was an option.
You didn't know any other way.
Exactly. It's like there wasn't like, hey, are we going to get the internet? There was no such thing. So, you do what you do. It's a great experience. But now you're a veteran now, Tracy.
I am. Now I'm a radio vet.
Yes.
And
doing
I love
a great
it.
job out here.
Thank you.
Everything you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Steve. You know what? You just gave me a segue. Maybe one day I can be considered the MVP.
Wow.
But today, we're going to be talking about Major League Baseball MVP race. That segue. It needed work and explanation. but I didn't hate it.
No. Well, this is the Major League Baseball, the modern MVP award. There were some early years, but that started in 1931. And one of the things I like about the MVP awards in Major League Baseball, it has always, from 1931 to the present, you fill out a 1 through 10.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you vote. A lot of times you see, like in the old days with the NFL, you'd have a guy that was second team all NFL.
Uh-huh.
And I remember one year, like Tom Brady got 49.5 votes and Brett Favre got half a vote. And he gets credit for second team all. And that's not second team. Okay. No. That's not, you only should have a first team. But in baseball, top 10 voting is legit. If you finish top 10, that is a consensus vote. So I've always been fascinated by Major League Baseball's MVP vote because sometimes it's about stats. Other times it's about, an inspirational leader on a team that comes out of nowhere. So there's not an exact definition. What is your definition of most valuable player?
So I generally think most valuable player is the player that has made the biggest difference between a team's wins and losses. And this is why last year, I will expand. Last year with the NFL, and I knew it wasn't going to happen, I considered Christian McCaffrey the most valuable player because had it not been for Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers are under 500 and they are shocking nobody in the playoffs. And he's the reason they won the vast majority of their games, especially in all those games without George Kittle and without Brock Purdy, taking nothing away from Mac Jones and the job he did. It doesn't happen without Christian McCaffrey. So when I look at the MVP, who made the biggest impact on their team that impacted the rest of the league?
Well, we use that WAR stat in baseball, right? And the idea is wins above replacement. That's what WAR stands for. The idea is if you take the average person at that position and where does this person rank as that? So, and there's a lot of different factors. I don't know the exact formula. I think they're almost making it up as they go.
It's possible.
But here's an interesting about WAR right now. Let's say in the National League. So obviously Shohei Ohtani, who's not only been a 4-time MVP, he's been unanimous 4 times. Understand this, no other player has ever been unanimous more than once.
Let alone 4 times.
I mean, Barry Bonds won 7 MVPs. Only once was he unanimous. Shohei's 4 for 4, unanimous. And so you look at his numbers this year, and of course, he's been pitching sub-2 ERA. Obviously, the bat's still there, although he's not hitting home runs quite at the volume he did over the last couple of years. He's not going to hit 50 home runs this year. But you look at his WARs combined, too. There actually is one player in the National League right now that has a higher WAR than Shohei Ohtani. And that's Pete Crow Armstrong
And
of the
that
Chicago
brings me to
Cubs.
the debate.
Well, I mean, do you buy into that? And when you look at Pete Crow Armstrong, he's a versatile guy. He does a lot of different things. His numbers don't overwhelm you. And you're like, well, how is his WAR so good? It was very good a year ago. But how much do you weigh into that? I mean, let's go back to what you just said about Shohei Ohtani. Is he the reason, the biggest reason why, despite injuries and everything else, the Dodgers still have the best record in baseball right now?
It's a good question, because I think he's a reason. He's not the reason. He's a top reason. I think that his presence just right off the bat gives the entire rest of the lineup an advantage. Because when a team, the amount of times he's intentionally walk, a team sees him coming up, and it kind of changes. I think it changes a team philosophy more than any other player in the league does. I think what's going against Shohei out this year for MVP is that he's not pitching. Now, he won the MVP as a Dodger his first year not pitching, but it was the 50-50 season, and so there was that. Last year, he started pitching halfway through the season, it was unanimous MVP. I think this year, I would still consider him the MVP, but I think if a person was looking for a reason to vote for someone else that is not Shohei Ohtani, Shohei not pitching in this neck could be a reason for that. Now, that being said, Shohei this last week has been absolutely on fire. I think he's hit 2 home runs, but beyond that, he's been clutch whenever they've needed him to be. He's been tremendous. If he goes these next couple months, and pitching or not, and hits like that, then I think it would be hard for someone else.
John Paul Morosi, as you know, contributor here at Fox Sports Radio, and a dear friend of mine for many, many years. And we have a lot of disagreements on Hall of Fame and, a lot of this stuff because he votes, and so we've almost conceded. Like, why even bother with the MVP in the National League anymore? I mean, it's like Shohei. I mean, you can't compare him to anybody because there is no one. And you say not pitching, but he did pitch half a season and had a phenomenal time. Now, if he doesn't pitch again the rest of the year, that's going to definitely be in play, and we'll see what kind of impact he has down the stretch. Part of the problem for the Dodgers right now is they've just been running away with the NL West because, the Padres really haven't been all that competitive, and the Diamondbacks they're trying to battle for a wild card spot, but there hasn't been a lot of suspense on who's going to win the National League West this year. But it will be interesting because I think there is going to be an argument for certain. I mean, in the American League right now, Alvarez is just running away with it. I mean, he could win the Triple Crown. I mean, now in the American League for Houston. So it would appear Alvarez is going to be the runaway favorite there. But go back a year ago. Let's go back to the Aaron Judge versus Cal Raleigh argument. It's hard now because Raleigh's become the worst hitter in baseball.
Oh, my God, a mess.
But you had last year, Judge just putting up ridiculous numbers. I mean, just by far the best hitter in baseball, batting average, on base, OPS, and everything else. And then you had a catcher hit 60 home runs and lead Seattle to their first division title in years. It was a very close vote. There were 30 first-place votes, 17 went to Judge, 13 went to Cal Raleigh. Which way would you have gone had you had a vote for American League MVP last season?
I would have voted Cal Raleigh because I think to his team, he is the reason. He is the biggest reason they were there. It's a team sport, and a lot of other things had to go right, and they did, but the home runs, the leadership, the play, the inspiration, all of the things to me, that was Cal Raleigh. So, and he was clutch. I mean, they're just things. I would have gone Cal Raleigh. I
was surprised, honestly, he didn't. I mean, the thing about it was, and I don't buy into, Judge had won a couple. It's a one-year award. Forget the history. I don't want to hear about, what they did or how many awards they won. That is irrelevance about that one season. I knew it was going to be close, but I was surprised. I really thought, I go, it was 17-13 Judge. I would have expected more like 17-13 Raleigh. Again, because he's a catcher. A catcher. And in this day and age where, we look back at a lot of the guys that surpassed the 60 home run mark during the PED rage years, this is legit. And it wasn't like he just came out of nowhere. There was a step up each year. The year before, I think he hit 34 home runs. So this was a guy that, was stepping up. Plus, he's a better than average defensive catcher as well. So, yeah, all things considered, I was very surprised he didn't win it. But again, this is what it comes down to, where you get mesmerized by stats. And you're like, wow, I mean, he's the best player. And like, whoa. It's not the best player award. It's the most valuable player award. And that's where everyone has their own definition.
Well, and I think going back to your question on Shohei, as I think about it, I don't know how you can't be the most valuable player when you are able to hit at a high level and pitch at a high level for your team. Whether he pitches or not the rest of the season, they are where they are because they have him in the rotation.
His WAR as a pitcher, even though it's only half a season, is still higher than his WAR as a hitter this year.
And he loves pitching.
I know he does. And he wanted that Cy Young Award. Obviously, it's not going to happen because he's just going to miss too much time. I mean, I said before the year, if he is going to be in the conversation for the Cy Young Award, he has to have 30 starts on 180 innings.
Yes.
And he was pitching that 6 innings. He was there, but he couldn't miss any time. Like, he would have to literally do that and stay healthy throughout the entire season. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen for him. So I do believe, though, if his numbers are sort of where they are, like if he ends up, let's say, in the high 30s home run, obviously he doesn't get to, because last year, not only did he pitch half season, he still was over 50 home runs. But if he doesn't have that, if he's like 37, 38 home runs, I think other guys could get into the conversation.
I think you are probably right. I think these next couple months are interesting because they're going to be the couple months that people remember the most. And in his case, should he go on a tear these next couple months, I think there will be people say, wow, and he pitched half a season and he was amazing.
Right.
But I really think it'll come down to, and this is taking nothing away from Pete Crow Armstrong, who I'd like to take everything away from because he said mean things about Dodgers fans and I was personally offended. But taking nothing away from Pete Crow Armstrong, I do think if he wins it, it's not that he won't deserve it, but I think also there will be a little bit of Shohei MVP fatigue and there might be people looking for a reason to vote for someone else.
Yeah, and until I get a definitive answer to how exactly you come up with these WAR stats, because they're not consistent, by the way. You can go to Baseball Reference and they have WAR stats, but there are other outlets that have different WAR stats.
So he might be making up stuff.
I mean, you're like making it up as you go. I mean, why is Pete Crow Armstrong sitting there with a WAR more than a point higher than Shohei Ohtani? He's not just edging out Ohtani, like he is well above Ohtani in that WAR stat. I mean, this is, where WAR came in was with Mike Trout and the Angels. Now, there was the year where Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown, and people were saying, well, but Mike Trout has a bigger WAR. And I'm like, he won the Triple Crown.
Right.
And he did get the MVP award, and deservedly so. So I don't think WAR can be the only barometer in somebody's true value to a team. Trust your eyes. The eyeball test here. I don't know. Would you, if you were the Dodgers right now, would you risk having Ohtani pitch again?
Absolutely not.
So you would shut him down for the rest of the year as a pitcher?
If it were up to me, I would shut him down the rest of the year as a pitcher.
In hopes that he would be ready to pitch in the postseason?
In hopes that he is going to be fine as a hitter. That, I'm taking nothing away from his pitching. Obviously, he's so important to their
rotation. Tracy, if they don't have him available to pitch in the postseason,
well, this is where Scooball comes in.
Right, exactly.
So this is, and I
maybe
think
you should make a tougher play. Because I asked you earlier, I mean, do you feel like they should, gut the organization and the top prospects for Tarek Skubal? See, the one thing about the Dodgers is, they could re-sign him and have him long-term.
Oh, for sure they could. I mean, they absolutely could do that. I think I still have faith. Even if Shohei isn't pitching that rotation, I do feel good about the rotation. Obviously, you'd rather have him pitch. But he is more valuable to them right now as a hitter than he is as a pitcher.
Yeah, but last year you had a healthy Snell pitching dynamic until the World Series.
Right.
Glass now was light. I mean, their starting pitching was lights out in the postseason, at least until they got to the World Series. And things got a little shaky because Snell all of a sudden ran out of gas and everybody else.
And Yamamoto just got more gas. So that
Well,
worked out.
Yamamoto, exactly. I mean, can you count on that again? I mean, Yamamoto's been amazing, obviously, but
And maybe it is to shut him down to make sure that he's healthy for the postseason. I mean, but I would.
well, they're still hopeful that he can come back sometime in August.
See, I feel like, listen, one thing they're not going to do is mess around with Shohei Ohtani.
No, they're
so
not.
There's no way that if he's coming back in August unless they 1,000% think.
But if he demands the ball in September, saying, yes, I am pitching, I'm ready to go, I can do with a little discomfort in my knee.
But then I think in that case, as long as it doesn't as long as it doesn't mean that something's going to happen and he can't hit. Because what would be worse is if they do that and then something, God forbid, happens and now he's out. He can't hit, he can't pitch, which doesn't seem to be a thing with him. Even when he's been injured in the past, he usually can still hit. I think if he demands the ball and says he can do it, they are in a position where they could say, okay, and give him a game to see how he does. And if it's not good, then that's it. But I think the other thing about Shohei that I will say, it seems, I'm not in the clubhouse, which is such a sad story, but I think, but what it seems is he is not going to do anything to put the organization at risk either. He knows how valuable he is. He would like to, I think he'd rather win a third World Series than another MVP. And so I don't think he's going to do anything to put them in that position. And even the other night with the knee, he came to them and said it was bothering him. They did treatment on it. He said, I feel like I can go, but it's up to you. And they said, you're not going to play tonight.
Right. And then he comes back the next day, hits a home run. Look, the Dodgers have this great luxury right now. It's been the same thing with Roki Sasaki. I mean, this kid has just been up and down and up and down.
Really up the last few.
Well, he's, but even when he was really struggling, when you're up 10 games in your division, you have the luxury of like, okay, losing today is not going to kill us. We're going to be okay. So that's the one thing about the Dodgers this season, especially because, again, they're not getting really any kind of pushback by anybody in the NL West, is that they have that luxury of time. We can sort of play it by ear as far as Shohei. We're not going to lose the division or anything else like that. So, well, we'll see how it plays. But I mean, to me, if they don't have a Tarek Skubal or if they don't have a Shohei Ohtani ready to go in the postseason, I don't think they can win the World Series.
Well,
they're going to have that kind of pitching.
Well, and I think with Skubal, I think for them, they really, in these next 48 hours or however, have to figure out how realistic is it that we are going to have Shohei.
I want you on the record right now, Tracy Sandler. Are the Dodgers going to get Tarek Skubal?
Yes.
There it is. All right.
Wait, what about you, Steve?
I say yes.
Okay. So, Tracy, you don't know this sometimes. He when he does that, he sometimes forgets to make his own predictions.
Yeah, he just wants to be.
We have to hold his feet to the fire.
Okay,
that's fair.
I will wait. I'm gonna take back on that.
Okay.
Wow, you waffling. Wow,
Tarek Skubal will not be a Tiger come Monday night.
That wasn't the question.
That wasn't the question. That you just gave him to the Dodgers.
Let me think about this. I need time. Can we have a break here? Give me time.
You're going to try to forget about this and move on.
I want to really think about this.
Well, you know what is going to be really lucky for us? We're going to come back, talk some NFL training camp, and then talk to Fabian Ardaya from The Athletic, who covers the Dodgers, and we can bring him in on this conversation. So don't go anywhere. This is Fox Sports Saturday.
Whipping out that banana hammock you call a Speedo.
I need baby oil.
Brother.
Throwing on the thong bikini just to take that selfie.
I know you think I'm perfect,
but I'm not. And listening to us all day long. Your summer fun in the sun is right here. We are Fox Sports Radio. Can someone hand me the razor? I need to trim.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
Turn your sports knowledge into strategy. On Webull's prediction markets, your opinions become tradable positions. Buy yes or no contracts on game outcomes and adjust your position throughout. Watch the market move in real time and even join the conversation in Webull's community as the clock runs down. Beat the final whistle and download the Webull app today to explore prediction markets and get started with less than $1. That's WEBULL on your app store today. Event contract trading involves significant risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Sports-related event contracts are restricted in Nevada and Maryland. Webull Futures LLC is a CFTC registered FCM and NFA member. Event contract accounts are not SIPC protected. Review risks and disclosures before trading. Webull.com/disclosures.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, NA, member FDIC, allow 8 weeks.
High-quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family-style commitment to care, that's the Heartland difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone the gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. Hand-cut and hand-picked from the Heartland. Our premium selection includes USDA Prime and Choice Beef, all-natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly prepared Grill Master packages, freezer filler bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com and use promo code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, that's code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You using the TalkBack feature on the iHeartRadio app? It's the button that looks like a microphone which allows you to talk to us. Press it, record your message, and fire it off.
Rose Bowl game.
It's simple and intuitive.
Broadcast on radio.
On second thought, perhaps some people are confusing it with a smart speaker prompt.
Texas and Arizona.
Pretty sure that's what's happening.
Texas and Arizona football game.
Fox Sports Radio is at your fingertips on the iHeartRadio app. FS1. From first things first in the herd to your sports teams, FS1 has what you need. To find FS1 on your television, visit foxsports.com for details.
Welcome. Oh, really good song.
Steve is.
I have the answer to the question. All right, I right now I'm not going to put it off any longer.
Good.
Tarek Skubal will not be a Dodger.
Okay. So what team? What's the team?
He will be a Milwaukee Brewer.
There we go. Now we can finally put you on record.
They're not going to put him in the American League. They're going to trade him in the National League, and the Brewers are going to roll the dice like they did a few years ago with CC Sabathia. Worked out pretty well for him that year. So that is my prediction. Now, here's the good news, Tracy, because I know you want him in a Dodger uniform.
And you gave him to me. You literally gave him to me 5 minutes ago.
So understand this. I am literally the worst prognosticator in the history of Sports Talk Radio. No one has missed more on bold predictions, locks, than Steve Hartman.
Okay.
Nobody.
That is great.
But I am convinced right now, 100%, Tarek Skubal will be a Milwaukee Brewer.
Welcome to Los Angeles, Tarek. You're going to look great in the blue. For the best pregame show every weekend, be sure to tune into Fox Sports Radio's Countdown presented by BetMGM every Saturday and Sunday morning from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, 6 to 9 a.m. Pacific. We will count you down to all of the biggest games of the weekend. Tune in to Countdown presented by BetMGM every Saturday and Sunday morning right here on Fox Sports Radio and the iHeart app. We had talked a little bit about NFL training camp, and we are very early in NFL training camp. I think, and I know I am biased here, but in my opinion, kind of the most universally interesting story right now is the Vikings quarterback competition, which I think obviously should go to J.J. McCarthy, and I realize I'm alone in that column, but that's okay. I still stand by it. Would you agree that that's kind of the most interesting thing at the moment?
Well, I think that the situation there is a little bit different. I mean, we can talk about the Cleveland situation.
That's true. Cleveland,
and Deshaun Watson will be the starting quarterback of the Browns. He's healthy, and they're paying him. Yeah. And so, if it doesn't work, then Shedeur Sanders gets another opportunity. But right now, as long as he's healthy, Deshaun Watson will be the starting quarterback of the Browns. And then same situation with Murray right now with the Vikings. I mean, you're bringing in a veteran two-time Pro Bowl quarterback. Mm-hmm. And those were legit Pro Bowls. It wasn't like a Shedeur Sanders Pro Bowl.
Right.
He was there. And a guy with a proven track record. And the problem with, again, J.J. McCarthy, and I was a big proponent of McCarthy coming out of Michigan because I always, even though he didn't throw the ball a lot, when he was in a situation to make plays throwing the football, as he did in that game against Alabama, he made the plays. He did not look good last year. There's no spin on it. I mean, he was missing plays. And Kevin O'Connell has got to be on the hot seat. I mean, when you think about it, he's had a roller coaster ride with 0 playoff wins. Okay? And he can't just hope that J.J. McCarthy shows up. He needs a quarterback that's going to be able to execute the offense and make the plays. So I understand your allegiance to J.J. McCarthy, and I love that you're that kind of loyalty. But the fact is, you have a Pro Bowl quarterback in your midst, and you're going to take a long look at Kyler Murray and see what he can do for that offense that sputtered miserably a year ago.
Well, we will see. I am prepared for Kyler Murray to win the starting job to start the season. We'll just see how it goes. But I, myself, JJ forever. I can't get a tattoo, though, because I don't like needles. But in my heart,
what is your
JJ
explanation?
forever.
But you can't spin what we saw last year. He did not play well.
He did not play well. I think my kind of explanation is, obviously, he gets hurt his rookie season. He doesn't play an entire year. He comes in. I think there were things they should have worked on last offseason that they didn't, and I don't know why they didn't, but they didn't. They had a lot of off. This is not his. I'm not excusing it, but there were a lot of offensive line issues and injuries. So he's like running for his life on every play. And then he gets hurt week 2. And so now he misses 6 more games. And so I think more than anything, it's experience. So
the thing about J.J. McCarthy that I like, he's got swag.
Yes, he does.
He has a lot of swag. And so he carries himself like that franchise quarterback that you hope you're getting with a first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
Especially with the legacy he had at Michigan. But he's just not making the throws.
What they probably should have done in hindsight's 2020 is they should have tagged Sam Darnold and had JJ have a true year of sitting behind him, even though it was his second year, but a true rookie year sitting behind him. But they didn't, and I don't like how they've managed it. So that's that. I was a Vikings fan. Now it's TBD. Now it is totally TBD based on what happens with JJ. But you know who I am a fan of always and forever? Martin Weiss.
Martin's in the house.
Another Michigan man.
Hey, Steve. Hey,
okay,
Tracy.
So why don't you, as
Also
a Michigan
Tigers
man,
fan.
a true Michigan man, talk about J.J. McCarthy. Did he basically write his own obituary as far as the Vikings are concerned last year, or do you think he's going to get another opportunity, or should?
Steve, I was watching ESPN Jeopardy over the weekend.
Yes.
One of the answers to the questions in like the 100, 200 sections, so like the relatively easy ones, hosted by Joe Buck, you can see it on Hulu. I forget the beginning of the question, but it was, and they fired the general manager. Oh, that's what it was. Sam Darnold won the MVP. Sam Darnold went to the Super Bowl and hoisted it, and they fired the general manager who passed up on signing Sam Darnold for this guy. And the answer was J.J. McCarthy. I thought, like, golly, that's a rough one. I'll show you in a break.
Wow.
I don't think you should show it to me. I will be very upset.
I'll show you in the next break. But to the point, I never, truly, honestly, never in my life have been high on J.J. McCarthy. And I was on these airwaves every Saturday up against Michigan games for the last 3.5 years. So it's well documented and on record. I thought he collapsed in the TCU game. And
It was his first year.
Well, I'm sorry. What have you done for me? I just,
Martin,
you like your current quarterback a lot better.
TBD on that.
Yeah, that's a big TBD on that one. I like the fact that he's got a quarterback coach now. That feels optimal.
Yes.
I wish that somebody would tell Kyle Whittingham that he is no longer at Utah, and this is a real rivalry. They don't call this one the Holy War. You know what I'm saying? This is actual beef here. So I get you like Brian Day, but don't keep that in your text messages.
You have a good coach now. Don't worry about Kyle Whittingham.
We'll see. We'll see. I hope that is the case. But no, I told J.J. McCarthy, I told Jim Harbaugh as he was singing his praises, if you think that J.J. McCarthy is all this and that, you know what you should do in that case? You should have traded Justin Herbert and drafted J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, a dream come true.
Because you could have had everything in the world, but you know what he did? Not that.
No.
Oh, that was what I wanted so badly.
Top of the 8th inning, the Blue Jays have a 5-1 lead over the Cardinals. Bottom of the 6th, the Rays scratch one across. It's now 1-0 over the White Sox. The Marlins and Mets, New York, trying to get back in it. Bottom of the 3rd, so it's still early, but Marlins with a 3-2 lead over New York. And the Mariners, they were shutting out the Twins, and Minnesota's now added one. It's 3-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Elsewhere in the NFL, you'll hear John Lynch announce today that Ricky Pearsall is being placed on season-ending IR. He's going to have surgery on a PCL in his right knee. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Bills safety, he left with a lower right leg injury. Bills manager Brandon Beane said C.J. Gardner-Johnson will have an MRI on that leg. Xavier Worthy left practice with a shoulder injury. Chiefs wide receiver and Atlanta Falcons guard Matthew Bergeron agreed to a new contract. It's going to be 4 years, $96 million. That's a big difference. $96 million extension with $60 million guaranteed. And I'll say this, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn, Steve. The crowning moment of Sherrone Moore's Michigan tenure was running the ball double-digit, upwards of 20 times in a row at Penn State, in part because you didn't have to trust. He's like, J.J. McCarthy's not messing this up.
We are done with the J.J. McCarthy
I just
slander.
miss big, strong Michigan. That's all I want. I'll toss it back to you with this, Tracy. Did you see Kyle Whittingham saying that the strength numbers were not up to par? That's the number one thing they're going to get back. I like that. Go Blue.
I like that too, go Blue, but there will be no more JJ slander today. We are very excited to have Fabian Ardaya from The Athletic, who covers the aforementioned Los Angeles Dodgers, on the show. Fabian, welcome. You have me and Steve Hartman. And of course, the first question we have to get to right away is Tarik Skubal going to be a Dodger sooner rather than later?
Hey, guys. I'm actually looking right at Andrew Friedman as we speak.
Oh, can you go ask him?
He's watching Blake trying to throw a live BP. It doesn't seem like he's on the phone making any sort of deals. But, I think with Skubal, it has always made the most sense for the Dodgers to be involved. They obviously have the pieces to get it done. I would not be surprised at all if they get this done. But also, the Dodgers position themselves in the spot where they can do anything and they don't have to do anything. And I think that's sort of where they like to be, and that's why you can't really count them out for Skubal, but I don't know if there's necessarily the team that is pushing the hardest to sort of get him. Obviously, they're going to be involved. They're going to see what the market looks like and see how things kind of evolve before Monday.
Well, the Dodgers know this from their own history here, Fabian, because when you look at last year, you had a healthy rotation. Snell was healthy. Glasnow was healthy. Yamamoto was healthy. Ohtani was healthy, and you were able to race through the playoffs. And then when all of a sudden Snell got a little banged up, now you're being extended 7 games in that World Series. So I'm sure behind closed doors, they have to do some serious soul searching on where they see this starting rotation come October. Let's start with Ohtani right now. What is your gut feeling? Is Ohtani going to be back in the rotation sometime this month? Are they even contemplating the idea to shut him down as a pitcher for the rest of the year? What is going on as far as Shohei Ohtani pitching for the Dodgers this season?
In terms of this month, I'm not sure. I do feel pretty confident that he will be pitching at some point this season. They're going to try to have him pitch in October. Will he be 100% when he's pitching? I don't think so. He's kind of acknowledged that himself. Like, this might be a thing that won't feel 100% until the offseason, but there will reach a point where they kind of have to just say, hey, you're going to have to go with what you got with your knee and just sort of see where the chips kind of fall. And I think the Dodgers obviously feel pretty confident stuff-wise of where Ohtani's going to be. The stuff was even really good even this last month or so before he really got shut down from pitching, and the effectiveness wasn't quite as good, but the stuff is still good enough, and they're going to bank on that in October. And I think as long as you have him healthy, I think the big thing for them right now is making sure that the knee is at a spot where it's going to be manageable this last month or so of the season, possibly doing both. And obviously it helps to have his bat in the lineup, as you saw last night when he homered again.
Will Smith has obviously been out for quite some time, and I think it gets a little bit overshadowed because of the pitching conversation, because obviously the Dodgers have done so well, and Dalton Rushing is certainly coming into his own. But, I think in a postseason especially, you want Will Smith because there's almost no one you could trust more up at bat, with the game on the line. Where are things looking there, and what are the chances we see him play again this year?
I think pretty high. I think there's a lot of optimism at this point, and things are trending in the right direction. He is swinging again. He's starting hitting progression, and he's officially pain-free. I think this is one of those things where neck issues are so tricky that you don't want to sort of tweak them at all, especially at the position of catcher where you have so much risk of foul tip, maybe hitting the mask and stuff like that. So they wanted to make sure that was 100% before they cleared him. It looks like he's pain-free. They're going to start ramping him up here. I think that they cleared the hurdles that sort of had prolonged this longer than anyone sort of anticipated when he first went on the shelf in June. So everything's kind of trending in the right direction. Yeah, they have a lot of trust in what Dalton Rushing has been able to sort of do in these last couple months. Maybe it winds up being a blessing in disguise for Dalton Rushing's long-term development to have this extended run. In terms of the deadline, I could see them maybe adding an extra veteran catcher just to sort of help backfill, but I don't think it's one pressing needs for the team right now.
You know, if you had said before the season we get into the month of August and the top two lefties on the Dodgers would be Robleski and Lauer, I don't think anybody would be buying that. Eric Lauer could not get anybody out at the start of the season in Toronto, and he just gets picked up by the Dodgers. And I got to know Lauer back in his Padre days, way back in the day, Fabian. And I mean, how is it? I mean, we can talk about well-run organizations, but what was it that they thought that Eric Lauer could bring to the Dodgers that has proven to be so effective since he's been put in the rotation?
Well, the main thing is they needed innings, and that was obviously they acquired him right after Blake Snell went down, needing elbow surgery. They just needed someone to backfill innings, especially because some of their normal depth pieces were also dealing with injuries. A guy like River Ryan, who's one of their top prospects, hasn't pitched in the big leagues this season largely because he's dealt with some hamstring trouble and is coming off Tommy John surgery. So they acquired Lauer, just hoping he would kind of help fill innings like we've seen in the past with a guy like James Paxton in 2024, where they feel like they can sort of unlock some things, but really they just need a guy to take the ball every fifth day or every sixth day in their rotation. And he's done that. And it has also helped that he is reunited with Mark Prior, who was the minor league pitching coordinator when Lauer was first drafted by the Padres. So that has helped maybe feel some comfort level there and make it so that way the small tweaks that they made along the way, whether it be to his delivery, his pitch mix, have really clicked. And it obviously has helped to have such a good lineup behind him. They're 9-0 in games that he's pitched this season. So it'll be interesting to see what things kind of look like for him on the trade market before Monday.
Thank you so much, Fabian. Just before I let you go, if you want to pop over to Andrew Friedman and let him know you just talked to very big Dodger fans who would like Scooball, please feel free to say so, and you're welcome to use my name. Please.
Perfect, I will.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on today. Enjoy tonight's game, and I know it's going to be a crazy 48 hours for you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we are almost done. Once again, it flies by. We have your feel-good story of the week. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Fox Sports Radio.
We are the guys you can listen to.
No pandering, all grit.
It's like an old relationship.
We are the girls you can trust. Listen.
Who said this was a good idea? They completely go together.
We have a sound that resonates.
Let that one sink in.
From the weekdays to the weekends.
That's what we do, baby.
We are Fox Sports Radio.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I spent years living in fear of calcium oxalate crystal stones, always afraid of when the next one would hit. Now, I just take Kidney Cop.
Battling calcium oxalate stones? It's time to try Kidney Cop, a doctor-recommended kidney supplement that has been shown in laboratory tests to reduce the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%. Get Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats, and get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here.
Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market, an official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hello there. You're listening all day. You're listening all night. Now, you can watch us on YouTube. That's right. On Instagram and X. Watch us yell.
Do it! I'm wrong! It makes me sick!
Watch us sing.
One shining moment. Somebody. Pop goes and tease Bets and Joe Montana.
Watch us dominate.
I listen to you guys every day.
That's kind of a big deal.
We are Fox Sports Radio.
Good stuff.
And that's it.
FS1. Live sports and live programming. FS1. Big games. Big takes. To find FS1 on your television, visit foxsports.com for details.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio. Just like that, we are at our last segment, but if you missed any of today's show, you'll want to catch the podcast. Just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts. Right after the show, it will be posted. Be sure to follow it, rate it 5 stars, and you can even provide a review. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio whenever you get your podcast. Follow the feed, and you'll find today's full show posted right after we get off the air. Steve Hartman, it's been so fun as always.
Always. And, you know, again, it's such a great treat every time I'm with you here, Tracy, but 2 hours is just not enough. You did a 4-hour morning show. That's what we need. We need a full 4.
We need a full 4 hours. Yeah. I mean, think of all the time we could spend talking about J.J. McCarthy. We had a full 4 hours.
Okay, now then you may not want to work with me the entire time.
Well, it is time for our feel-good story of the week, which I know is not going to be JJ, but this is always a fun way to end the show on a high note, something to make people smile. What is your feel-good story of the week?
Well, my feel-good story of the week is the same feel-good story for most people. We got the Hall of Fame game coming up on Thursday, and it officially starts off the NFL season. And the thing about this year's Hall of Fame class, which is Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Adam Vinatieri, Luke Kuechly, and Roger Craig as a senior candidate, is such a better class than we just saw in the Baseball Hall of Fame, which was a dismal class, in my opinion, very marginal threesome that was put into the Baseball Hall of Fame. There's no arguing about these guys, including Roger Craig, who I thought his honor was way overdue.
Yeah, I agree.
For, being the first 1,000 running back, 3-time Super Bowl champion with the 49ers, very deserving of the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, to me, easily, and I know I speak for a lot of people listening out there, you want a feel-good story? Yeah, the NFL season is going to be off and running with the start of the Hall of Fame game on Thursday.
Can you believe that? I mean, in all reality, can you believe that we are already at this point? And we talk about it all the time. The NFL reigns supreme, and it is a year-round situation. There really isn't a break. But here we are. It kind of feels like the season just ended. And here we are. There's going to be football, barn burner football between the Arizona Cardinals and the Carolina Panthers.
Okay, forget that game. Doesn't matter. It's about the Hall of Fame weekend. I love the speeches. I love everything. I've been to Canton several times. I've been there for Hall of Fame ceremonies back in the day. And if you're a NFL fan, if you're a pro football fan, treat yourself. I mean, it's well worth the trip.
It'll be really special. That's really cool. That's cool that you've been to so many.
I have. Well, I was there for, two in particular. Howie Long in 2000, who, of course, worked for the Raiders when I was with the Raiders. And then Marcus Allen, my dear friend, invited us 3 years later to go to his ceremony back in 2003. He has the best family, by the way. The Allen family is just an amazing family.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was just great because you first of all, you get to see all Hall of Famers and everything else. And you see these great legends of the game all gathered in their gold jackets and everything else. So, it's if you are a diehard pro football fan, you got to take the pilgrimage at least one time. You got to go to Canton, even if it's not for the Hall of Fame ceremony, but just go to the Hall of Fame and check it out. It's amazing.
All right. I try to avoid Ohio on principle, but I will go to Canton. My nephew went actually and brought me back a bedazzled NFL Hall of Fame or pro football Hall of Fame hat. And it's fantastic. And it shows how well my nephew knows me that he made sure to bring the bedazzled one. My feel-good story of the week is also football related. We saw earlier this week Josh Allen getting very emotional in a good way, talking about being a father and kind of what that has changed for him. We saw Justin Herbert get engaged to Madison Beer. And I think what's kind of fun about this time of year with training camp, for all of the other things we talk about and all the cynical stuff that can be true about the NFL, it is a time of year where we get to see players and their families and players be dads on the field. And I think it's really fun. The Warners posted the other day, Fred Warner with their son and daughter. And I know there's something about training camp that feels a little more wholesome, which is interesting because you've got guys getting cut and released every day. But there's the family part of it. And that's when you can truly have that family part of it. So I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I kind of like that part of year.
Well, you would have loved then, when I went back to San Diego in 2014, the last 3 years then that they were the San Diego Chargers before moving to L.A., I got to see Phillip Rivers and his whole crew show up.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he's now up to 10 kids. I think at that time he was at 8 or 9. And you would see the whole Rivers crew out there, amazing wife he has all these years and all their kids out there. But you're absolutely right. I mean, and the thing about it is when we talk about cuts, there are very few surprises.
Right.
You're on the inside and you for the 49ers. So you would know there's maybe 4 spots that are a little bit up for the grabs, but you already know who's going to be on the team, who's not going to be. So it's more of a formality than anything else. But yeah, I mean, you always like to see, pull back the curtain and understand that, yes, they're football players on the field, off the field. They're like everyone else. I mean, you got families to worry about and all the other needs, especially if you become a father at that early stage of life. So, great stuff.
You get to see also there's always, at least I found in 49ers camp, there was always kind of a darling of camp who the fans loved. And then he didn't make the team. But sometimes those guys go on to make a different team.
That's the one thing about preseason. Yes. All teams are watching.
All teams are watching, and that is the thing to keep in mind over this next month or so. All teams are watching. They're watching for their 53-man roster. They're watching for their practice squad. It is something to really keep in mind. But we have had a fantastic day. Brandon Deutsch, Chris Perfett, Martin Weiss, Trace Saylor, Steve Hartman, Buck Rising, and Anita Marks coming up next. This is Fox Sports Saturday.
We are Fox Sports. When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
The game, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give it to you real.
They couldn't be further apart.
Well, let me say it this way.
Stop it!
And that's why this works. It's The Odd Couple.
Book it!
With Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
You know you make me wanna. Keep screaming.
Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
We are news you need to know.
In Major League Baseball, the Toronto Blue Jays beat the St. Louis Cardinals 5-1. Had a few trades made already today as the trade deadline for baseball quickly approaches. The Yankees trading reliever Camilo Doval to the Pirates for 2 prospects. The Angels scratch starting pitcher Jose Siriano from tonight's start against Milwaukee due to that upcoming trade deadline. In the NFL, San Francisco 49ers general manager John Lynch announced today Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver, he's going to miss the season. He's going on injured reserve. He'll have surgery on his right knee, the PCL. C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a calf injury that caused him to leave practice today. He did get an MRI. The Buffalo Bills safety doesn't look to be out for too long after that. And Xavier Worthy, the Chiefs wide receiver, he left practice today with a shoulder injury. I'm Martin Weiss.
This is Fox Sports Saturday. Fox Sports Saturday is on. The plays, the interviews, the players, the coaches, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we will cover it all.
You better step up and get in control.
Fox Sports Saturday is right now. Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Buck Rising and Anita Marks.
When a quarterback like Baker Mayfield tells you he's being disrespected, that's probably a refrain you've heard before, but when he says he's being disrespected by his own organization at a podium after a training camp practice, that takes the heat up a little bit. Happy Saturday. We're happy to have you. We're happy to have Anita Marks back on the show, second consecutive week. Fitzy still recovering from his open heart surgery, though I did talk to him yesterday, and he is in good spirits and good health. So we hope that he continues on that track. Anita, lovely to have you back with us.
Yeah, this is great. And I don't know about you, but man, so I said this to pinch me. I can't believe the NFL is about training camps. You're in it. You're in the thick of it, right? You said you've been at the Tennessee Titans training camp all week. I remember those days when I used to work for the New York Football Giants. The New York Football Giants, as John Harbaugh likes to call them, and I spent a lot of time at camp. But it flies by like that, and before you know it, that first, not Thursday, let's not forget, we've got that Wednesday night game. It's going to be here before we know it. I can't believe it. Where did the summer go?
The Hall of Fame game's Thursday, Anita. It's football season is upon us. It's the Panthers and the Cardinals, and that's probably about the only time we're going to talk about the Panthers and the Cardinals after that. But, everybody's got to get their shine in August, and that's just fine. Nobody's won, nobody's lost just yet. And unless you're a Niners or a Panthers fan, man, they're dropping like flies all over the place, something that we're going to touch on a little later on in the show. We got Lorena and Brandon hanging out back in L.A., making the show happen, of which we are incredibly grateful. But
it is
Anita,
hot here today, I'll tell you what.
It's hot? Okay. It's
100 degrees.
Whoa.
It's 100 degrees?
Yes.
I hate that for you.
And I have a sweater on. I don't know why.
Because it's always freezing in the studio.
Oh, I'm so glad you know, because I just don't understand why it has to be an iceberg in here.
It's so funny. And again, with all due respect, folks listening, if you've never worked in a broadcast type of environment or company, whether it's TV or radio, you have equipment. Equipment cannot get warm. If equipment gets warm, it breaks. And so we work in freezing conditions, freezing temperatures so that the equipment can stay active and attractive.
Yes, we battle on through adversity so the technology can continue to keep us afloat, which we do appreciate. But we're excited to have the crew today, and we're looking forward to getting into a lot of good football conversation, Anita. And Baker Mayfield is where we will start. Brandon, I know we have the Baker Mayfield audio. If we would like to start the show that way, let me hear from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback at your convenience.
Disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing.
So that is Baker Mayfield speaking with Tampa Bay media, Anita, and I wonder your initial reaction to the Baker Mayfield commentary there, because he has said publicly that he was not going to continue contract negotiations once training camp began. And he was off to a hell of a start last year before injuries struck that team. He was a hell of an MVP candidate for a period of time early on in the season, and things did not go the Buccaneers' way, and it wasn't just because Baker got hurt. They had injuries all over the place. The idea that he is being disrespected, though, what do you make of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback comments?
Well, a few things. Number one, like, you are your own best what's the word I'm looking for? I love that he's believing in himself, right? Like I am not judging that. Like, I love that. Stand in front of the mic, say you feel you're being disrespected. You feel that you're a franchise quarterback. Like you are your best spokesperson for yourself and your ability and your talent. Like respect that, appreciate that out of him. But you got to look at his record. 27-24 with the Tampa Bay Bucs, 66.3% completion percentage, 8-9 last year. And with all due respect, I know that he has nothing to do with this, but look at the division he plays in, right? In the NFC South. The Atlanta Falcons, the New Orleans Saints, the Carolina Panthers, arguably the worst division in all of the NFL, let alone maybe in all of professional sports. I think you can make an argument there. So, and these are the teams that he's facing twice in one season. I did spend some time and I listed some quarterbacks that I felt were better or worse than Baker Mayfield. And really quick, I'm just going to throw out those that I feel are better. Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Drake May, Burrow, Jaden Daniels, Aaron Rodgers, Stafford, Dak, Hurts, Caleb Purdy, CJ Stroud, Bo Nix, Herbert, Jackson Dart. I know a lot of us are on the fence. Goff, Love, and Sam Darnold. And like I'm teetering on Sam Darnold. So and I'm sure there's a number of people out there that can make an argument for maybe 4 or 5 of those guys that I just listed, saying, Anita, you're nuts, you're crazy. Baker's better than these guys. Okay, so at the end of the day, let's just say we're all in agreement that he kind of sits somewhere around 15 to 20 in all of the 32. Does a 15 to 20 ranking quarterback of 32 deserve $15 million a year, especially at his age? With all due respect, Buck, I say no.
Well, I think the one that I'd push back on the most is Aaron Rodgers in his current condition. But as you said, there's conversations to be had, and I'm sure people have their preferences and could make an argument either way. Now, Anita, if I asked you to take a guess at how many quarterbacks on an average annual value, and understanding that they're not all making, the way that the contracts are structured. We get into a little bit of monopoly money, especially the way that they're reported to make the agents look a little more favorable, and that's fine. Everybody's got to get their shine somehow. If I asked you how many quarterbacks you thought were making north of $50 million in the NFL this upcoming season, how many would you say?
Ooh, how many would I say? North of 50?
North of 50.
Because of the collective bargaining agreement and what players are making and the salary cap and the broadcast deals, I'd say more than deserve.
Well, that's a good way to approach the question. Absolutely.
Okay, I mean, so I want to say probably 15. I'd say probably 15.
Well, you're a little short there. A little high there. There's 12. 12 right now on an AAV basis that are making $50 million or more. So Jalen Hurts is making 51, and then from there, Lamar, Herbert, Purdy, Goff, Stafford, Love, Lawrence, Burrow, Allen, Prescott, Mahomes after the restructuring of Pat's deal. And just below that line are the likes of Deshaun Watson, which, Anita, I don't know if you have been paying attention to the reports out of Browns camp, but that guy, I mean, I don't want to put you in a situation where it's uncomfortable, where I have very strong opinions on the person that Deshaun Watson is, so I don't want to get you mixed up in that if that's not a conversation you want to have. So I couldn't happen to a better guy to struggle the way that he's struggling. But Deshaun Watson has been god-awful. He's making $46 million a year right now, just below that Daniel Jones. And then Sam Darnold, as far as the top 15, 33.5. So it's a significant dip between Daniel Jones and the defending Super Bowl quarterback. Not the MVP, of course, that was Kenneth Walker, but $33.5 million jumps up to 44 for Daniel Jones. And that was after the new deal that the Colts gave him to make sure that they're to try and bring back the incredible start that Indianapolis got off to in the first half of the season before his health very quickly failed him. I'm not going to say that Baker Mayfield is better than Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion, and that would be disingenuous. I do think that I would take Baker Mayfield over Jalen Hurts if you gave me a quarterback situation in a vacuum, but that would put him at top 12 in the league if we're just looking at the amount of money that these guys make. I would also take Baker over Purdy, but again, that's personal preference, understanding that Purdy is in a very, very specific situation in which he excels. I don't know if you drop Brock Purdy into 10 other situations in the NFL. Could he continue to excel? Could he continue to succeed at a reasonably high level? I have seen Baker be dropped into a number of different situations. Hell, I've seen Baker on 2 days' notice go into the Rams on, I believe it was a Sunday night or a Monday night football game and lead one of the most electric comebacks that I've seen. And credit to Sean McVay for also helping him in that regard. For Baker, I think the approach is interesting because Anita, I'm sure that you have been around NFL ownership at some point in your excellent career. I myself attend the owners' meetings on a regular basis, and the one thing that I can tell you, even though I've only had direct experience with the one here in Tennessee, and that's Amy Adams Strunk, the one thing that I can tell you about the billionaires is they don't like being told how to run their playthings, and that's basically what Baker Mayfield got up there and did. So if Baker is planning on being around in Tampa Bay for the foreseeable future, and if Baker still has hopes to get a deal done, I think the worst possible way to go about this is start taking pot shots at the organization and, by extension, the people that own the thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not wise to air your dirty laundry, especially if you're a quarterback. In my opinion, in the NFL, I love that he feels he's worthy. Yeah. And he should feel that way, right? Let's be honest. It blows my mind. To me, quarterback is the most important position in all of professional sports. Okay. And yet we really don't have a legit starting 32 in the world. Isn't that wild?
Oh,
isn't
yeah,
that wild?
Will Levis up there at a podium saying today that he doesn't think there's 32 starting quarterbacks better than him, and I love Will as a person. I respect that position. I almost can't push back too much on the argument, even though he was an abject disaster as the one season that he got as a starting quarterback here in Tennessee in 2024.
And again, I understand his frustration, right? But he's not a starting quarterback. He's not a starting 32. Can we just marinate for that in that for a second, Buck? That we really, in regard to expectation, passing, win-loss, passing completion, all the things that make quarterbacks great, we really do not have a legit 32 starting quarterbacks in the world. So it just goes to show you how difficult it is to play the position. And I'm with you, your early thoughts and your points in regard to so much, especially when you're talking about Brock Purdy, right? You could say the same with Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones laid a big, fat egg here in New York, but boy, did he thrive in Indianapolis. Why? Because of the head coach, offensive-minded, put a system around him, had a better offensive line. There's so many things. The stars have to align so properly for many quarterbacks to succeed in the NFL. And to me, that's a difference maker. When you have a quarterback that you can pick and place anywhere, and regardless of their system, regardless of the talent they have, they're going to put the team on their shoulder pads and go out and win football games for you. For me, that's a Lamar Jackson. For me, that's a Josh Allen, right? For me, that's a healthy Patrick Mahomes. Those are the dudes who deserve the $50, $60 million. Baker Mayfield, to me, is somebody who has to be placed in a certain situation where he's going to thrive, right? Daniel Jones is that way as well. Aaron Rodgers is that way right now, where we see him in his career. In his heyday with the Green Bay Packers, I'd imagine that you could take Aaron Rodgers and put him anywhere in the NFL, and he would have survived. I think you and I'm not sure if you and I had the conversation last week. Like to me, Aaron Rodgers, top 5 quarterback in the history of the NFL. So I just, to me, Baker is not that guy. And so I don't believe that he is worthy of $50 million. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, and it's interesting because the Bucs reportedly did offer him a 2-year extension, which would have been worth just north of $100 million. That was Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, the reporting on that. But Mayfield's displeasure was with the brevity of the deal, right? So they were giving him at least the benchmark that he and his team were looking for there, but not the security for a guy who, Anita, I think he's an interesting one to look at, though, because think about what the Browns have been since Baker Mayfield left them. I mean, you want to talk about excelling in a terrible situation. And he played through injury there to his detriment, right? They ended up cutting him loose because of the way that his body started to fall apart there. I believe it was a shoulder injury, but he took the Cleveland damn Browns to the playoffs. Then he ends up in a situation, and I believe right after that was Carolina, right? Him and Sam Darnold, both in a situation there, both getting benched for one another at respective points in time, which I'm sure was an interesting dynamic. Both of them have gone on to excel. Relative. Obviously, Sam Darnold is now a Super Bowl champion. Baker Mayfield cannot say that. But I brought up that Rams game. He wasn't in L.A. very long, but Baker came in and found ways to win football games. Baker has helped that team. And again, Tampa Bay has had a talented roster, and it looks worse now than it has in these last couple of years. Mike Evans no longer there. Hell, Vita Vea once out, according to reports. Chris Godwin is not what he used to be. That wide receiving core is not what that used to be, and that defense is in question. I think Todd Bowles is also in a precarious situation as far as NFL coaches go, perhaps a conversation for another day. But I have seen Baker Mayfield in a number of different spots, and I have seen him excel at a reasonably high level, at an above average NFL starting quarterback level, in ways that I don't think you could say about a lot of other guys. And I'm not, by no stretch of the imagination, Anita, am I saying that he is in the category of the MVPs that you have just named, right? Jackson, Allen, Mahomes. But I think he is a very, very unique case study on a guy who has found ways to beat the odds, has found ways to make it work in a number of different situations without being too specific. Could he, of course, benefit from being in the most beneficial situation possible? Of course. You could say that of any quarterback in the NFL. All of them are system quarterbacks at the end of the day. At least they're supposed to be when you speak to their coaches about it. But Baker he's a very singular case to me. And I'm not disagreeing with you about the value, but he's accomplished more to me than Trevor Lawrence. Would I take him over Trevor Lawrence for the next 5 years? No. We understand that Trevor has a talent ceiling that we are waiting for Liam Cohen to continue to bring about. And obviously we saw the starting point of that this past season with Liam Cohen's first year on the job, calling plays for the former number 1 overall pick. But Baker he's just such a unique figure, I think, in the NFL landscape right now. And I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, so a few things that you touched on that I think is really interesting, and that is we don't know what the game plan, the future game plan is for the organization, right? Mm-hmm. You just said Todd Bowles walking on thin ice, right? I think we're going to hear a lot of reports. I don't believe the Tampa Bay Bucs are going to perform extremely well this season. I think they're going to struggle, even though they do play in a really horrible division. So is the organization possibly anticipating this will be Todd Bowles' last season? And if that's the case, you and I have been covering the NFL a long time. You know what happens when you bring in a head coach. When you bring in a head coach, you want a head coach who's going to come in and bring in a young, exciting, talented quarterback that he's going to be able to groom in his tenure. Right? So who knows? The organization could be looking at this and saying, you know what, Baker Mayfield's age, This organization, we don't know what the future holds for Todd Bowles. We might have a new head coach in here next year. There's so much that goes into that decision that we're not privy to. So I guess what I'm saying is I think there could be some other issues with the team.
Yeah.
That are making this decision not what Baker wants it to be.
It's an interesting gamble for sure, because if you piss Baker Mayfield off, right, I think he's not going to,
We've seen that before.
Right. He's not going to tuck tail and run away, right? He's going to come out there and play his ass off. That's who Baker Mayfield is. So if you're an organization looking at the future of your coach and be like, yeah, we're probably going to move on from this guy anyway, and we're getting ready to, unplug the thing and plug it back in, as organizations tend to do when they get into a bit of purgatory, I think you're in a very weird spot it's not like Baker is going to be one of these teams that's tanking. I don't think he's taking them to the Super Bowl either, which doesn't necessarily put the organization in a good position to be able to address the future, right? Even if we do have a number of college quarterback prospects that are going to be available, expected to be available in the first round of this year's NFL draft. We'll continue the conversation. We're going to talk a lot of NFL today. We've got Anita Marks hanging out with us, and we're very grateful for that. Stick around. It's Fox Sports Radio.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry. NFL fans. To the house. We already know you can't wait.
Yes, that's correct.
If it makes you feel any better, we can't wait either.
I'm ready for the season to start. I can't wait. I'm sweating bullets. I really need the NFL.
Hey. So wait for the NFL with us on Fox Sports Radio.
When life's busy, sleep matters. But sharing a bed with someone who sleeps differently can make that tough. Mattress Firm sleep experts can match you to a customizable sleep solution, like the Tempur-Pedic Split King Sleep System, where each of you can choose your ideal comfort level and adjust to your ideal sleep position for better sleep together. And right now, you can get a $300 instant gift towards a Tempur-Pedic Total Sleep Solution with mattress purchase. They make sleep easy.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
High-quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family-style commitment to care, that's the Heartland difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone a gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. Hand-cut and hand-picked from the Heartland. Our premium selection includes USDA Prime and Choice Beef, all-natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly prepared Grillmaster packages, freezer filler bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com and use promo code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, that's code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99.
Did you know we're on YouTube? Fox Sports Radio. You can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube.
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio. And you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Stu Gatz and Company. Live.
That's so good.
Covino and Rich. Oh, yeah. The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And the Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
Wow.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Bay Area, get ready for the return of AC/DC when they take over Levi's Stadium on August 5th with their Power Up Tour. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com, and for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Another Planet, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Radio.
Hello there.
Two pros and a cup of joe, putting the more in mornings.
I don't even know what that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. Jonas Knox.
How you doing? I'm Jonas from Champion Roofers. I'm here to check out your leak.
Brady Quinn. LeVar Arrington.
Now that's a teammate right there.
Can you think of a better combination?
I can think whatever I want.
That's what I thought. It's two pros and a cup of joe. Weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. One more Dan Patrick.
That sounds like he might be touchable.
One more Colin Cowherd.
Be honest about it.
How about some more Covino and Rich?
Fox Sports Radio Nation, your thoughts?
The most inclusive show on Fox Sports Radio.
More Fox Sports Radio?
Any way you want this, I can make it happen.
Then it's yours. All of it.
We love it!
Download the iHeartRadio app and indulge while you do things.
Do it. That's a good thing.
This is Fox Sports Radio. FS1. Follow your favorite teams and more. FS1, where live sports happen. To find FS1 on your television, download the Fox One app for details.
Quarterback battles in the NFL. I feel like it's something that we try to manifest. I don't think that there are actual quarterback battles very often in NFL training camps, certainly, because when you mentioned this earlier, right? When coaches come in, they have a plan, and when executives come in, they have a plan. And yes, you can add competition, and occasionally there are situations where the quarterback is fraught, and you do have to find the best possible option. But I feel, and you may correct me if you feel that I'm wrong on this, but I feel that we almost never get true, proper quarterback battles in the NFL. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding? Like, let's be honest. If the general public knew how much politics plays a role in the decisions that are made in regard to the roster, there would be a lot fewer fans across the NFL. Agree?
That's the truth.
I mean,
you guys don't want to know how the sausage is made. I promise you that.
You do not want to know. You do not want to know. So, there's a lot of general managers who don't want egg on their face. So they make certain decisions about certain players. A lot of it has to do with money and how much you're paying a player. Like, let's be honest. Do you really think Deshaun Watson would be in anybody's camp right now if it wasn't for the fact that the Cleveland Browns just took a gazillion Brinks trucks and backed them up into his garage? Let's be honest, right? Like he wouldn't be in anyone's camp. But it's just because the Browns and the Browns are an organization where, the ownership is too involved and makes too many decisions, regardless of who's general manager or head coach. That's a whole nother story for a whole nother day, and maybe a Cleveland radio station, but nonetheless. So to answer your question, no, we're the true story is never totally 100% reported, if reported accurately at all, Buck.
Yes, because to your point, the way that things are messaged out there to reporters, and I'm not faulting the reporters, right? You have sources that contact you. You are compelled to report information. That information, it's always worth considering as an audience, and I do try to remind people of this as somebody who is a reporter for a team or who covers a team specifically on a beat. It is always important to consider who benefits most from having that information out there in the public sphere. And certainly
exactly.
That is the case in any, you could say that of anything that is reported on societally, not just sports, but we'll keep it to sports for now. So I want to get Anita's opinion on where the quarterback battles truly lie in the NFL. But first, Martin has to get us caught up on what's happening. Unless I've thrown to Martin too early, and that's okay.
No, that's all right. Lorraine is not used to having
I don't have updated.
Oh, Lorena, no.
She's looking for the sounder. And
it's okay. It's not her fault.
It's my fault. We were still talking about Taylor Lewan.
Oh, and that.
Luan. Should we do it a cappella?
My apologies, Luan.
I don't know how to do it.
I think it goes something like.
All right, go.
Top of the seventh inning, the Marlins lead the Mets 6-2, and then top of the eighth inning, the Twins have came back into this one. It's now a 3-3 tie game between the Mariners and the Twins. Top of the eighth inning there. Earlier, the Blue Jays beat the Cardinals 5-1, and the Rays beat the White Sox. There we are.
Hey.
The Rays beat the White Sox 1-0. It's just in time for the training camp news. We got the little sounder in there. San Francisco 49ers is bad to worse for Ricky Pearsall. He's placed on season-ending injury reserve. He's going to have surgery on his PCL and his right knee. That's per 49ers general manager John Lynch. Bills safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson was carted off of practice today. However, it's just I say easy for me to say just the right calf strain, but it's not as, you hear if somebody gets carted off, that's obviously pretty bad, but a right calf strain, something he should be able to work through and be good to play this season. Xavier Worthy, wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, left practice today with a shoulder injury. They also bruised up rookie wide receiver Cyrus Allen, that they're really high on, their 6th round pick. And Matthew Bergeron and the Atlanta Falcons have agreed to a 4-year, $96 million contract extension. $60 million of that guaranteed. Had some moves in Major League Baseball ahead of the trade deadline. Potentially, the Angels making a move. They did scratch Jose Siriano from tonight's start against the Brewers and thought that he could be attached in a deal. And the Yankees have moved reliever Camilo Doval to the Pittsburgh Pirates for 2 prospects. Back to you guys.
Attaboy. Well done, Martin. She's Anita Marks. I'm Buck Rising, hanging out here with you on this Fox Sports Saturday. So, Anita, the Raiders have announced that Kirk Cousins will start the season. Does not mean that he will be the starting quarterback for the Raiders the whole way through, but that then leaves the Browns, Vikings, and the Falcons as far as a quarterback situation that has yet to be officially determined. Of those three, do you believe that anybody is in a real quarterback battle in Cleveland, in Minnesota, or in Atlanta?
Do I think that anybody? I would say that Tua and Michael Penix. Out of all of them, I would say that is the one that I believe the most is between Tua and Michael Penix. You're bringing in Kyler Murray because J.J. McCarthy is not a starting quarterback in the NFL. With all due respect, his success at Michigan, he's one of those system quarterbacks. Again, you need a real outstanding rushing attack. He's not a quarterback who's going to put the team on his shoulder pads and go out there and rip it and throw it for you. And you need a really good rushing attack. And his success at Michigan was because Harbaugh had a really fantastic rushing attack and a solid defense. I think Kyler Murray adds a whole nother dimension for their offense and what they want to do, especially with their wide receiving core. So I think this is Kyler Murray's job to lose. I don't think it's a true battle going in. And then with the Deshaun Watson situation, it's got to be the worst quarterback situation in the NFL because,
so bad.
Shedeur Sanders in my opinion, is not a starting quarterback in the NFL. He's a backup. But again, and we just touched on it, Deshaun Watson is there because of all the money that the Cleveland Browns are paying him. So the ownership, and they don't want egg on their face. They're trying to give Deshaun Watson every opportunity to prove his worth. And he's just not going to be able to. So there's that. So if there was one of these three that you're asking me, what do I believe is a true quarterback battle? I think it's Atlanta.
I would agree with that assessment. I think Shedeur is going to end up being the starter in Cleveland. And again, Todd Monken reserves the right as a new NFL head coach, a first-time NFL head coach, to let the entirety of camp play out if he so chooses and make his decision, or whatever point he decides, right? We still have preseason games on the horizon. In fact, the Hall of Fame game will take place next Thursday between Arizona and Carolina. But I do think that Shedeur, while he is not a great option, is a significantly better option than Deshaun. I have done several Titans-Browns games here in these last couple of years. You want to talk about torture as far as watching an NFL product goes. I envy people who can change the channel as opposed to just sitting at it. Like, I don't know, Anita, you ever seen the movie Bird Box?
No.
It's not Sandra Bullock, is it? It's a horror movie where there's this creature that you cannot see, but if you open your eyes, or if you have your eyes open when this demonic, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, once you've seen it, it possesses you, right?
Yes.
And once you have been possessed, then then the possessed start holding other people's eyes open to this creature that you never actually see on camera, and then you become possessed, right? Watching Titans and Browns over multiple years is basically like a scene out of Bird Box where somebody's holding your eyes open and not letting you look away, is how I would compare it to. But you know what? That's what the money's for. I actually watched Shedeur versus Cam last year. It was one of the few damn games that the Titans won, and Shedeur played infinitely better than the number one overall pick in last year's draft in Cam Ward, though I'd be curious to see how their respective careers continue to progress. For Michael Penix, man, I hate it for him because it's just about his body failing him, right? And Tua, a similar situation where he has just been ravaged by concussion and was so promising coming out of Alabama. He had that initial hip injury that set him back, really derailed what I thought was one of the best dual threat options that you were going to be able to have in that draft class that also featured Justin Herbert. Now, Tua in his new home in Atlanta, playing on veteran minimum, coming in there to compete for his job. And Penix, who was not full go at the start of training camp. In fact, they had to bring Cooper Rush in to start training camp because Tua was dealing with some additional ailments, I believe a little bit of tightness, so they didn't necessarily throw him out there on the first day. They got Cooper Rush starting Falcons training camp to inspire the masses, to inspire all those fans down in Atlanta who don't show up to Falcons games. Anyway, God, I hardly blame them for not. It's a tough scene these last couple of years.
Don't you think it's surprising that Atlanta brings in a quarterback who is injury prone to try to, out battle, or even if this is whoever it is, one or two, you're talking about two quarterbacks that are injury prone.
I thought it was foolish for them to let go of Kirk, if I'm being honest, Anita. I mean, I know it was a money situation as much as anything, and new coach,
right.
You rip the Band-Aid, but came a really nice offensive line that's been compensated well, and I know that's the stretch for them. I was stunned that they let Kirk go for the sake of Tua.
I don't think, and again, I'm where you stand on this, but I believe that avoiding injury, there's a large percentage of that's hereditary. Yes, a lot of it has to do with playing wisely. A lot of it has to do with, your the way that you take care of yourself, what you eat, how much you sleep, not drinking alcohol, coming in on your day off, getting therapy, getting rest, sleeping in oxygen, all those things that you have control over. But I truly believe that there is a large percentage that is hereditary, right? I've had 7 knee surgeries. And a big reason is because of my hip placement. So I have really strong quads that put a lot of weight and pressure on my on my ACL. So I've torn my ACL 3 times. I've torn my meniscus 4 times. So that's hereditary, right? I played professional sports, organized sports my whole life. Just because of the way that my body's built, I'm not going to stop playing sports, but it's hereditary, and I'm just a big believer in that. And so, and I'm sure that NFL teams have even more information in this day and age of where we are technology-wise on all these players. I will use the word shocked. I am shocked that the Atlanta Falcons have 2 dudes in here that are, I feel, in some percentage, hereditarily injury prone. What are you doing? Yeah. I'm shocked.
I want to get your opinion on the Raiders coming up next, because I am invested in the success of Fernando Mendoza.
Are you?
Well, I went to Indiana, so
there we go. Okay,
he's my football lord and savior. Him and Kurt Signetti, who, oh my God, I can't get enough of. I can't get enough of this man. He is one of a kind. I think he might be the best thing to happen to college football in the last 20 years. But I'd like to get your opinion on the way that they're approaching Fernando Mendoza and Kirk Cousins, who's now in Las Vegas. Coming up next, she's Anita Marks. I'm Buck Rising. Stick around. It's Fox Sports Radio.
The summer is hot.
It's a party everywhere.
And nothing is hotter than getting your sports and entertainment right here.
Why are you talking basketball?
Getting you through the summer days.
Every week, every day.
It's all right here.
Let's get weird a little bit now.
We are Fox Sports Radio.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
We say, it's okay that two players made a wager on a game that they're involved in and you do nothing. Do they know what's going on in the NBA? I know they have a Charmin soft commissioner and Adam Silver. And so they've got all kinds of gambling issues. And now here's the WNBA following suit.
This is The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. The great thing about us is, hold up, when you want us, be loud, you got us. Be proud. We're all over the place. And I mean all over. All right. Like streaming 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app, on YouTube.
FSR on YouTube.
Every show has its own page. We got podcasts coming out of our...
It's every day, and you've got to maintain.
When you want us...
What's going on? What are we doing?
You got us.
Thank you very much. I listen to you guys every day.
Thanks for being part of the family.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Live.
FS1. Lock in live sports and live shows on your TV. FS1.
Right now.
Find FS1 on your television or visit foxsports.com for details.
And that's the truth,
Thank
Anita.
you.
I'm not just
Thank
blowing
you.
smoke. It's the truth.
It's nice. It's nice. Are you kidding? I look at this like you and I, like we're just hanging out Saturday, maybe some local watering hole. Like, you've got a beer, I've got a glass of wine, and we're just talking shop.
It's
right?
tequila soda for me. Beer. I've never been a beer guy. Never been a beer guy.
All right.
But yeah. We're just talking
watching
shop.
the weight, tequila. All my girlfriends, that's the only reason they drink tequila is they're watching their weight.
Well, that and I could probably stand to lose a few pounds at any given point, but I get sleepy. I get sleepy when I drink anything else. So it's really that I'm just getting old at this point. So I like to not need a nap after I have a couple of cocktails. But it is great to have Anita and just have a natural flow to it and just feel like you're hanging out. That's what it's supposed to be, right? The highest compliment you can pay a broadcaster, which is what I will say about Anita, is you just feel like you're hanging out, or you feel like you want to get a beverage and talk some shop, talk some football with them, and that's the way that we are, or that's the dynamic, that's the feel that Anita brings to the show, rather than me and Fitzy screaming at each other on a regular basis. So we enjoy this. I want to get your position on the Raiders, Anita, because I want Fernando Mendoza to do well. I had never been to an Indiana football game in 4 years of college there, and all of a sudden we were good at football in these last 2 years. So my first two Indiana football games were the Peach Bowl, the semifinal this year against Oregon, of which they whipped that ass, and then I went to the national championship game in Miami.
Wow.
Your hometown, to go watch Miami try and stop the Indiana offense, the prolific Indiana offense, a sentence I never thought I'd say in my life, with Kurt
Phrases I
Cignetti.
never thought we'd say for $500, Alex.
I mean, I'm telling you, I don't think the vast majority of people that I ran into, and I did see a lot of people from college at both of those games, I don't think any of them had been to an Indiana football game before either. It was great. We're all looking around me like, hey, this college football thing is pretty cool. We should do this more often. So Mendoza goes with the number 1 overall pick, and he goes to Las Vegas, which has not been a great organization these last, 25 years, you might say, save for a few Derek Carr, Jack Del Rio, maybe a little John Gruden thrown in there before the dismissal under duress due to the email situation. We don't have to revisit all of that. But the Raiders now have Mendoza, and they have taken a path with Tom Brady in a leadership position now in that organization of not starting the number 1 overall pick at quarterback. We mentioned that Kirk Cousins will be there and that Kirk Cousins will be the starter. And I wonder what you make of the Raiders' approach with Mendoza specifically.
Yeah, I think it's very wise. I mean, let's be honest. Let's look at this division. And do you have them winning this division, let alone truly competing? Right? We don't.
I just want them to keep baby boy safe. That's all I want. You know what I mean?
Like for me, it's Denver. I'm sure a lot of people still believe in Kansas City. It's going to be interesting to see what the Chargers do. But I don't think I'm going out on a limb here to say that I'm anticipating the Raiders to finish last in the division. So what are you rushing him for? You bring in Kirk Cousins, a vet. Been around the block quite a few times, has had experience in quite a few organizations, Washington, Minnesota, now here with the Raiders. Bring him in, see what he can do, have him and he's the kind of guy, he's not an Aaron Rodgers who's like, I'm not here to teach anybody below me, right? Like Kirk Cousins, welcoming, come in, let me take you under my wing, Fernando, here's how it's done. This is the proper way to study, prepare. This is the proper way to read a defense. This is a proper way to handle your day off. Learn from a vet like Kirk Cousins. And, I'm looking, I've got their roster up here as well. Their wide receiving core does nothing for me, doesn't excite me. Ashton Jeanty, I'm pretty pissed off at him because he single-handedly lost my few fantasy football leagues last year.
Oh, that old line did it for you, though, Anita. That one on him, that poor kid. I felt so bad for him last year.
That's where I'm going as well, is you do not want to put a rookie quarterback behind an offensive line that is arguably bottom quarter of in the NFL, right? Like lucky if this offensive line will probably finish somewhere in the bottom 5. You don't want to do that for a rookie quarterback. So the announcement, the move, the decision does not surprise me, and actually I think it's quite smart.
Well, and I'm glad to see that the Raiders are taking this approach. And it's not, you can't apply the same logic to every situation, right? Every situation is unique in the NFL. But I cover Cam Ward on a day-to-day basis, and I saw an organization throw that kid to the wolves. They brought him in under a coach that they should have fired after his first season in Brian Callahan. They then took play calling away from Brian Callahan, 4 weeks, the first month into Cam Ward's rookie season. Then in 6 weeks in, they fire Brian Callahan after the Titans lose to that god-awful Raiders team. I went out to do that game, and it is one of the worst football games I've ever done in my life, and I've seen a lot of bad football these last 11 years covering this particular franchise. But he was just, at every turn, he felt like he was drowning. And he's a tough kid, Cam. But I just felt like there were so many more opportunities that you didn't need to subject him to. Now, I'm sure if you ask the athlete, they're like, yeah, put me out there, let me compete at the highest level. This is what I was brought in to do. I am the future of this franchise. I believe in myself that I will elevate things around me. But it is on the organization and the coaching staff to protect these guys. And that's not what the Titans did for Cam. I'm glad to see that's what the Raiders are doing. Stick around. We're going to keep talking some football here on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports. O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by...
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. An official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here, now through August 3rd. Get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, giant opportunity. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
And Major League Baseball ahead of the trade deadline, a few moves made as the New York Yankees. They trade reliever Camilo Doval to the Pittsburgh Pirates for 2 prospects. The Los Angeles Angels scratch starting pitcher Jose Siriano from tonight's start against Milwaukee due to the approaching trade deadline. Games in the books already today. We had a 5-1 win for the Toronto Blue Jays over the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Tampa Bay Rays scratched out 1 run after 5 hits against the White Sox. Elsewhere in the NFL, John Lynch, San Francisco 49ers general manager, announcing today Ricky Pearsall is going to miss this season after going on injured reserve. He needs surgery on his right knee. C.J. Gardner-Johnson left Bills practice today. He's been diagnosed with a right calf strain. Xavier Worthy, Chiefs wide receiver, left practice with a shoulder injury. And Atlanta Falcons and guard Matthew Bergeron agreed on a contract extension. I'm Martin Weiss.
This is Fox Sports Saturday. Fox Sports Saturday is on. The plays, the interviews, the players, the coaches, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we will cover it all.
You better step up and get in control.
Fox Sports Saturday is right now. Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Buck Rising and Anita Marks.
Man, somebody tell that big voice guy that it's the great Anita Marks here on Fox Sports Radio. Put some respect on this woman's name. We're hanging out here with you on this Fox Sports Saturday.
If ever I'm feeling down about myself, I'm gonna text our fearless leader Scott Shapiro and just say, hey, can I do a 2-hour show with Buck, please? I mean, I talk about a swollen dome, Mike Harmon.
Yeah, that's a good callback. Anita is excellent at the callbacks, and we say these things because they're true, not to flatter you necessarily. Although if it happens to do that in the meantime, that's fine too. It is very much the opposite of the treatment that Fitzy gets from me, which is very dismissive and oftentimes combative. But we are grateful that Anita is hanging out here with us on this Saturday because we need some football expertise, and few better to do it than Anita. We were talking about Baker Mayfield in the first hour, Anita, and the disrespect that he feels from the organization in Tampa Bay. We covered the fact that he had been offered a 2-year, $100 million contract that would have gotten him to that $50 million a year benchmark that he seeks, but the security or lack thereof and the brevity of the deal was a sticking point. So no deal done between Baker and the Bucs. He will be an unrestricted free agent by season's end. We can put a bow on that conversation here, but I know you had some additional thoughts on Baker Mayfield before we move on to other things in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, listen, one thing we talked about was we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, right? And where the organization views itself, where it's going to be at the end of this season, where it's going to be at the end of next season. You mentioned Todd Bowles. What is his tenure there? Is the writing on the wall in regard to him being one of the hot seat coaches coming into this season? All that is true. One thing that I neglected to mention is, when a general manager and a team puts together a roster, they need to make sure that a quarterback's salary cap hit is no more than 15%. If anything, they want it to be lower than that. If it's ever at over 15% of their cap, they're cutting off their nose to spite their face. They're tying their hands. Especially, this is a Bucs team that needs to address the offensive line. As you pointed out, Mike Evans is not there anymore, right? And their defense has a lot of holes. So it's not just a quarterback. It's a lot more. Right now, in regard to the $39.9 million that Baker Mayfield is making, that is 13.3% of the cap. That's a good percentage to be in. And I think it's a respectful position to be in for a Baker Mayfield. If they were to agree to a $50 million a year, it would up it to 16.6, close to 17%. General managers are not going to do that, especially, again, for a quarterback that you and I have and I think we've kind of like found, we're Switzerland, right? We found a happy medium where I think we both feel that he's somewhere in the 15 to 20 range in regard to all 32 starting quarterbacks. You're not going to take a quarterback that's not Mahomes, that's not Josh Allen, that's not Lamar Jackson, and pay him a percentage that is over 15% of your salary cap. They're not going to do it, especially with all these other needs that the Tampa Bay Bucs need. So I just wanted to kind of share that as well, because again, there's so much that we don't know because we don't see their books and we're not in their front office. But I do know, speaking to a number of general managers and those that are a lot wiser than I, if you pay a quarterback more than 15% of your cap space, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, right? Because for a while, Anita, and a quick reminder before we continue, be sure to subscribe to the Fox Sports Radio YouTube channel. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube, and you'll see our best videos from all of our shows. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away. Let us know whose takes you agree with, and even those who you don't. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe. Anita, it felt for a while, and I'm sure there's still this in the discourse, right, around NFL teams and roster construction and quarterbacking specifically, that the cheat code was the rookie quarterback contract, right? You get the rookie quarterback, you determine how much better that rookie can be if you surround him with talent that is not as cost effective, right? You may be paying a wide receiver, you may be paying a left tackle, you may be paying a defensive tackle, but if you've got the quarterback contract that allows those things to be a little more maneuverable, then that should be the cheat code. But we almost never see the rookie quarterback get to the Super Bowl. We've seen Russ do it on their rookie contracts. We have seen Pat do it. I think Pat was
Flacco.
Flacco, that's right.
Wacko for Flacco.
Hey, man, he and Joe Montana are still tied for the most touchdown passes without an interception in a playoff run. Flacco doesn't get enough shine. I mean, he's getting plenty of shine now in his later stages of his career. Joe Flacco cracks me up.
So I lived in Baltimore for 4 years.
Wacko for Flacco was great.
I lived in Baltimore for 4 years. And I love the Ravens organization. You mentioned the ownership. Steve Bisciotti, to me, one of the best owners in all of professional sports. Love the guy in his Tommy Bahama t-shirts. So I had a deal with Ruth's Chris while I was there, and I had a Ruth's Chris card, $500. They would put on my card every month, and I would advertise for them on the radio station and my golf clubs. I had a golf bag that had Ruth's Chris on it. Anyway, every Tuesday night I had dinner with Joe Flacco at Ruth's Chris.
You're kidding.
No, that was his
Not
spot.
sitting alone at the bar like he was talking about in Cincinnati.
Well, I mean, he was there. Hugh Jackson was there. Hugh Jackson at the time was his quarterback coach. There were a lot of other. Chris McAllister was there. There was a lot of Ravens players there. Everybody sat in the bar. It was like everybody was like I was on the radio. I did a lot of player shows. They knew me. So anyway, so pretty much every Tuesday night, I broke bread with Joe Flacco. A mensch. One of the nicest human beings on the planet. one of the nicest professional athletes I've ever met in my life. And I root for the guy. He's wonderful.
Yeah,
I know I derailed. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I didn't mean to derail. I root for players and I root for good humans. And Joe Flacco is a good human.
Well, it's topical because he's featured in Netflix. Baker is featured. Cam Ward is featured. James Daniels as well in this Netflix quarterback series. So I think people who have not necessarily been exposed to that personality the way that you're describing are now getting a little bit of a glimpse on who Joe Flacco is. So I think that is rather topical, even if it's not exactly where we were heading here. But as far as the roster construction component goes, Anita, there are examples. Yes, you mentioned Flacco. You are correct about that. Flacco bet on himself and won in a huge way. I'm sure it won't be the last time that we see an organization and a player come to a head like that as far as a contract negotiation goes. And Patrick Mahomes, I think, is a singular example. We understand the talent that he is. You talk about Russell Wilson and the team that surrounded him. Russell was a passenger princess on that Seattle Seahawks team that went to the Super Bowl and just absolutely dusted Peyton Manning and the Denver Broncos at the time, and then was one play away famously from doing the same, not quite in as dominant a fashion, but almost beating Tom Brady, save for a Malcolm Butler goal line interception, which has been well documented at this point. You very rarely see those rookie quarterbacks actually get to those heights, and it's an interesting kind of confluence, right? Because you would think that would be the most fail-safe way to build a team, and yet it so rarely actually works the way that you need it to. I guess Burrow also deserves a place in that conversation. 2021, his second season, he did take a lesser Bengals team to the Super Bowl, though they did lose to Matt Stafford and the Rams.
But, I mean, you seem to, and again, this is only our second time working together, you seem to follow college football pretty intensely.
Yeah.
I think a big reason is because players are coming out of college football. College football, these quarterbacks are being coached to win football games in a different style of football that's being played in the NFL. There's very few pro system offenses that are being played in college football. And so the transition is very difficult for these guys. Very difficult. Like more so I think than years past. It's a different college football game than it is a pro game. And I think that's a really big reason why. But here we are, and we're talking about general managers and constructing rosters. General managers have said to me, there are 4 players that you pay the most amount of money to. Your quarterback, but again, as we just pointed out, you don't want the quarterback to profit more than 15% of your salary cap, okay? Because it's detrimental. A defensive end, a rusher, guy who's going to, pin his ears back and get after that opposing quarterback, a corner, right? A corner who can shut down half of a field, right? And your blind side, your left tackle, who's going to protect your franchise quarterback, who hopefully you'll have for 10 to 15 years. Those are the 4 players that you pay money to. You don't pay money to a Saquon Barkley running back. You don't pay money to a diva wide receiver, no matter how hard they bark. The 4 players, the most important integral players for a team: quarterback, left tackle, edge rusher, corner. Those are your 4 most important positions. Everybody else, try to negotiate, do the best you can, but have a number and don't go over it.
Yeah, it's, obviously you've talked to a number of NFL executives throughout the course of your career, and me the same, and it's almost to a man that they will echo those sentiments. I've always found it interesting that center is not higher on that list, given the importance of it, especially when you talk about dealing with a lot of young quarterbacks. But, that's just a personal pet peeve. I think centers are, criminally underrated in the landscape of the NFL and their importance to an NFL team's operation.
Well, especially if they can operate the tush push. I mean, let's be honest. Like how much was Kelsey undervalued?
Sure,
right?
and calling protections and identifying defenses and basically diagnosing problems before they happen. Like, I mean, quarterbacks, of course, it is still the most important position, but especially for these young guys. Like we mentioned the Raiders earlier, and they did give Tyler Linderbaum $27 million. Reset the market by, I can't remember exactly the increased percentage by his contract alone on what the pre-existing center market was. I believe Creed Humphrey in Kansas City was the most recent highest paid center before Linderbaum just blew the roof off that thing. But they're overpaying. That's the we suck luxury tax type of situation. But you need a guy like that to help support eventually your young quarterback, even if the plan is to start Kirk Cousins from the jump.
I've always said this. If I own animals, I have 3 dogs and 2 cats. I don't own children. I love children and children love me. Let me just say that. I don't want to seem like I love children. I've got 3 nephews. I'm the most amazing aunt. When I'm around, all they want to do is be around me. They want to drive in my car. They want to be around me. They want to play pickleball with me. All of the things.
They're waking up at 6 a.m. to play pickleball with you every morning.
No, they're not doing that. But so I love children. But I've always said, if I had a child, if I had a boy, if I had a child, I would from a very early age teach him how to long snap. I think you're laughing, but I'm right.
No, I know exactly where you're going. It's the truth.
The best job in the world is an NFL long snapper. It's the best job in the world. Is it not? You're making over $1 million. Like you're making over $1 million a year, maybe 1.7 if you're lucky. You're playing in the NFL for 20 years if you're lucky. You're not subject to a lot of injury because the rules now in regard to how you're not allowed to attack the long snapper prior to the snap. I mean, it's just it's a craft. It's a special craft. Not a lot of people can do it. So if you hone that craft and you become the best at it, it's the best job in the world. Long snapper people, I'm telling you, you've got a boy out there tomorrow. Start taking him out to the park. Start teaching him how to long snap. And you know what? That's your retirement fund. You can thank me later.
I'm telling you may be familiar with the guy that I'm getting ready to bring up because he spent a good deal, the vast majority of his career in Baltimore. He's now here in Tennessee. He's a University of Tennessee alum, Morgan Cox. Morgan Cox is still doing it. He's in year 16.
Exactly.
Not the pocket watch, but my guy's making 1.4 this year.
There you
and
go.
Still doing it. Nobody does it better, right? If you find that niche, you are cooking. No doubt about it. She's Anita Marks. I'm Buck Rising, hanging out here with you on this Fox Sports Saturday. A quick reminder that with the iHeart app, you can stream us wherever you are. Catch us and all of our Fox Sports Radio shows live 24/7 in the new and improved iHeart app. Just search Fox Sports Radio in the app to stream us live all day, every day, and be sure to select Fox Sports Radio as one of your presets in the iHeart app so it always pops up at the top of your screen. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio in the iHeart app. Anita, I want to get into the San Francisco 49ers and Deebo Samuel because we do have a tormented San Francisco 49ers fan on the show. So we'll do that coming up next. It's Fox Sports Radio.
Need an arm?
They're looking for bullpen.
A bat?
They're going to move some decent names to get those pieces.
Maybe you need a whole new squad.
Get rid of everyone. They stink, they stink, they stink.
Teams are making moves. Yes! And we're talking about it.
Maybe a shortstop.
It's your MLB trade deadline news on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Did you know we're on YouTube? Fox Sports Radio. You can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube.
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio. And you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Stu Gatz and Company. Live.
That's so good.
Cavino and Rich. Oh, yeah. The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
Wow.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
So, what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
The premier sports lineup in the nation. You have to back it up.
Unapologetic.
Well, my friends, we do. Check these names. Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Stu Gotts Company, Cavino and Rich, Rob Parker, Kelvin Washington, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, and Mike Harmon. Boom. The best. Is that premier enough? Listen to all those names right here. Really? On Fox Sports Radio. FS1. From first things first in the herd to your sports teams, FS1 has what you need. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
I've declared it. She's Anita Marks. I'm Buck Rising, hanging out here with you on a Fox Sports Radio. No one better, Anita, to speak to that fact than Brandon, our producer. We got Lorena and Brandon hanging out in Los Angeles. He's a tortured 49ers fan. I mean, injury upon injury upon injury there. Not only are they old, not only is their coach, who is also their offensive play caller, out of commission for the foreseeable future, and of course, you know, the most important thing is his health and his recovery. And I know there's been a lot of scuttlebutt about how the hell that was under wraps for 2 weeks, and maybe a conversation for another day around the Kyle Shanahan reporting story. I don't think, you know, the average sports fan probably cares about that as much as I do. But as far as the 49ers, Deebo Samuel, Jordan Schultz was the first one to report this. Deebo Samuel, recently free agent, recent Washington Commander, will rejoin the San Francisco 49ers. He's 30 years old. He will be 31 once we get into the bulk of the season. But Ricky Pearsall placed on injured reserve. He will not play at any point this season. He has had an incredibly difficult road to go as a first-round pick out of Florida, a guy who I watched a ton of in SEC country down here in Nashville, and was very optimistic about his role in that offense. You've got Mike Evans, who's been dealing with hamstring injuries these last couple of years. You've got Trent Williams, who is just an ageless wonder. But, I mean, he is aging, and it's really him and the rest of that offensive line. Nita, I almost want to cede the floor to Brandon to get his thoughts on what the hell to make of this 49ers team. Are they, in fact, is your football team cursed? Am I accurate in saying?
Yes. I mean, I think once they move away from the substation, perhaps, you know, we'll see. But, you know, in all seriousness, like Kyle Shanahan led teams since he took over as the head coach of the 49ers. Like, they weren't having these injury problems with Harbaugh to the extent they are with Kyle Shanahan, just the way the program is run in the offseason, right? So I don't know. I mean, the substation thing, I know players. What my thing is like, Lynch, Jed York in ownership, and whoever else is running the Niners. I know Parag just left to go to Leeds United full time, but he was a big part of their organization. They didn't seem to listen to the players much when they were on podcasts actually discussing it. Who knows if the substation's actually an issue or not? But when everybody gets hurt every single year, I mean, there's going to be conversations endlessly about it. I just don't know why, just to get away from the media attention about it, they should have just used Oakland's practice facility where the Raiders used to practice.
Anita, what do you make of this Niners team?
Oh, boy. How much time do we have?
We got a little bit.
I'm curious. So do you believe that a lot of these injuries are from that what is it? What did you call
substation?
It's an electrical substation.
I mean, there have been
literally, you could see it in the background of their practice highlights. It's crazy.
There has been research. Now, none of this is proven, but there's been some researchers that have said that the signals it sends, and you don't quote me on this, but I believe it softens the tissue and can make you more injury prone and stuff. Like it killed trees and on the facility, or like near the Niners facility, apparently. That's what George Kittle said on a podcast during Super Bowl week. So there is some validity to the statements that these players are making, but the 49ers said they were considering moving. They came out and said that during the offseason, but they're still there. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a mix of like you have a really old team, you have old players, you drafted injury-prone players. I mean, Ricky Pearsall didn't get hurt in college, but he's like a $175, $185, right? Skinny receiver. Brock likes to throw over the middle. A lot of those receivers are going to get hurt and deal with injuries. So I think it's a mix of both, probably Kyle Shanahan's system, and I mean, maybe they get more second opinions on this substation. I mean, the least they could do is move.
I was curious to get your opinion on that. I'm with you. Like, I think they're cursed. Is there a goat somewhere? I don't understand. With all the injuries,
Native American burial ground somewhere around the substation. Maybe the substation on top of a Native American burial ground.
Something like that. Like, so it's not just Ricky. Christian Kirk is dealing with an injury. George Kittle may miss the season opener. I don't know about you, but like I'm in 12 fantasy football leagues. I will not draft Christian McCaffrey. I'm too worried. I'm too worried that he's going to get injured. Mike Evans, a little long in the tooth, right? Father time. We've got to pay attention to that. And,
no doubt.
And why? And can I just? Why are we burying the lead here? So Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Can we marinate in that for a minute? That 31 teams passed up on Brock Purdy 7 times. And then the 49ers drafted him, and then here he is. And granted, like you and I, when we started the show, we were talking about Baker Mayfield and what quarterbacks we put above and below. And, you talked about system quarterbacks, and I agree with you. I think Brock Purdy is a system quarterback because Kyle Shanahan is an offensive genius. But who was the guy that they traded up to go get in the Mac Jones? They were
Trey Lance. Yeah,
Lance.
We don't say his name on the Fox Sports Radio.
So can I just I find it like the 49ers gave up the world to move up and to go get Trey Lance, who was a huge disaster, but because Mr. Irrelevant turned out to be Brock Purdy, who is it's like what, like nobody talks about that. If that was another general manager, or if that was another general manager head coach duo combination, they would be destroyed for all that they gave up to go get. I just like nobody. He's holding a clipboard behind Dak Prescott in the Dallas Cowboys now. Like nobody's talking about that, and the 49ers gave up the world.
Yeah, well, I have a response to that before, Buck, just really quickly on it. Like, I think John Lynch is a great person, and the beginning of his tenure, he drafted very well, but he gave up 3 first-round picks. Brock Purdy's the only reason he has a job, and if you look at how many Pro Bowlers they've drafted since 2021 that are still on the team, since 2020, one, Brock Purdy. They drafted Hufanga in 21, who was an All-Pro, but he's not on the team anymore, so I'm not including him. They've missed on, right? Yes, they've missed on almost every draft pick. Ricky Pearsall, miss. I think we can confidently say that now. Mykel Williams, a guy that before injury, now jury's still out, didn't have a lot of sacks, right? Was a guy that was crucified by media outlets. And if you bring this stuff up because John Lynch is so respected and seen as this great GM, 49ers media and reporters will get frustrated with it, but there have been a few that have asked him about this. That's another part of it, Anita, is that's like they're not a deep team at all. They're old and they don't have depth. Those are 2 major issues.
And they don't have a lot of depth right now because of that deal that nobody talks about.
They didn't have 3 first-round picks in a row.
Unbelievable. And nobody talks about it. I don't get it. If it was another general manager, it was another head coach, they'd be thrown under the bus time and time again. Gettleman here in New York. For God's sake, he drafted Daniel Jones in the 1st round, and he couldn't get out of town fast enough. Meanwhile, Daniel Jones goes to the Colts, and before his injury, was potentially going to win the MVP this year in Indianapolis. It's just, it's insane to me. Anyway, Buck, I'm sorry. What are your thoughts?
No, I have nothing of consequence to add that you guys didn't touch on, honestly, because it's all good points. And well, you know what? I do have a little something to add because I have covered several general managers for an organization now, and I do think that there are products of convenience with the timing of things that happen, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But first, Lorena Martin will get us caught up.
There we go, Lorena. All right, around the horn, Major League Baseball, the Cubs lead the Yankees 1-0 in the first inning. The Pittsburgh Pirates made a move before the trade deadline. To get to that in just a second. Right now, up 3-0 on the Cincinnati Reds in the third. Scoreless between the Orioles and the Phillies in the third inning. Also between Texas and Houston in the second. That one scoreless too. Atlanta with a 2-0 lead over the Nationals in the second inning. And Arizona and Cleveland right now scoreless in the bottom of the first. Earlier today, saw a bunch of games. The Blue Jays beat the Cardinals 5-1. Rays 1-0 over the White Sox. Marlins beat the Mets 6-2, and the Mariners held on against the Twins, who tried to come from behind and take this one, but it was a 4-3 Seattle win. Those trades I talked about, one of them, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Here we go. Here we are. They traded for New York Yankees reliever. They traded away Camilo Doval to the New York Yankees for 2 prospects. And the Angels, they scratched their starting pitcher who was supposed to be going tonight, Jose Siriano, just in case he's involved in any deals. San Francisco 49ers, you guys just talking about it. Tough luck on the injury front for wide receivers. Ricky Pearsall, season-ending IR. He's going to have surgery after a PCL injury in his right knee. C.J. Gardner-Johnson was carted off from practice today. MRI says it's a right calf strain for the safety. Xavier Worthy left practice with a shoulder injury. The Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver, remember, suffered a shoulder injury last year, which made him miss a bunch of time. And the Atlanta Falcons and guard Matthew Bergeron agreed to a 4-year, $96 million extension, $60 million guaranteed. Tell you what, fellas, tell you what, folks, good work if you can get it. Back to you.
Thank you, Martin.
Fellas, folks, they, them.
Big pronoun show. No doubt about it.
It's all good.
She's Anita Marks. I'm Buck Rising, hanging out here with you on Fox Sports Radio. So I want to circle back to that conversation around the timing of things, right? Because Anita, so this is my 11th season covering the Titans.
Oh my gosh!
I know.
You have secrets.
I'm 33
years
old,
and patience.
I
you have secrets.
Famously not patient. So there are many people on that business side of that organization been trying to get rid of me for years, but I understand it. I think that when you see enough time of an organization and the way that people get assigned blame, or the way that people try when things start going not to plan, it's almost never one individual's fault. Right? When you're talking about something with the scale of an NFL football program, right? It is so difficult to actually assign blame to a single individual for cratering the direction of an organization, right? But we do it so very often. And I bring up the Titans in this sense because John Robinson, I don't know if you're familiar with the former Titans general manager, but he is on a hell of a run, right? He came in here with Mike Mularkey. This was a program that was garbage. And, has had garbage stints. God knows these last 4 years have been awful. Some of the worst. They're the worst team in football by record over these last 4 years. But John came in, brought in a bunch of free agents like Brian Arakpo and Ben Jones and DeMarco Murray and all these different kinds of guys that were in not the best situations, and they ended up putting together a competitive football program. Then he starts hitting in the draft, right? It's A.J. Brown or Jeff Simmons in the first round, A.J. Brown in the second round. They've still got starters from that 2019 draft that are hanging on because they're quality football players, and he had this thing on an ascending trajectory where before the Bengals and Joe Burrow arrived at the table in the AFC, I mean, they were a bit of a laughingstock, but Derrick Henry, a bona fide Hall of Famer, got the Titans to the AFC Championship game. John Robinson traded for Ryan Tannehill because Marcus Mariota was on the verge of crashing out. They had a fail-safe built in, and they came up short against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, and that was the first Super Bowl that Mahomes won, so there's only so much you can do. But after that, Anita, there's not a player on this roster left from the 2020 draft, the 2021 draft, or the 2022 draft. They're all gone. Those are John's last 3 drafts. Okay? This thing has been in a hole since then, still in a hole, looking to dig itself out after a while. Now, I can say that that's one individual's fault, and you could place the blame on that one individual because it's an easy thing to do. But there are so many things, right? We talked earlier about if fans really knew the politics involved in NFL organizations, in any pro sports organization, they would be disgusted. They would fall out of love, many of them.
They would. There would not be a fan base.
Right? And it's so I think the John Lynch conversation is an interesting one because it really just depends on if you're buying your own hype. Like if people are gassing you up, if you're John Lynch and you think that you're actually the best general manager in the world and all these different things that we were talking about earlier in this hour about, you know, all the success that he's had and all the accomplishments that the Niners have had in his tenure. If you start believing your own hype, that's when you start to see the fall, right? If you are self-aware to understand, hey, man, I got away with that Trey Lance thing. I love that nobody's talking about this, and we'll continue to work in the dark as we try and figure this thing out the best way that we can. But it's just there's so much ego involved in it, and I think fans, and understandably so, fans and media, I'm guilty of this from time to time too. We hyperfixate on one face, a face that we want to assign all of the blame to, when in the reality of pro sports, it is just so much more complicated than that.
I respect general managers that when they know that they screwed up, they're like, "Oh, we screwed up. We're going to go in a different direction."
My bad.
Right? Was it Josh Rosen? Right? Atlanta, Arizona. Right? Yeah. I don't know about you. My favorite week is the Combine in Indianapolis. Right? Like you have so many.
That's my second favorite week. First favorite week, owners meetings. Love. I don't know what's going to look like with all the Vrabel Diana stuff. I think that might change a little bit of the enjoyment of the owners meetings. Unfortunately.
Okay. Yep. But I just, and for folks that are listening, you go to Indianapolis downtown. It's a small community. All the teams in regard to like owners, general managers, head coaches, assistant coaches, all of it. They stay in like 3 hotels. The JW Marriott is like the hotel you want to be at because everybody's at the bar at night. Everybody's standing in line.
Except that Starbucks, because then Ian Rappaport
I was just going to say
everybody's
standing in line at the Starbucks. You get so much information there, right? You get so much information there, and now I forgot. I forgot what my main point was going to be.
Well, you were talking about ego and general managers and respect for the general managers who understand, who are self-aware about the job, and obviously that's a gathering of all of them in Indianapolis.
Yes, but just to like, I totally agree with you. I'm lockstep with you because there's very few. If a general manager hitches his wagon to a certain player, and many times it's a quarterback, like they are ride and die. They are like, I'm going to go down with the ship. Where love is not the right word. I have immense respect for general managers who, if they make the wrong decision, they're like, you know what, we screwed up, and so we're going to go in a different direction. And yeah, it's going to set us back a little bit, but I'm not going to dig this hole even deeper. And those general managers are very few and far between. Let's be honest, they're very few and far between. So. I'm with you, and like we said, if the general public knew the shenanigans and the decisions that are made each and every day, each and every week in the NFL based on ego, money, politics in the NFL, not necessarily on best player, best opportunity, best chance to win, they would be flabbergasted.
There's no doubt about it. If you missed any of today's show, you'll want to catch the podcast. Just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcast. Right after the show, today's podcast will be posted. So be sure to follow the podcast, rate it 5 stars, and you can even provide a review. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcast. Follow the feed, and you'll find today's full show posted right after we get off the air. So Anita has made the show smarter, as she always does when she visits with us. It is time to make it a little dumber with Would You Rather coming up next.
Everything football, right? Non-stop whistles and grunts. Hitting drills and huddles. 1, 2, 3. Bods drenched in sweat. Thank God. NFL training camp is here. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life's sleep.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park, Saturday, September 12th in History Park in San Jose. Browse antique and classic vehicles. Join author Matthew Kilkenny for a discussion of his book, Detroit Steel Artists, and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit HistorySanJose.org for more information.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
It's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
Fox Sports Radio. And we get the people talking.
The audience wants this.
Whether it's the NFL.
Big NFL story.
The MLB. The World Cup.
All right, World Cup.
The NBA.
The
B-A. Or just that random story that pops up on your timeline. Yeah! We do the talking.
You guys talk so much.
And that gets you talking.
First things first, I'm going to listen to you guys.
Keep telling it like it is, fellas. We are Fox Sports Radio.
Let me talk.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS.
Anita, why you're so happy? I'm like, I had a great 2 hours. Buck was so nice.
You are probably the only co-host who has had that experience with me. Bridget Condon. Well, Bridget bullies me. Anytime Bridget's on, she bullies me. So I'm a little scared of Bridget. And so it's a little bit of a different dynamic. I get to bully Fitzy, which is a little easier road for me. But no, this is always an enjoyable experience. So of course we have to ruin it, Lorena, with Would You Rather.
It's easy, guys. Don't think too hard. I'm not a moron. Would you rather buck it? It's no good. Or fix it?
All righty. Would you rather? Okay, that's the game. You know it. Never eat pizza again or never eat dessert again?
Anita.
Well, I just ordered pizza.
Oh, and you're in New York, man. That's real pizza.
I literally just ordered pizza. I'm a savory, not a sweet, so I'd be fine if I never have dessert again. But I won't give up pizza. And if you try to grab one of my French fries, I'll punch you in the face.
Yeah, that is such a dividing moment in any relationship, right? Where somebody thinks that they can share your meal, and in particular
French
French fries. If they reach for the French fry before you reach for the French fry, that relationship ain't gonna last very long. Maybe with a more generous individual than me. Man, pizza, unfortunately, is such a dietary staple that I don't think I can live without it. God knows I could live without dessert, but pizza, there's too many variations. And maybe, you can get away with a dessert pizza, maybe. Do I get dessert pizza, or is that off the table too? I don't know. But it's pizza for me. I got to stick
There's
with
a great here in New York, and they hella pizza.
Oh, man. New York pizza sounds great.
Hella pizza dessert.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right. We got the next one here. Would you rather know the exact day you'll die or the exact cause?
Oh, I think I'd rather have the day. I don't want to know what's going to get me. Because what if you find out it's just an awful way to go? I mean,
drown or I know the day. I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's got to be the day, not the cause. Anita, just so you're aware, because you might not be. It sounds like your connection's getting a little faded on us here at the end, but that's all right. We persevere.
Okay. Would you rather?
Am I better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you much better now. Would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses?
Well, Anita's swinging on you if you reach for the French fries, so I don't know if it matters if you're the duck or the horse, but it sounds like she's going to get you.
I'd probably go with one. I could probably outrun it.
You got to fight. You can't run. You got to fight.
It's fight or flight. I'm more flight.
I'd like to think that I'm flight, but I'm probably flight in that situation. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like
they're going to be nibbling at your feet and your ankles and your
duck-sized horses. I just feel like, you know, I don't want to cause harm to the animals. But I don't know. Ducks are kind of jerks, if I'm being completely honest. I think I would be more comfortable inflicting harm upon a duck than I would a horse.
Wow. Okay. Would you rather switch lives with your best friend for a week or read their thoughts for a day?
Oh, I would rather read their thoughts, but that's because I'm convinced that I have the best life in the world, and I would not want to give my life to anybody else because I'm selfish that way.
Damn straight.
Well, I mean, it depends. Who's your best friend? You know, if like your best friend is like, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes, I want to switch lives with him.
No, right? Because then I have like Myles Garrett or, you know, TJ Watt or somebody chasing me around for a living. I don't think so. That's like I'd want to be his backup. Who's the backup? Minshew's not still running around. Is he? He's a
Isn't
Cardinal.
It Fields now? Justin
It is Justin
Fields, right?
That's right. And Chris Oludokun, who started a game against the Titans last year when Mahomes blew his knee out, and Gardner Minshew did the same in his very first opportunity quarterbacking the Chiefs. It's a good point by Anita, though. It very much depends on who your best friend is, but I think the safer option is just to be able to read the mind.
Ditto.
Okay, final one here very quickly. Would you rather always wear clown shoes or a superhero cape? You can't take either off.
Anita.
Superhero cape. Come on. I do that anyway.
See, we gassed her up too much. Now she put the cape on. She came and saved the radio show from our incompetence. She is a superhero. She's Anita Marks. Who better? I probably deserve to wear the clown shoes, even though I'd like to pick the superhero cape.
I wouldn't be able to play pickleball in clown shoes.
No doubt. We can't take the pickleball away from her. Appreciate it, Anita, as always. Appreciate the audience. Stick around. Keep it locked here on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad
Listening
Council.
to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
In Major League Baseball on FS1 today at Seattle, the Mariners got a run in the bottom of the ninth to beat Minnesota 4-3. Toronto and Kevin Gausman, a 5-1 winner over St. Louis. Miami defeated the Mets in New York 6-2. Pittsburgh's at Cincinnati, rainy Cincinnati right now. Pirates up 3-0 in the top of the 5th inning. The Pirates acquired reliever Camilo Doval and cash from the Yankees. Tampa Bay and Drew Rasmussen beat the White Sox 1-0. So the Yankees at Cubs game is going to be starting shortly. In fact, it's in the early innings at Wrigley right now, but the Yankees in the standings, second in the AL East, 3 games behind the Rays. White Sox leading the AL Central 2.5 over Cleveland. The Twins are 3 back. Cleveland is up 2-0 on Arizona in the top of the 3rd. 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall is out for the season. He'll have knee surgery. I'm Steve DeSager.
This is Fox Sports Saturday.
No, they ain't ready, fam.
The top stories, the sounds of the game, the interviews, the breaking news. When it goes down, we'll cover it here. Your Fox Sports Saturday is right now.
Let's go.
Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Monsi Bolaños and Martin Weiss.
That's right. Martin Weiss, Monsi Bolaños here on Fox Sports Radio. I tell you what, curses, substations, electrical currents, MRIs being had, baby. I tell you what, it's not positive in the Bay, Monsi. Much better down here.
I thought it was a new season.
It is a new season.
Oh, it doesn't feel like it for the 49ers.
It's
It never is, unfortunately, for me.
It doesn't. I'm just like, I feel like I've lived through this.
It's Groundhog Day.
Yes.
It's Groundhog Day.
Yes.
Someone's always injured by even before the first preseason.
That is our producer, Brandon Deutsch, who is a 49ers fan, suffering.
Unfortunately,
he says. And I tell you this.
He's an Angels fan, too. He's really suffering.
And a Lakers fan.
Angels fan is a choice.
Fair.
I don't feel bad for you.
Angels fan is not a choice. I am loyal. My dad was born in Anaheim.
Okay, we're
That's
the
like
Angels.
saying Clippers are a choice. I feel you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like
That's like saying
it's in my
Clippers are a
blood.
choice.
That's like saying, like, when the Rams came back to LA, I wasn't going to become my arch enemy, arch nemesis as team's fan, right?
But
Like,
at
come on.
least the Clippers have given Muncie some
fun years.
enough
Yeah, I've had fun.
hopium.
I've had fun. I've seen a few NFC title game wins.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said, Angels fan is a choice.
Oh, Angels.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen the Lakers win. I've seen enough winning. I'm not
There
a
you go.
Boston
Look
fan,
at you.
but
Look at you.
more positive
That's
outlook.
right. Share the love.
Yeah, well, Tame Impala had a song called New Person, Same Old Mistakes. San Francisco 49ers have a new training camp, same old injuries. Don't worry, folks. I'm here for another 3 hours. But Ricky Pearsall now out for the year after getting PCL surgery on his right knee. And the big news of the day out of San Francisco camp outside of that is Deebo Samuel's back.
Right.
And
One-year
he
deal.
said today, it's almost like I never left. And Deebo, we agree, because it felt like you never left. If you had just had a season and an injury and then told me that you had just been on IR all year, that it was him and Fred Warner up in the booth watching games, I would, that did look like right. But of course it wasn't. Of course he was playing for the Washington Commanders. And the thing that I think I take away from this, Monty, is I'm a fan of the New Orleans Saints. That's the team I grew up rooting for. That's the team that, and again, chose to. So you won't hear me sit here and complain about how bad they were, because that's just, hey, I bore that cross. All right.
You saw a Super Bowl win.
I did. Prior to that, they're
about to win the division again this year.
Prior to 2006, it was nothing there at all. Okay, nothing existed about the New Orleans Saints worth of note. In fact, my father, we watched the games, and you see the score pop up in the corner of the screen, said the NO stood for no team.
No team.
That's what the NO stood, no team, right? Instead of ATL versus no. Like, no team. And then you saw Sean Payton. He got Drew Brees. And for a good while, that team had a legitimate Super Bowl window. Okay? And then they lost in the NFC Championship game the year before. They go to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, right? And then you have your Bounty Gates and all of that, the Minnesota Miracle, all these things just, man. Damn, I can't believe that just happened. Can you believe this historical play just happened to us? And then, after that Minnesota Miracle in which Case Keenum, of all people, through the most miraculous pass of his football life, prior to or since, okay, then you also have Kirk Cousins getting the one playoff win in his career prior to or since, right? And, that's it, right? And all of a sudden, now your quarterback is a little bit older. Your wide receivers, everybody's a little bit more dinged up. And your window, it's not that you can't compete. It's not that you're not a competitive team. It's not that you won't be,
a fun team to root for the season.
A good watch.
Right.
Sunday, 4:00. Hey, I'll turn in. I'm not mowing the lawn when they're on.
Right.
But the idea that this is one of the best teams in the NFL, the results, sure, they say it year in, year out. But when you're looking at the underlying foundation, this thing is a house of cards. And I think it falls apart this year. Like, I just don't know, when you're paying your Brock Purdy, like, that was part of the rub. If you look at the 49ers, and I'll pass you right here after this, look at the 49ers draft history. Since 2020, it is a disaster. It is Jets-like. It is, I would say it's Browns-like, but it's not, because the Browns have drafted a rookie of the year, right? You know what I'm saying? A defensive rookie of the year. The Browns drafted running backs, Quinshon Judkins, before breaking his leg, who was a competitive and the top of the league, or top, not the top of the league in terms of longevity, but in terms of production, getting you top of the league production. The 49ers, in their draft history, I think Brandon had the stat, but it's Brock Purdy is the Pro Bowler. That like he's the last Pro Bowler they drafted. And I'm not going to say they drafted him by mistake, but if they knew that they were going to one day pay Brock Purdy $60 million, they wouldn't have waited 7 rounds to take him, Monty.
Absolutely. They got extra lucky with Brock Purdy. That wasn't the plan. That wasn't a selected player to develop. It just happened to work out in their favor. I look at the 49ers, and it is just in the last couple of years, even just last year, ending the season winning 6 in a row. Was it 6 in a row? 7 in a row right at the end of the season with all the injuries. Every single time with the 49ers, they're going through injuries and they find a way to win. So they give you hope in situations where it's impossible to not say next year. Like they make you say that, because they do give you hope throughout the season, regardless of the injuries. Now, I don't know. This injury stuff is weird. Ricky Pearsall, it's the same leg? It's the same area? Is this negligence on the medical staff? Like, that seems off to me.
See, and I'm not even trying to be funny, but you don't ask this question of any other team.
Right.
Like, unless
that's
there's
100% true.
Evidence, right? Unless you are hearing like a complaint filed by the NFLPA or something of that nature, or like you hearing guys say, no, I don't like playing at MetLife Stadium because guys tear their ACL here, right? You know what I'm saying? But you can sit there and draw the line through our circle, like, oh, okay, yep, that's exactly what happens. Wow, if you look disproportionately, all of these different things are happening. With the 49ers, we are reduced to credible people saying, well, maybe it's this electrical substation.
No, because we're trying to find an answer.
You're trying to find an answer.
You're trying to find an answer because it's year after year.
It doesn't make any sense.
Correct.
It's like when people, before we had internets and books and so on and so forth, they'd be like, man, the sun keeps coming up. Why? You know what I'm saying? We have to come up with an answer.
I would love
reason.
it. Exactly. And that's where I'm here. Here, I'm now wondering that too, because the substation thing, it's like, no, that can't be real. Can the substation actually be affecting the muscles like that if you're nearby playing for years? It's hard, but like you said it perfectly, Martin, I'm trying to find an answer because it doesn't make a lot of sense as to why it's the same team that keeps having the same type of bad luck. And I don't know how they come out of this division this year. I know what you mean about that window of like a true, like your window to truly compete. It's not there, but it's not a bad team.
I'm not saying no.
Correct. They're a good team, but they're not on that level.
To be above 500,
right, sure.
I would expect them. You're flirting with double-digit wins. And I would say that if you didn't have the Super Bowl defending champion in your division,
and
I know
then
a lot of people.
And then the other too.
What?
Not the, but you go with
the other favorite,
yes.
right? So
right.
That's just you have the defending champion of the Super Bowl, and then also the massive Super Bowl favorite. Again, it's hard to win the Super Bowl on August 1st, but it's really going to be hard to win money if you're betting on the Rams to do it.
Yeah,
right. At any point in the year, they're not going to fall, even if they start out 2-4, depending on how the division falls. They're not going to fall behind 8th, 9th, 10th for Super Bowl odds until it's like, oh, they're mathematically or something drastic happens. Matthew Stafford gets hurt, whatever. But you're looking at, in terms of results based last year, to your point, the Rams favored it in this spot. You had a fluky 2-point conversion. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting confused. You had that, but also you go back to this San Francisco-Seattle game. This team, they played a third time. They played in the postseason. And it was, not only was it not close, it was an annihilation. It was an abomination. It was an ass kick.
It was really not fun.
And you do not generally, tell me if I'm wrong here, but generally between division teams, you're not seeing that level of margin of victory, which at one point in the third quarter was 41-6. You generally see that when there's a massive talent devoid, massive gap, right? And you could chalk it up to all these injuries and this and that. But their players, they're the guys who are on if the 49ers were a movie, the guys who would be in the commercial are all in their 30s.
Oh, yeah, that was another
Except
point.
for Brock Purdy.
Injury and then age. It's not looking that great right now for the 49ers going into the season, but it's almost, is it better for them to not do well? For draft pick. Oh, we got the 49er fan nodding yes. That it might even be better.
If we're not going to win a Super Bowl, I'm always a firm believer, which they're unlikely to at this point.
They
right?
are.
So I would rather just win 3 or 4 games in a generational draft next year. Not just at the quarterback position. Obviously, if they want to keep Purdy, you got Jeremiah Smith, Cam Coleman. Like, if you're in that top 10, you can't screw that pick up.
Of here.
Is this get out of here because saying Brock Purdy?
No, get out of here because that is the most ring culture loser mentality. Like, what are we talking about? If I can't win a Super Bowl in August, I'd rather just lose all the games. Yeah, sure. As much as I just said, I think the San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl window is closed today. You want to just say, oh, you know what? Let's just throw away the year. Because you know what happened? 41-6 was the score of that game, right?
It was.
What if Sam Darnold tears his Achilles walking into the field? Or what if it's like in the Super Bowl, flip it the other way around? And instead of Dre Greenlaw snapping his Achilles in the Super Bowl, I would have thought if he did, that man was on pace for Super Bowl MVP. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but just go back and watch the first 14 minutes of that Super Bowl, and he is plugged in, charged up. But I'm just saying all this to say, they were supposed to win that Super Bowl. And you know what? They didn't because things happen. Things happen all the time. I'm just saying I think the 49ers should do a better job of planning for the future, especially if you're going to pay your quarterback $60 million a year. But this quitter-loser mentality is what I would expect out of a Jets fan, not a team. Kyle Shanahan is not one of the best coaches in the league, and you want to just go win 3 games. Boo on you.
Well, they're not going to win 3 games because he's the coach, unfortunately.
Listen,
You're on timeout.
I feel for Brandon. I hear what you're saying, Warren, and it is that the mentality is not what you want to hear. But if you're a 49er fan, like you said, it's Groundhog Day. You feel like every year this is the year, and it's not living up to the expectation. So you kind of want to turn the page, going through a successful year of making the postseason, but then not going beyond the first game. And then doing it again. Like, I don't know if it's like finding a way to just turn the page so it feels like whatever that part of the 49ers last couple of years, whether you want to believe it's a curse or not, that you're moving on from that because it just seems like you're in this circle that you can't get out of.
And so the way to do that is lose.
It's not even
games.
So that not even Lynch, who hasn't drafted well in the last 10, half decade, can actually hit on a pick because there's undeniable prospects in the top 10.
I can't. This it goes against everything I believe in my core, especially if you're going to be in year 1 of a quarterback extent. Like, if you were going to do that, then what's the point of paying Brock Purdy all that money?
Yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't have paid him.
Plan. None of this was, I think, the plan to have all of these injuries happen in the last 2 years the way that they have. Even with Brock Purdy's injury, was that 3 years ago now? 3, right? 3 years now? When Brock Purdy got injured during the postseason?
He got injured in his rookie season.
That was his 3 years ago?
4 maybe.
4. Yeah, it just seems like it's just been injury for so long. Injuries for so long for the 49ers. They just want to get out of it.
I would not recommend, for the record, just giving up.
I don't think they're giving up. I don't
That's
think
what Brandon always said.
No, I don't even think he said those words.
That was what he intimated. If I can't win the Super Bowl, what's the point?
Well, that's because we've gotten so close, Martin.
You know who would die to be so close? Like every fan of, for example, the Pittsburgh Steelers right now is looking at you like this guy is, what type of jerk is him? Like, or if you're a fan of the Carolina Panthers, who made the postseason this year for what? That was likely the first time since Cam Newton wore the jersey.
Probably, it seems about right.
And it has cycled through Matt Rule, and all these Steve Wilkes, you name it, who had Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield at the same damn time in their quarterback room, and Steve Wilkes told one of them to go play scout team defensive end, and he just turned down a $50 million contract. You had all of that, and you want to tell me that you feel somehow that you're, oh my gosh, I can't believe Jimmy Garoppolo overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
The standards are different.
That you're supposed to, we're supposed to feel sorry for you.
It's like Lakers and Celtics fans. They expect championships, whether or not that's delusional or right. I mean, it's the same thing with the Niners right now.
The only reason you should have any idea that you could even sniff a championship is because you got your head coach and quarterback, apparently. I disagree on the quarterback part. But I'm no longer giving the head coach any bail because, as I've been reading, apparently, when you get to all the Ayuk of it all, the situation, Kyle Shanahan has a lot of say in the personnel of all of this. So the fact that Brock Purdy is now making the same likes of the Trevor Lawrence and Dak Prescott's and so on and so Joe Burrows and so on and so forth, the golf of the world, that's one that Mr. Shanahan's going to have to wear. Oh, now he's done.
Well, I was on timeout.
That is true.
I've made my point known.
Respect.
That is true. You know what? Hand up. I hand up. My bad on that one. I did put you in timeout. Coming up next, you know who else is in timeout? The newest kid on the block. Apparently, everybody's boy wonder is going to be sitting on the bench. Surprise! I am, at least. Be sure to subscribe to Fox Sports Radio's YouTube channel. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube, and you'll see our best videos from all our shows. Don't stop there. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away. Just let us know whose takes you like and even whose takes you don't. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe.
Whipping out that banana hammock you call a Speedo.
I need baby oil.
Brother.
Throwing on the thong bikini just to take that selfie.
I know you think I'm perfect, but I'm not.
And listening to us all day long. Your summer fun in the sun is right here. We are Fox Sports Radio. Can someone hand me the razor? I need to trim.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and it's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve no matter where your final stop is. Aleve will keep you moving from sunup to sundown. Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Too many families face a widening gap between what they can afford and what they need to thrive. More than half of families in the U.S. today are one paycheck away from financial crisis. At Good 360, we deliver hope when families need it most, providing essentials like clothing, hygiene items, and household goods. Put help within reach. Learn more at good360.org.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you know we're on YouTube? Fox Sports Radio. You can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube.
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Stu Gatz and company. Live.
That's so good.
Cavino and Rich. Oh, yeah. The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And the Ben Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube. Wow. By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. One guy sees the whole board.
I keeps it real, son. But here's where I got smoke with you, sir.
The other guy sees what he wants.
Kelvin, you're so full of it. I know they won the game, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give it to you real.
They couldn't be further apart.
Well, let me say it this way. Stop it.
And that's why this works. It's The Odd Couple.
Book it.
With Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
You know you make me wanna. Keep screaming.
Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it. Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. Two Pros and a Cup of Joe. Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Stu Gatz and Company. Live. Cavino and Rich. The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
I tell you what, I've been in a game show trivia mood recently. Thanks to ESPN Jeopardy launching not too long ago.
Oh.
There will be a game, What is Sports? In about 2 hours.
Nervous.
And honestly,
what is complicated?
It has some level of complication.
Of course it does.
But I think it all makes sense. And honestly, if you fall short in understanding the rules, right and wrong should be easy enough to get. Fair enough? No?
Yeah.
Yeah? No?
Yeah.
Now,
Can Monty be like my tag team partner?
So my thought process, and I was going to pitch Steve on this in about 3.5 minutes, but since we're here now, Steve, at the end of in the 10 o'clock hour, I wanted to play a little game in which it's called What is Sports? And that, the question would be...
Jeopardy.
Yeah, you got it. And so I wanted to blend games potentially here and use you as a potential lifeline for the various contestants, Lorena, Monty, and Brandon. Steve, are you willing?
Willing? Sure. Of course I'm willing. I love my coworkers here.
See, there you go. I didn't have too big of a concern about it. Steve, the consummate professional, I knew he'd be ready. And I know what? I have confidence that Steve knows. I always say I have 50 questions here. Not going to read all 50, obviously, but I like to have options. I would say that Steve probably knows off the top of his head without second thought 43 of them.
I was going to say, so we're going to win. If he's our lifeline, we're all going to win.
I don't want you people to just lose.
No, you had that up until just the last month or two when you had that essentially 20 questions type of game. If you're guessing some third-round draft choice from 1994. That was one of the hardest games that I've heard on our air, and you were playing it every week.
Yeah, it's Monty got me back into this with the 1, 2, 3, 4 last week.
Easy as 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, like I could.
Yeah, easy was not what that game was every Saturday.
I tell you, I honestly I could sit here all day and just be asked trivia questions. A few things would make me happier. It's kind of sick.
Some shows have kind of given up on the summer and would love to do that for 3 hours.
You know, it's been a rough summer.
Oh, you noticed that? Would be a long 3 hours of trivia. Oof.
I know that the guys on Countdown will never do that because for the best pregame show every weekend, tune in to Fox Sports Radio's Countdown presented by BetMGM every Saturday and Sunday morning from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, 6 to 9 Pacific. They'll count you down to all the biggest games of the weekend. Tune in to Countdown presented by BetMGM Saturday, Sunday morning right here. I'm Martin Weiss, joined with Monty Bolaños. And Monty, I wanted to have this conversation about the boy wonder. Every time he talks, people say, "Oh, can you get a load of this kid?" I mean, listen, dads want their daughters to date him. Moms want their sons to be him.
Yeah.
He's Fernando Mendoza.
Yes.
Right? You know what I'm saying? He's just, he just is.
Stand-up guy.
I mean, have there been men stand up before Mendoza? Because he's refining the definition. Right? I think we've all been sitting, apparently, if that's the case. But you know what the reality of the case is? Fernando Mendoza is going to be the one sitting as Kirk Cousins takes the day one starting snaps. We talked about this a bit with the Vikings quarterback battle, which is more to me like two kids fighting in a pool with wet noodles as opposed to an actual battle. But in this regard, I'm okay with Kirk Cousins being your week one starter. Wherever the Raiders start the season in front of 40 to 70,000 screaming fans, whether they be in rooting for or against the Raiders, however it plays out. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with at all is if I'm being told through the reporting that, Kirk Cousins could coach this offense. Kirk Cousins could know this offense with the back of his hand. Well, if that's the case, Kirk, you can go out there and start week one. But I'm going to need Fernando Mendoza running this practice. Because by week 3, 4, 5, he's got to be up to speed. The substitute teacher is no longer involved. And that's okay. You go back